Futures back in negative territory here once again this morning as we wrap up another negative week. Unfortunately, 4 stocks right across the board to the downside. Fears of continued rate hikes and maybe that the Fed might be going a little bit too far possibly with these hikes going forward, causing some investors to head back to the sidelines once again. Heading into the weekend, a whole bunch of individual storylines to touch on this morning, including, there's a hurricane heading through the Caribbean right now, causing some trouble for some of the cruise operators this morning. CCL, RCL, NCLH all down 4+% here in the pre-market, on top of the negativity that we've seen already throughout the past couple of weeks for some of the travel names. Costco out with earnings as well. They beat top and bottom lines, but said freight costs and labor costs are skyrocketing and are going to hurt the bottom line going forward for Costco. So we'll talk about that and how it might affect everything else today. Coinbase downside. Bitcoin, it's negative, but only just here this morning. Coinbase on a downgrade this morning, though, under a little bit of pressure as well. It is Friday, September 23rd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, more growth concerns and rate hike concerns causing pressure today, 1+% right now for all three U.S. markets. You can see the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ here tumbling to start things off once again this morning. 5 of 6, count them, the weeks that is, negative for U.S. indexes heading into the weekend. Once again, it's all about growth. It's all about tech once again this morning. We'll talk about all the majors here coming up. But yeah, not looking good to start things off. Some of the yields back to highs as well. I mean, the 2-year at 4.2% this morning. The 10-year got up to 3.81 as well. I mean, just 15, 16-year highs we're talking about to kick things off on a Friday here for the 10-year and the 2-year, guys. So it is going to be an interesting session. Good morning as we head into the weekend here, guys, on a bit of a sour note to start things off. But I just saw a couple of things popping up on a volume scanner here to the upside as well.
Yeah, so you can throw that one in there. There's a couple of things that are up. Fubo's not down. What else is up? Something called...
Too bad it's Fubo, though.
Does I say Fubu? I've already...
it's already Friday.
We're 0 for 1, baby. We're 0 for 1. Yeah, you know what? I always say Fubu. You know what I'm talking about. Fubo's up. Something called SONX is to the upside. But who wouldn't want to see the SPY approaching those June lows? What are we, like $7 away? So we're getting close there. Although I'll get this one out of the way right now. Like I didn't watch last night's contest, but that was quite the interesting display on that last play. And it's like,
these guys are a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I think Pittsburgh has to make a bit of a change. But the fumble for the touchdown, that is like the worst fantasy gods moment of all time. If you watch that game,
we got rid of defenses in my other pool.
It's because it's so fluke.
They're so stupid to have them, and they're like a waste of a roster spot. But you know what? It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. Yeah, IDP.
You go and get the players.
We could do that. We could do the player. The IDP is a little bit better for sure.
Oh, before we move on,
I want Amari Cooper, Najee Harris, and Deontay Johnson.
Yeah, but Amari Cooper's
all did really well.
He's a beast. We need a poll for today. I figure everyone's going to want a doom and gloom one because I think, and I'm going to knock on wood here, that we might have fixed your issue where you can't vote on the poll. So
I doubt it.
Have a little optimism here, my friend.
Okay,
so we can figure out a good poll. You guys get us some suggestions. I thought they reset your account.
No, that didn't work.
It didn't work?
No.
Okay. Well, never mind.
Well, let's have a poll anyways. What do we want to do? Let's think of a poll. Will oil break 80? I mean, that could be a poll. Oil's getting killed right now as well. We could do, what are the markets even down this week? Like
3 on the
13% or something. It feels like it's bad.
13%.
I know, I'm just joking.
It just feels
3
like
or 4 or 5%. We'll figure out a poll. Think about what you guys want.
Yeah, we need something.
Bears versus Bulls. Let us know in the chat if some people are excited for the poll here. It's a little cold out right now, so we've got on the hoodie today. Trader TV Live. Hit up our website there on YouTube. You can get some merch there as well. It's an easy way to support the show, and they're really super comfy, man. This is an XL, so I mean it's pretty. You kind of see the size that I'm in, that I am. So XL, I think, fits a guy like me, and then probably more of an L, I guess, or a medium. I don't know what you.
So I actually have a medium.
it's tight.
Well, the thing is, like, yeah, it's getting tight on the
A
shoulder.
medium is
so
tight. A
it
medium
is
is tight.
And that was sort of a bad decision on my part. But.
Okay. But anyways, all right. Yeah, lots to look at. FedEx, I think, is another name, obviously, coming through down 3%. Costco's down today as well. Maybe pick some of that up at some point. But yeah, Meta breaking 52-week lows. Google still sub $100. I just looked. Microsoft was 238, I believe, when I looked. Apple's trying to go through 150 again here.
Right there right now.
This is just, oh man, it's not getting any better. And I said yesterday, when Apple and when Amazon and when all these names start to fall, then there's going to be even more of a problem. So that's coming through. Coinbase is at $60 as well. There's a lot of smashed up levels here that we can absolutely destroy if this market continues to go down. So let's get ready to rock and roll. Make sure you pay for your shorts if you need to, but it's going to be another exciting day. It's 8:36 and we're already getting jacked up here.
Yeah, it's looking like a negative one, unfortunately. Yeah, it's 5 or potentially here. 5, I mean, it's going to have to be a monster day to not be, but 5 of 6 negative weeks for all 3 U.S. markets. As of the close yesterday, 3.3% for the NASDAQ, looking pretty grim to kick things off. We talked a lot about some of the EV makers yesterday. I mean, Tesla was moving around once again. Tesla, another one kind of sitting on some support levels here. Ford issuing a bit of an earnings adjustment anyways. FedEx, as Sean was mentioning, a lineup, and I mean 8 or 9 negative analyst moves on FedEx this morning after earnings came out just before the close yesterday, even though they were supposed to report aftermarket. But yeah, 3.3% as of the close yesterday, guys, for the NASDAQ on the week. Yeah,
so I mean, Apple just did break that 150, but it's not the only thing that just broke $150 to the downside. FedEx did as well. Just a bit of a different story where it was a week ago, right? Like Apple wasn't at 206 a week ago. FedEx was at 206 a week ago. So it's gotten pretty ugly for them. I don't really see a ton of follow through, but keep in mind, like Costco kind of had a good quarter, and they're getting beaten up today a little bit here. FedEx did not. So if we get a bit of a free fall, I mean, underneath that 150, I don't like where this one is headed. However, the other side to the coin about levels like this is, well, guess what? If you hold a level like that at the open, or let's say. It's gonna say, oh yeah, it worked. Let's say we actually hold 150 on Apple, or better yet, the week bottom, which is sitting at 148. Apple's not even on the lows of the week. You bounce off something like that, and you've had enough selling in the week that you could make a bit of a bounce. Like we've gone round trip. Well, okay, we haven't gone round trip yet. We're close to going round trip on an Apple, 148 into 158 double top, and then if we were to flush today. Another point, then we'd get right back down towards some of those lows. And as a trader, you can look for some opportunities like this. So, I think there's always that chance that you get that little bit of a rebound, especially in names that haven't really, broken down. Like something like a Square, like that's just broken through levels on the daily. Coin below 60 is breaking through some pretty key levels on the daily as well. So, it's not, I know it all feels like doom and gloom, but as a trader, there are going to be places where we can find some support that can possibly hold up for us here. I mean, Apple, it would have to get $1.50 to get down there, but certainly it's got a shot. Even if this 150 level does break and continue to be broken, we still have this week's lows, which could be some support.
Yeah, I was looking at Coinbase breaking 60 as well. I mean, that right on the sticky note. I mean, what's up to Mike Crehan there on the chat? Yeah, you were asking for the sticky note. It should be out unless I didn't tweet it properly. Yeah, it's right here. So the sticky note is out right now today. We do have a couple names on there, like we mentioned. Meta, the 52-week low, 140.70 here. Coinbase down to trouble at 60. Google still a short as we're under 100. FedEx, watch that 150, already broke. I thought if we got a little bit of a rally, we could short the 154. The CCL is in trouble below this 950, as Brendan indicated about the cruise lines and whatever else about that. So that's going to be there with the weather coming through. That's going to be in trouble, and then maybe Fubo could go to 420 there on a little bit of a bounce. So we have a couple ideas here on the sticky note, and it's too bad because, like we were just mentioning there, FedEx just broke through. So that's one level there. Yeah, wow. Okay, that easily took 150, so that's gone. Meta down to 140. We'll just check out what that is right now as well. So that still has a break possibility there at the 52-week low, but we're right now at that 140.75, which is the pre-market bottom that I talked about on the sticky note. We'll probably try a little bit of a short there, but I don't want to get caught using too many shares here in the pre-market. So I just feel like we got to wait for the market to open up. Maybe we do get an early rally that we can fade some of these pops. So these levels on here are trading ideas, but it looks like some of them have already broke. But CCL is, I think, one that you could really load up on. It's a sub $10 name. I want the rally back up to 950. I'm already sitting here to wait to see if we do get a little bump up in CCL. I don't see why this name would be a positive one today with some negative catalysts. So yeah, lots, as I was mentioning, man, lots to trade, and I really, really feel like there's more to come here today. So just get ready. There could be an early pop, but today I'm really feeling good. I just looked over to make sure that guy was a bear. I'm feeling pretty bearish today. Heading into the weekend, I don't really see too many reasons to be buying. Oil down, crypto down, NASDAQ down, a lot of big names down. FedEx, Costco, like it's not just the tech names, it's everything. So it's a bloodbath today. It's the banks today as well. JP Morgan breaking through key levels. I mean, if JP Morgan gets back to 100, that's going to be a problem. I don't know. I just can't really see the light today. So we're going to go short.
Oh, you know what could be an interesting long?
Fubo.
This is going to be, that's not off topic, but I was going over my UVXY chart, and I had this line drawn for, like, I don't like deleting lines even on like a 15-minute. And we're right at a major resistance from, it's like August 1st. August 1st, I think, was when this top got made. And we're about to break out here. So UVXY, obviously a bit of, the old fear gauge, right? This goes up, market goes down. Holding above this price, it's just going to be more juice, well, for this to go long, but also for the market to head back into the downside. I think I'm going to be looking at this one a little more today. It's been kind of choppy. I kind of got away from it because it wasn't as good of wasn't as much use to me in August and September as it was earlier. Well, September, I should say, but it was pretty solid for me in August, and I might go back to that well. If we hold above there, then I'm going to like some of those shorts, maybe just a little bit more there, Brendo.
VIX spiking as well, I saw as well. Back to the upside, I mean, volatility across the board on the rise. Here we go. Here's Bitcoin right now. This is an hourly chart. It's done nothing but go straight down since late yesterday. 19.5 up here. We're down to 18,850 right now for Bitcoin. JP Morgan with the price target cut on Coinbase. So all of these, though, under pressure as well. I just saw Snap downside as well on a JP Morgan note as well, warning of choppy ad market sales going forward for Snapchat. Let's bring in Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, to get his take on what to expect not only for the rest of today, but maybe heading into the next couple of weeks here. Great to see you as always, Michael. First off, best of luck into the weekend with this weather heading towards you guys. I know you're on the East Coast down there. They're saying tonight, is it? Or maybe by tomorrow that this should get to you?
I've heard as early as this afternoon, and looking at the report I saw last night, you could draw a line right in the middle of it over my house.
Oh,
so
wow. Yeah.
Should be interesting.
Yeah. Best of luck, as I said, to you and yours over the weekend. It's pretty scary as we head towards the weekend. I mean, cruise lines, as we said, getting hit on this weather through the Caribbean right now. So let's talk about support and resistance. We discussed this a little bit to kick things off, I guess, last week. But give us the version 2, I guess, this week.
Yeah, so, we talked last week about support and resistance, and I'm going to make this kind of a 4-part series. I'm leading up to when I'm in your guys' office there. I'm going to go over my bread and butter setup, my favorite setup of all time, both intraday, swing, investing, whatever. This is, kind of my bread and butter trading setup. But first of all, I was just listening to the show before I popped on here, and everyone seems really negative about the market right now. And I'm going to kind of, just to talk about what I think today, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think we're going to rally throughout the day a little bit. And one of the reasons for that is one of my friends, Willie Delwick, I probably pronounced his name wrong, a CMT with All Star Charts, actually published the new investor sentiment. And we are at the worst sentiment levels right now than we've been since 2009. So When sentiment hits an extreme like that, I start to lean in the other direction. Now, again, we're going to talk about support and resistance, and we have that support zone right below us. I'm not really talking long term, but for short term, I think that's interesting. Okay, in today's presentation, we are, again, last time we talked about a new support scan that we build within Trade Ideas. We've been working on these kind of pattern recognition algorithms. And we talked about the benefit of buying support, the fact that you have a really good risk reward type of play every time you can come in and buy support there. But we're going to talk about the opposite today. So I have an example here on AEE, which is a utility. This is a trade that I took based off this scan. You can see it came in here around 23rd. The scan is looking for stuff at resistance. And you had a nice clean break there, and you had a great move from there. Now, the next chart I actually showed you guys last week, where I talked about, again, the benefit of buying support is this massive risk reward play. And I kind of knocked on buying breakouts of resistance, just showing that the risk reward when you're buying a breakout of resistance, if you're putting your stop at support, is less than 1-to-1. However, you can adjust that, right? In trading, we say we never know how much you're going to make, but you can always know how much you're going to risk. So what I generally speaking do when I'm playing these types of plays is, like I have on the next chart here, I showed my risk reward for AEE, where I'm just looking for, if it pulls back under and breaks back under that resistance zone, then that's where I'm going to look to get out. I'm not going to wait all the way for it to come to support. I would rather get stopped out, and then if it starts to turn back up again, I'd rather get back in the position. But because this is a universal kind of topic, I have not only these swing trade ideas, but I'm going to talk about how 2 trades that I actually took yesterday from this, and I know Sean's been playing with these intraday scans as well, for Sava and for Tesla. So let's go over the Sava trade, where I want to talk about when you should look to maybe break or look for a break of resistance, and when you should look for a potential fade of resistance, like we talked about with buying support. So here on Sava yesterday, gapped up. You can see this massive drive off the open, put in a high, but really, really strong, wasn't able to pull back as much as the market at all. So I talk about relative strength all the time. The market was selling off dramatically. Sava was not able to even come back down to even get close to testing that breakout zone. So when it broke and it showed up on my resistance scanner, I actually decided this was one to punch long. I didn't want to fade this trade because it was so strong. And I would love to say that I got all of that move, but when I intraday trade, I scalp a little bit more. So I got way less than what you're seeing here, but just showing that in this case, with a weak market and a strong opening drive, I know that there's some relative strength in this name. So that's the time that I may want to take a breakout of resistance. But another trade that I took here on Tesla was the complete opposite. You could see this one was participating in the market sell-off. It wasn't able to get anywhere near its opening range when it showed up on this resistance scanner, just kind of hovering along this, I think it was like 309.50, 310 area. I'm like, okay, if it can't get through this, now I'm going to take a short. And then I know that if it breaks this, I have this big risk reward play. So I was able to size up much more in something like a Tesla than in a Sava, just because, again, that risk reward benefit. So I hope that makes sense. I wanted to bring it back to day trading a little bit. I have 3 examples for you guys. And I just wanted to say the same kind of thing with, so something like LA here, if we get a turn in the market and the market starts going and this starts breaking out, it may be look to take some of these as breakouts. But if we're going to continue to get weakness, then maybe you look the other way and you look to kind of fade these names. So again, LA here, it's got this clear area. I love the relative strength on this if you compare it to the market. So this one, I'm more looking for the long side. The next one here, ORA. This one I may be looking a little bit more short. It's kind of bounced off that resistance zone and it's having a little bit of a problem here. So if this one continues lower, $90, that might be an interesting area for a short, but $100 to the long side if you guys are looking to get long. And last but not least, PCT, sorry. Again, it's got support at the bottom and resistance at the top, so you could play this one either way. This one, again, with the relative strength of the market, I kind of like this one a little bit more to the long side if we get going.
Great stuff, great concept, as always, as we look for things, as you said, showing relative strength versus a market that, yeah, there seems to be no bid at this point for the overall market to kick things off on a Friday. As we said, Michael Noss going to join us in studio, guys. We're super excited about this on October 7th, so mark that down. We're going to put him in the chair here beside me and keep him here for as long as he'll be willing to stay here. So we'll be able to ask him lots of questions and pick his brain on trade ideas a little bit more. So October 7th, a couple weeks on Friday, we'll see him in studio. As we said, stay safe. Best of luck this weekend, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Speak to you again soon. Excited for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always love having Michael on. Great, fantastic ideas. In a down market, to see some opportunities for some, hey, breakouts. Why not? Because it is about taking setups and taking opportunities. And not always about sort of saying, oh, this is what the market's going to do. This is where we're headed necessarily. But I think it's going to be awesome to have him in. Definitely stay safe. I know how it gets there out east. When you're on the coast, man, and these storms run through. I got family out there as well. And yeah, definitely stay safe. Hunker up. Get your hot cocoa if you're into that kind of a thing. But one of the names you mentioned was Sava, right? Cassava Sciences, huge runner, obviously, yesterday for anyone that was watching this. And you sort of look at it trying to consolidate at the top. The guy was shorting it multiple times. And I always tell people, it's like, even if I think it's coming down, at some point, you've got to be able to understand, if you're going against the grain, take your scalp trades. Because even though you get a decent pullback, if I hold on to like even any one of these too far past my stop, like usually overlapping triangles is going to be an entry and a loss, and then you get the extension when you take a win. If I'm shorting something against the grain and it doesn't look like that, then I've screwed up. And now you're getting that consolidation, and maybe it does that for a day. Maybe it doesn't, but right now it holds that 47, has the shot at taking out that 51. It's at some big levels on the daily. So this is one for day traders. I think it's going to do some volume today because it pretty much always does when it has moves like that. That we can definitely lean in and look towards some opportunities that are similar to what Michael was talking about.
I of course. I'm thinking super bearish, and then Michael Noss comes on. I'm gonna have to message him on Twitter here, and he talks about possibly a relief rally, which I've been sort of thinking about for a while, but really have never switched long. I mean, I didn't have. I'm going to say I didn't have one long yesterday, and I think it was my best day of the month. So I think I'm going to stick with the short, but I do understand what he's saying there about, the consumer, or not the consumer, just the market. The sentiment is just at its all-time lows. I mean, he said since 2009, so not going to go all-time, but when you're going back 15, 13 years, that's pretty long for the market. So, yeah, okay, that's an interesting stat to understand. But I mean, the S&P still needs to test, I think, that 3,600. So we're at 3,700. So he might not be too wrong here about trying to dip by some. I have no cash left. All my shares are bought at a lot higher prices, and we're just gonna have to wait for them to come back in right now. Amazon's approaching that 115. We've been talking about that short since 140. It's been on pretty much every single sticky note since then. AMD, the same thing. I was like, we're not going short, we're not going long until we break above 100. Now that's at 66 or something. For AMD is an absolute destruction as well. So it's been a rough ride for those of us trying to hold some of these names in our longer term portfolios. But that's the key about longer term is, you're trying to dip by. I'm just going to hopefully make some cash today that I can put some into that portfolio and buy a few names. I don't think it's time to buy yet. I want to see that 3,600 come down. Okay, so Ford still on here. This is just the market imbalances. It's still a bit early on these. I expect them to get a lot nastier. Sorry, AMD's at 67, not 65. Ford there, 360. Shopify, 193,000. And the thing about Shopify, wow, like this was one of my bigger trades. I think when it was breaking through 40 or something like that on, oh yeah, our daily won't work because that split. I still got to get that ticket in. Yeah, when we were breaking 40 right there, how good that trade was. And now it's just, when you look back, you're like, oh my God, now you're all the way down here to $28. You didn't really get a chance to smash 30 unless you did it early yesterday. But that was a great trade as well. Down over 3% today is Shopify. I don't see. I mean, like I said, I get what Michael's saying, and I think at some point you're going to have to come in and dip by some of these names. But even a name like Apple, right? Like it's just a month ago, man. Like, we were at all-time highs again for Apple of 176. I mean, whatever, yeah, at me, the all-time high is 183. Ooh. But, you know, you were right there, and then now you're, like, just crashed in again, like, straight to the downside, looking to take out this 148.50 level to the downside. You're going to be able to short this one as the market goes. So as these apples drop, and, you know, you're going to start affecting the broad markets even more. Like, Apple's sort of held this up. Imagine if Apple was down here, the S&P would probably be at 3,400, something like that, if we were down to 130 again for Apple. So I don't know. I'm not very positive about the market today, but let the market tell us what to do, right? I'm sitting here trying to short Google, FedEx, and CCL, all a little bit higher than where we are right now. Google could come up, though. I mean, Google, I'm sitting here at 99.80, so we get a little spike up on that one. I do not want to be short this until we get near that 100 mark, and then I don't want to be short if we take 100. I mean, it's really that $100.20 level that is interesting to me. So let's just wait for this market to open, Brendan. We got 35 more minutes. We got 30 minutes until the NASDAQ imbalances come out. But for right now, it just seems to be, you know, pretty red in the streets there across the board.
Yeah, no, great point. I mean, most days we're sitting here looking for individual stocks with individual reasons for them to be moving. Sometimes it's the overall market that's going to be leading. You know, it's been a couple of weeks here that we've seen that, the overall market kind of dragging stocks with it, depending on which direction we're headed. So great point. Here's some analyst moves for you this morning. Interesting on this FUBO with a very positive note this morning from Wedbush, pointing to Investor Day targets they set out. Guys, they said 2 million subs and profitability in 3 years at their recent Investor Day. So FUBO upside this morning. This side of the board, there's CRM top of the list from Wolf, FedEx on here again. There's, as I said, 8 or 9 negative moves on FedEx this morning downside. Domino's, DPZ, and Lennar.
Yeah, not exactly the best for some of those names on that other side of the board. I mean, FedEx, and then look, CRM where it is and where it is on the daily is going to be ugly, but FUBO, there it is. That's the one time I'll probably say it correctly today, so soak it up. But 28% short. Well, 27, 28, it doesn't really matter. About the same percentage. So it's pretty heavily shorted. That's a pretty positive outlook. And then, look, the case, of course, that you can get a rally is, well, so many stocks are on key levels to the downside. Well, if they all break, if they all hold, or a bunch of things hold support or break out of, you know, pretty awesome resistance levels that have been taken down, then sometimes the only thing to do is bleed up. And I look at a name like this, which gets a bit of a catalyst today. I'm going to be on the bid. If this is a wick bottom, or, you know, like sort of a, I don't want to. Wick bottom's not the right thing. If this is the consolidation bottom around this $4, pulling back in front of the 50 period on the daily, then I want to take a shot on FUBO, because if we hold 390 and yesterday's high is 440 and it's got a 27% short interest, I just like the risk to reward here. If it breaks the lows, fair enough. I know exactly where I'm wrong. But I look at something like a CRM, and you know, I was really, really hoping that we'd get some kind of a relief, and this could have reclaimed 150, that 150 to 151 area, right? And that would have put that little dip below 150 as a wick, and then you could have a consolidation higher, and then maybe we could have said relief rally. Instead, as long as it's below the 150 mark, you know, to me, that bet's off, right? Like you're now breaking that major floor, and until it breaks back above that, I wouldn't want to be touching it. So, you know, unfortunately for CRM, it doesn't really set up the way I would have liked. You can't hope something's going to happen in the market. You can just take exactly what is given. But I'll be taking my chance on FUBO. Again, if it breaks that 390, fair enough, I'll get out. I'm not going to get out at $4 even, but I'd get out if it broke that 390 and take a swing at that long. It's one of the few names that's up. CRM would have to, maybe it's a next week type play. If we do get that relief rally, I will be looking at CRM if it breaks the top end of this channel and puts this as a bit of a wick bottom. But it looks like it wants to go the other way. So, you know, unfortunately, most of big cap is setting up initially for shorts for me, but I'm not. I mean, Apple's back above 150. There's always a chance it could hold that level at the open.
Yeah, I mean, lots of things could happen at the open, and I think that's why you got to sort of wait and be patient as possible for a lot of these plays. You're going to see here on the sticky note today, I mean, I'm just putting my opinions out there every single day for you. These are just trade ideas that I'm looking at here, trading ideas that we sort of tagged here. Look, Meta short, Coin short, Google short, FedEx short, CCL short, Fubo long. So we do have a couple different ideas on here that we're looking for on the sticky note with a little bit of explanation. So come over here to @TraderTV Sean. There's many fakes, but only one real one. So come check this out. We have a couple ideas on there. Over 30, almost trying to get to 40,000 subscribers. So if you haven't done that yet, try to do it. And I've got to update this little banner now as we approach 350,000 subscribers now for Trader TV Live. So I mean, my big play here might be Google at this $100 mark. We bounced around there yesterday a little bit for Google. This is what the chart looked like yesterday, bouncing around 100, basically doing nothing all day here at that $100 mark. It was a disastrous open for that. This is yesterday there. You can see it made the move down. Sorry, this is 2 days ago. Made that move down, broke through the $100 mark, and then yesterday's open bounce down there to this is the disaster I was talking about, 98.50, and that's coming into play again here today. We already touched that 98.50 mark. So, you know, does Google have an opportunity to get back down there? Yeah, I mean, it's already seen it. I think it has a chance to see it again. And then right into here, 100 to 150, $100.50. That's, you know, that's another level right there to possibly get stopped out on. If you're long, if you're short is wrong, you might want to hold it up to that $100.50 mark. But you know, just yesterday, here's that big move up that we saw late in the day, and then in the last 30 minutes, or sorry, last 15 minutes, it gave it all back and closed at that $100 mark. So the fact that Google closed at 100 and is now below it gives me pause to think that we'll want to stay under there today. So we're looking to get short on Google and then just see what we can do with this trade, man. I mean, up to $100.50. If it breaks that today, then I'd be really surprised. So let's see if that can hold for a short. This is, you know, one of my number one ideas here. Google short underneath 100, but it didn't move a lot yesterday.
It was so sideways.
Yeah, so it might not be the most sexy trade. Meta might be better.
But you could have scalped it all day long.
Yeah,
all day
and
on Google, really.
Yeah, and Google we made money on yesterday. So, but it might not be like the hero trade. I think it's going to be a good one, and I think we can support Google under $100.
Right, a bit of a data issue this morning, so I can't show you the European board, but I can tell you 1 to 2% already right across the entire European landscape to the downside heading into the weekend. Here's the social sentiment situation right now. Pretty negative once again on this board outside of this AVCT still on here. There's Cassava Sciences once again still positive on here as well. Spro to the upside, trying to bounce right now. After giving back its early pop. Rumble on here once again today. ATXI, everything else downside. Tesla, Ape, Apple, AMC obviously, and the market clearly downside so far today. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market. Speaking of the futures, going to be, it would appear, Arun, 5 of 6 for negative weeks for these markets. What do we do today?
Yeah, it's not looking too pretty right now, but the issue that I have with this market being at these prices is where it's at. This is back where we've been here before in around late June, early July, and we've had some decent buy-side strength. So although we're down, 1.3 on both these markets, the NASDAQ and the S&P, it's in an area where we could easily catch a buy move off the open and we rip right back into what was old support and then established strength, right? So I'd worry about that off the open. So that's why I'm not going to really get too much into the action right now. You really can't do a whole lot here. There isn't support. The major support that you can identify on the intraday level to work with, there is on the daily, but again, that's a little flexible here with the 3,700 right there. So I'm not going to get involved there. I also don't trust buy-side strength. I want to see what the market brings at the open. So if we do get buy-side strength, I'm going to look to fade this if we get a setup. And that's going to be critical here because if you catch buy-side strength in a multi-day support base going back a couple months and we get strong moves off the open that never dies off, then this market's going right back up. So you don't want to fade into that. But I do want to fade it if this ever slows down around that 37.50, 37.60. If it starts to slow down, it starts to lose some steam here, we might take a shot on that on the short side. So for now, I'm just going to back off, see if this market's got enough strength to get it into an area where I'm willing to short. If this market doesn't, let's just say it continues on down through that 3,700, at that point, you're going to have to momentum trade this. There's very little to work with in terms of technical action that even going back to the daily, you have that 36.35. That's the ways down after that, right? So I would just be patient with this. If the market gives you a buy-side move, you can fade that at the right prices if it starts to slow down. If it doesn't and sells off, momentum trade it, take what you can, and then walk away from it, because it will settle up at some point later during the day if it does break down. It's going to start to go sideways, establish some levels. At that point, you can work with it. But for the time being, it's in a tricky spot to go for either the long or the short.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again on Monday. Quick look here, guys, before we get into the watch list at the 10-year once again, because a bit of a topping candle, it would appear anyways, forming here on the hourly chart for the 10-year, just went red. 383.5 was the top there for the 10-year this morning. So another, as I said, 15-year high for that this morning. The 2-year as well, trying to go back to the downside, but topped out 4.21 for the 2-year. There's a link to the watch list. If you haven't done so, make sure you do that every single morning. Grab that, use your email address with the QR code, absolutely free for you, right to your inbox every single morning. Big tech, top of the list this morning. Because it's been a tough week for most of these, back to the downside once again today for all of these guys. I mean, there's a few minor notes on Apple, Microsoft, but nothing major when it comes to movement, just this overall negative market sentiment.
Like, we just tried to get, I mean, I don't know, the market's just rallying right now, and I tried to get some Google short. It stopped. I remember I was telling you we were trying to get short there at 80. It stopped at 78. For some reason there, so I don't know why that's so key, this 80 level, but we got short, or we're trying to get short now, and just not filling us right here on Google. It literally stopped 2 pennies, or else now we'd have a 20-cent winner on board, so that really sucks. It's already starting. It looks like a little bit of bad luck here, but we'll see. Oh, no, come on. Oh, that really sucks. Now it would be 30 cents in the money on this trade for Google. We tried to short that little pop. Oh, no. We tried to short that little pop up there and missed it. Let's see if we can get it one more time here if it does rally a little bit here for Google. But yeah, big tech. I mean, we're going to talk about that. I mean, I think it's in trouble. You're below a lot of key levels here. Google's below that $100 mark. Meta is another name, obviously, that we continue to look at here. Oh, that went up to 142. As I look at my... my notes here, that 140.75 did not break yet as the bottom of the day, but this is giving us another opportunity to get short here a little bit for Meta. And if you're just going to look here at a 20-minute chart, you know, it's like 144, you know, is going to be a key level to look at as well. That was the high yesterday that we didn't breach. We got to 144.60, but that could be a level that we look at for sure there for Meta. Maybe we do get a little bit of a rally here to start the day. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that does happen. But again, I'm glad Arun said the same thing there. It's like, look, I want to be able to short any of these pops and wait for levels to develop, get in there, right? There's a few orders that I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that Google to short in front of 100. I don't have any orders out on Meta or anything like that. But again, I really think that this one could get punched to the short side, especially if we do start to break some of those lower levels. But for right now, you're starting to get back up to the upside. So for me, yeah, Meta, I mean, we're going to talk about chips maybe at some point as well, but it doesn't look like it. So let's just quickly do it right now. AMD's to 68 bucks. I mean, this is another name here that just continues to get crushed like every single day. I mean, yesterday, this is what we did on AMD. We had the bias long early, like $74 this was yesterday morning, and now it's 68. Like, pretty crazy. That's 10% down almost there. Just nuts. So anyways, AMD had a down 6% day or so yesterday, added on 2% today. That gives you 8. But we were long early, and then we just switched it up. Just like Arun said, and just like I've been saying, Michael Noss and everybody the same way, man. Like, wait for levels to develop. Once it started to go downside, then we shorted, then we shorted, then we shorted again. So, and now you're all the way back down here. So if you're going to do that game again, you want to at least wait for 69 to come through, maybe even a key level of 70 for AMD. But right now, you know, you're just bouncing. This looks like a great short as well, man. It shelved it out there at 67 bucks, 67.50 is that bottom right there. Like, like, I just want this market to open up, man. Give me some direction, give me some insight here, and then we'll see where we go. But what's Google at now? Don't even. All right, so it's not, oh man, this got to pop up a couple more pennies. That sucks. We were really close to making like a 30, 40 cent trade here. We missed it by 2 cents, so we've adjusted our order. We'll go down to 75 now, but hopefully Google can respect that $100 level. I'm not going to get into many shares early, but these are levels that I like.
Yeah, and like, I mean, Apple just popped up as well a little bit. Just got off that 150 into 151. I'd rather, I like it closer to the open for a lot of these trades. If I want to get in too early, it gets in a bit of trouble there, but it gets appealing. Yesterday's lows that same 151. I think 148, I'm sort of saying that there's always a chance that the week's bottom holds. So if we see 148 on Apple, I don't really mind taking a stab at a long, and definitely would have wanted to take some profit if I have a short in Apple at that price. If we break out from here, 151, there's a lot of room. I think whether it's where we closed yesterday, 152.70 or 154, those are two other levels that I have a hard time seeing us getting through yesterday's tops. I think that's almost impossible, but it could happen. I would probably short each one of those levels on Apple. I know we're not going to, I didn't see the chips on there, you're right, but I'm going to talk NVIDIA just a quick second here. I'm looking at 125. We closed just above that price in NVIDIA. That's kind of that first leg that I want to play off of. And some of it has to do with, you're breaking down on the daily. Like, this is already below June lows, like some of the chip names. Like, they've been beaten up pretty heavily here. So understand that if they get a relief rally, it could be outsized, right? So adhere your stops on the chip names, because if we actually do get a bounce to the upside, I do expect that the chips might have a little bit more room to go. So I'm looking at that 125 as an initial short in NVIDIA. We're not there just yet. You saw a couple of names pop up. This really didn't pop up anywhere close to that price for me.
Not necessarily a day trading type of name, but Costco downside this morning after earnings. They did beat top and bottom, but said higher freight costs and labor costs going to hurt not only this quarter, but going forward as well. So more of a sentiment play here and more of the same, unfortunately, guys, from Costco.
This might give an opportunity on Costco if we get a downward trend. Like I was saying, it was breaking that floor, that consolidation down, and if it did that, you could start getting into more attractive prices. It's still over 30 times. So it's pretty expensive in some fashion in this market. So you start dropping down. I mean, look, the earnings did fine, but the price is now possibly coming down to you here. So if we actually get something in those fours, that drops, and suddenly you're looking at like a 2, a 25, or somewhere in that range, a little bit more reasonable, then I kind of like it on the long term. As for the day trade, I don't know that Costco is going to give too much. It's kind of already rebounding pretty decently here. So, I mean, like a lot of times I'd say, okay, well, if you faded it at like 485 or something like that and gave it to 90, that would make sense. I kind of feel like there's going to be, if we get that kind of a pop, well, I'm going to have I'll have other shorts to fry or fish to fry if we get that kind of a pop. If Costco gets up there, then I got enough shorts to contend with to be trying to fight a company like Costco that had good earnings. Like it was a good quarter, right? It might set up for a rollover short. But if we get a pop today, shorting the company that reported that had a good quarter is probably not where I want to be, even if it looks like a setup.
All right, we'll drop down a little bit of cash here because you see where we're short Google now, 99.87. We've already taken out 17 or so percent. Easy math on that one. So, a nice little move to the downside here for Google. We'll start taking out some profit. It did go up to that $100 mark. So I told you what we were doing, and that's what we're doing. So, look, I wanted to look quickly here on Walmart. Just on Costco. I mean, it's not. The thing about Walmart here is you're getting very, very close one more time to breaking more levels. So you're right down here to this 131 level again. Looks like it wants to take it down, I would think here, especially on that Costco. But I'd rather watch Costco right now to see what that reaction is. But there's 131 as a bottom for Walmart. So if you take that, you could probably start getting puts or whatever on this name, because I feel like it goes lower if it takes this 131. So we're going to watch out for that today. It could be a quick little scalp down there. I mean, it's going to need to get some follow through, like I said, from Costco, because again, another name that's been pretty strong. Like a lot of the tech name, I mean, we've already talked about it. There's a lot of names at 52-week lows. Walmart's not really even that close. You still got a couple more bucks to get down there into that 117 area. So just like I've been shorting Amazon and talking like that about Amazon, why would Walmart be up here? I don't know either. I think this name has to get hit down as well. So that's a name that you could short with Costco. And then Target, kind of the same thing. But the thing is, like, these stocks have rallied off their bottoms, right? And so Target's a little closer here at 140 because it's at 151. That bottom is 140, but this is below the 50 period. And I just think that, hey, if retail's going to be weak, I mean, we've already talked about Amazon and how much we've liked that short since 140, and we'll be looking at more shorts here today, especially if we do get a rally. But Amazon's been super weak the last couple days as well, sort of telling us that tale, right? So I feel like you want to pick up some of these names soon, if not now. But as far as the day trade for today is concerned, the NASDAQ is starting to rally here. So if we're going to talk about retail, maybe Costco does give some oomph to the market because they were down a little bit more than they were today. Now you're getting a nice little rally back up here, $10 from that bottom. So yeah, maybe what Michael was talking about there, Michael Noss, you do have a nice little rally up. The market's now given back about 0.5%. So, given back to the upside. So it's came back up 50% there from that bottom. It was down about 1.3%. So gave back 50 points. Let's just see what happens now. Costco could be the key here to some of those names, including Amazon, Walmart, and Target. So let's just look at it. I don't really trade Costco. The spread obviously right now is 60 cents, but it'll tighten up once the market opens. And for those of all you asking, yeah, thanks for that, man. Yeah, we got the Trader TV Live hoodie on. I haven't worn it in a long time, but on the back, which way can I turn so this mic doesn't fall? It also says, I'd rather
you can hold the mic.
That's fine. What if it breaks, it breaks. I'd rather be trading on the back there. You'll see, I think Ian's got one on today. Luca's wore his a couple weeks ago, and this is the Arun special. Every time he's in there, he's wearing this shirt too. So I'm gonna keep it casual on Fridays. Continue to wear some hoodies and stuff like that. It's not cold in here. It's actually pretty nice.
It's cold outside
right now. Yeah. Let me see what the weather is outside here. So
I'll say it's about probably 11 right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably something like that as well. So let me just double check here on this. So I open up the app and it says 8 degrees. Right now, Celsius. So a nice little 8 degrees Celsius there. The sound of science is there.
So, unable to establish the legitimacy of communication circulating on mass media. Some of that had to do with the drop that we just saw. Come to my chart for a quick second, guys. Sava did this because, of course, it wouldn't do that yesterday when we're actually short the thing. But Sava just dropped a full 10% to the downside here, pretty ugly. You guys can sort of see the headline. Remember, a lot of the rally in Sava was. It's a heavily shorted name, so it does have that squeeze. It does have that short social media sentiment. Maybe it catches a bid down here around this 37 to 38 area where it ran from, but as fast as these come up, they go down again. If there's a relief rally in this, I'm paying for shorts. Gets anywhere near these tops again, I'm taking a shot at this one to be short. But I had missed out on it, but now this is why you look for sometimes the short there, because the risk to reward, when you get high enough, is going to favor the other direction.
Yeah, the bigger note, I guess, up here. They've not received any termination letter from a government agency. Could we? There we go. Not received any termination letter from a government agency on confidential requests for corporate information and documents. So that was actually circulating, I guess, on social media that they had. But yeah, downside, huge move down for Cassava. Let's talk Boeing here. This interesting move, interesting look, I guess, with the negativity in the overall market. The initial reaction after market yesterday when this came out was positive for Boeing. There was a spike to the upside. They're going to pay $200 million to settle a lawsuit when it comes to the 737 MAX, guys, to the SEC.
Yeah, I always feel usually when you get the actual amount of the settlement, and that tends to be received positively unless it's a ridiculously egregious amount, which $200 million doesn't seem like to me. So, yeah, I can understand why initially it was up, but I guess with the rest of the market down. What I'm noting is when the market just bounced to the upside there, this is still pre-market trending downside. I wouldn't be even with that. Settled, for lack of a better term, I wouldn't be excited unless it gets back above 138. This is another one of those names that, you break a bit of a floor, and then as long as it's below that, you'd be thinking shorts, and if you get a relief through that price level, then it gets more interesting. But you just started a downward trend after breaking some support, so I wouldn't be trying to pick up longs, even if I felt that's. It seems like more good news than anything else whenever you have the announcement of a settlement and it's not too big a price to pay. But I'd back off on buying Boeing here today. I think there'll be other more appealing names. If we catch some bottoms, there'll be other places to go.
Yeah, I was just looking here. I'm watching this Google. I'm still short on Google here. So that's a name that we've only got out twice. So we've only got out a little bit there. Boeing, just real quick, there was that 140 level that I thought could be pretty key there if it comes back up. Here it is right here. It was just from yesterday, just barcoding here between 138.60 and 140. So yesterday it only had a $2 range. Today it's obviously broken lower here, down that 2%. And I don't, I haven't really traded this name too much here. So I'm going to stay away from Boeing for now, but I think if you got to that 140, which Again, I don't really see that happening. And if the market does rally, there'll be other names that I'm going to be long on that I'm more familiar with. So I think you're looking at that 140 level. I think it's a long if you break it, because then maybe that bottom right there is in, right? And that's what you're looking for when you're trying to make trades, whether or not it's, Michael Nas talked, I've said his name about 10 times. I don't know why. But he talked about support and resistance again. And that's true for day trading and for your longer term trading as well, right? Like if you do take this 140, then you do have some bottoms down here of 135 that you can sort of hold on to. So I'd rather take the 140, enjoy the ride, maybe back up to this 150, 155 area up here, and that would be my play for Boeing. But I don't really, I'm not in this. I'm in this name in the long term, but for a day trade, I haven't traded in a while, so I'm going to stay away from Boeing as far as putting some trades on for you today. Ford just continues. Wow, Ford is at $12, eh? So
even.
Almost, $12.30, but Ford all the way to the downside now, just continues to get cracked lower and lower and lower on this name. And again, they came out with some warnings there about their earnings and about some of the costs that they've incurred and the cars that they just have sitting on lots waiting for parts and whatnot. Ford just continues to get cracked so low now. Oh man, and what was that? That was 1 million shares to sell? Yeah, so it's 1 million shares. So it's 800,000 with the 200,000 paired. So it was at 1.1 million shares to sell. But, oh, man, trying to look for some levels on this one. If the market's going to go lower, Ford's got to go lower, right? So 12.30 breaker on that one. It's obviously been held here so far. But this is another name, do we really want to go short at these bottoms? I think it's very, very dangerous. I know I'm short into Google right now, but I just think it's dangerous to be short some of these names because you could get, CCL is fine. We have that. I'm waiting for the CCL short. We have reasons to be short on this one. We talked about the storm coming on the East Coast. They're having to dock some ships and so on and so forth. So I think that there's reasons to be short on CCL. And then the FedEx, we already know about that one. It's just, you could get a blowout here off the open because look at the rally. We have 4 minutes until the NASDAQ comes out, but you have a nice little rally upside here in the market. Wondering if that will continue a little bit here off the open. So for me, I'd sort of get my shorts sharpened up, the pencils sharpened up, and wait for some nice little pop up here as my eyes just keep on looking. Yeah, RCL is down, NCLH is down. They all have sell side imbalances as well. So yeah, we're excited for the day, but I need 8 more minutes to pass so that we can see what happens here off the open.
Mention FedEx simply just because of what happened yesterday. If you're with us in the afternoon, here's the chart. Huge pop as earnings came out. They were actually a little bit better than expected as far as the individual numbers are concerned. Here we are this morning, down once again, big time. Anything essentially above this area is basically all analyst moves to the downside this morning on FedEx coming off of that earnings report. June 2020 levels here this morning for FedEx.
Yeah, but it is one of those names. If it gets back above and holds a bit above 150, there's just so much room for it to even make a mild push back in to 55, 58, 60s on the week since we had that bad report. So, I look at it and I say, yeah, you can short this one off of the 150. It's giving you that right now, but if it breaks out, I wouldn't want to get trapped down there. I didn't mention CRM. I might prefer CRM as a trade today, just simply because it's not only does it have that same sort of 149, 150 shelf break, but if I look at where this one is, it's got a double bottom here also about 146. You take out this one, if you take this level out, there's just, the consolidation that this has had on the daily chart, when it hasn't really followed through since breaking down. There hasn't been that ugly, ugly day since it took out this 155 bottom. And I don't wonder if we get a real flush if this isn't one of the ones that could absolutely go. So I might have that more on my radar. Fubo is up today. You'll see. It did bounce off 4. I just got some 10s, just got some 14s there to the upside. So for now, this one looks like it's going to try to go to the upside. But it's a small cap. The market happens to be going up right now, but it's a small cap. I don't know if it's going to always follow the market. It has that short interest as well. So always want to pay yourself out as it's heading up. It's got this 420 resistance from the morning yesterday that I think could get a little bit respected there, Brendo.
The weather, the big story for CCL, RCL, and NCLH. Travel's been under pressure big time right across the board for the past couple of weeks with higher interest rates. People not going to have as much money to spend on traveling as well, despite I mean, I just went through a couple of airports, and that was definitely not the case. But what do we do with these cruise lines today, guys?
Yeah, I mean, you actually just brought up another point there about the interest rates that I never even really thought. I mean, obviously we've been thinking about it, but yeah, no, I think when you travel, like, you realize that there's a hell of a lot of money out there, and a lot of people have a lot of money to spend, and they don't care about anything. But I just feel like for the stock market and for this name in particular, it's just going to be a little bit of a rough ride here today. I mean, could be wrong on this. I mean, like we said, the market's rallying a little bit here. It's just we get those stories, right, coming through now about, just like what you said there, are cruise operators right now the place that you want to put your money in? I mean, you're down 4% right here today. If Daryl's on the chat, maybe he can pipe in here, because I know he trades CCL on a lot of these cruise lines as well. But Norwegian down 4%, Carnival down 4%. And you know what? It's just, holiday season's coming up. It is a major travel season right now. If weather becomes an issue, it's nice to see oil down 4% today for these cruise lines, because that does help them as well. So I can build sort of both sides of the case. It's just, I don't, with that storm coming, I just don't know if CCL makes back that 4% today. So I want to sit here and short where we were yesterday, 950, 960. I want to get short into that level. So that's sort of what I'm looking at here for this morning. CCL has been absolutely destroyed. So has NCLH, and we can call them all up. But look what it's doing right now. It's barcoding right here. So although we talked about it being destroyed for the last 6 months or so, but that's like every stock. Every stock looks like this, right? And there it is. Yes, sir, Google making that move to the downside. So we're going to spin it right here early for you on Google. Just got out at 50 right there. We got a 50 print there on Google. But okay, let's go back to CCL quickly. It's breaking below. That's the key level there. The 50 period is at 975. So for right now, that's going to be, a level of concern for me. I'm short. I'm waiting for $9.40 to open up here on CCL. And then there's the NASDAQ. That's what just came out. So I'm guessing that we had a little bit of a move down. Yeah, Apple with a sell side there. Amazon with I mean, it's not. Hold on, let's go over to the 1 minute chart here. So let's just zoom in to see what these have done. So Apple goes from 150, let me move this over a little bit so we can see, 151 down to, it just hits 150.40 there. So that would be creating that kind of a move to the downside. Apple, CCL, Palantir, I don't really see Amazon as a sell. Ooh, that gapped Amazon down 116.20. Amazon just printed 115.30. So wow, some of these imbalances definitely starting to affect some of these names, which is why, again, we did get that Google print down there at 50. So, I mean, you can't get much better of a print than that on that move. I'm hoping for a lot lower. But yeah, that's CCL. I know you have RCL up, and they're all kind of the same. I say pick your poison, but let's not be in it for too long, because we could be wrong on this, man. Oil up. Brendan just said, people are traveling. The airports are busy. So I, could be wrong on this one. Let's see what happens with CCL and the cruise lines.
Yeah, I mean, always love CCL for the trade. It does such good volume. RCL just has a pretty interesting chart today. And the thing is, it hasn't really broken down the same way. Like when CCL couldn't break that 11 to 11.20, RCL did break above 45. It got through to 50. Now it's pulling right back in and has not broken 45 to the downside. So when I look at the chart here, guys, 45 on the daily here is just an interesting wall. It was resistance, and unlike CCL, it was broken. You get down below there, and you got the 50 period for potential support. But again, if this holds and you've already pulled back, then you have what I think is the strongest looking chart of the group, and a chance to maybe hold this level here if it, and that's a big if, right? Like you break down, it is what it is, right? Like 45 short. But if we hold that at the open, I think there's room to the upside, and it's significant room to the upside. 47 where we closed, you got 50 where you had the last consolidation after that 47. So there's a case to be made that if you hold some of these levels at the open, you can go. Not as good volume on RCL. That's the reality. Like you want to hold this one for some moves there. It's not quite the scalping vehicle that CCL is at times, which does make it really appealing, CCL. But that 45, like I said, it has yet to be broken back down. If these cruise lines head down today, then to me, you're sort of hitting this floor and then working down to the 50-period moving average, right? So I like RCL today. Probably most days I would always go with CCL, but the chart, I just kind of favor RCL.
Very quiet day as far as small caps are concerned. This SPRO from yesterday up again this morning versus where we were at the end of the day yesterday. A couple things of note. This line is the gap line or gap level 240, which we're trading below right now. A ton of strength, however, still below this. Remember, this thing was super strong out of the gate yesterday. So watch 210.2 for support if we get a dip down into this level. But 240 important above that probably goes higher.
Sir, and there's two names I don't want to forget. One we mentioned, I think we probably said something about Coinbase at 60. I'm sure we did, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, it's on my list here.
But Block, this is the other one. In Block, it got crushed yesterday, even in the midst of a bit of bounce at the end of the day in Bitcoin and some of crypto. But Block is now below that 56. The June lows have already been taken out. It's trying to grind back higher. The way I see it is, until we get to that cluster where we close at 56. We had a wick top at about 56.70. If you break that, I'm out of the shorts. I don't want any part of shorting Block if we're through there. But until that price, I think it's a short. It's a huge level on the daily. There's another name, like if we take that top out, you could have one of those relief rallies on it. So I wouldn't get too stubborn with Block. But initially, I want to be shorting the pop on it, of course.
So I just punched, we only got 40 seconds to go now, and Tony the Tiger's on the bell. He's got his sweater on as well. He knows what's good. Right now, we got the sweater gang here. Neil, myself.
Cold is bad.
What's Brendo got on? He's got his shirt on. And then, he's over there. What's up, Tony? Hopefully that'll be a good day for all of us here. We just took out another piece of Google right here at 50, but it is coming back in. So let's wait to see where that surprise comes from on Google today. We're bidding in the 20s. Maybe we get a little bit of a dip buy here for Google. And then after that, 99.80s, so on and so forth. Let's see what happens downside for Google, Neil. It's only 10 seconds to go, and it's the Tiger Man on the bell. So here we go. Come on, Google. That's coming down. So let's go right now. 3, 2, Tony, and 1. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the party, because it looks like we are about to have one today as the market is down 1%. Let's see what we can do for you here today as far as trading is concerned, watching Meta, Amazon, CCL, all these names as per usual.
Yeah, and of course, the usual thing happens on NVIDIA. Like, the first thing it does is try to make that spike to the upside. So we get that 125 look, right? So it gets up to 125. I take the first short in front of it. I'm going to try working down to 123 here to make sure I grab some profit, because I've seen this party before on the chips. And when they get going, you want to make sure that you're taking profit. If the short's going to work, fair enough. But I'm not going to get blown out on a chip name. I didn't go over Intel. So as NVIDIA came up, Intel actually still looking very weak. It tried to get through 28 and then failed to that downside. So NVIDIA grabbed the short, still in some FUBO. Still think that one can go to the upside. A bit of a different story there.
Money's already falling down. Doesn't matter what we wear, does it? Right now, Google, nice little move to the downside right there. We are now out of 60% of that as we got our 20 bid there. So we got the bid that we wanted. Google all the way to the downside, so we did take out a decent percentage there, out twice at 99.20 right now, as the market is starting to rally back a little bit right now. So we'll have to watch out for these plays coming through. I still want to hold this Google short. That's not scaring me whatsoever. Let's just check out on CCL right now, 920. So not at a level that I want to short. I want to see a little bit of a pop up. I don't know if we went to that level, but I'm sitting there for that in case it does pop up. Just watching out for the NASDAQ. We're still well below that 11,500 level that we were concerned with, and just looking for some more plays coming out now. So the only trade that I have on is this Google. I may take another out here just because on Google. So let's put one more bid there. Go take a 37 out, and then now just wait to see what happens. We only have 30% left on this short, and just looking for some more names, man. I like your NVIDIA call there. And
it's through 125. So when it breaks the stop, I'm out, and I'm being patient. If it's still good in 5-10 minutes, then I'll jump right back to it. I'm into Square now, which I think is going to be a little bit more volatile. But remember, Square, right in that channel from the afternoon yesterday. If it gets above this channel, then I want no part of it. I totally forgot about Cassava Sciences because I know it made that crazy move. We're not going to get 50s on Cassava Sciences, obviously. That's going to be gone. But it did try to bounce off 38. It got a couple of bucks and looks like it's rolling over. So I did pay for shorts, but I wanted to short it if it had any kind of a big relief rally. That doesn't look like it's going to be in the cards. Apple here, trying to look. See, Apple's looking relatively strong. I actually see it trying to break up. This is what Google was doing in the morning yesterday, where you kind of had this slow grind to the upside. If it starts holding above 150 long enough, then there's going to be some long plays out there, I do think. But I want to be very patient. None of my other shorts have come in here. I'm looking for RCL. That has yet to break. It's getting close. I don't know where CCL is for you, but RCL is getting close to that 45 breakdown, which I want to have, but it's not there yet. So I'm not going to jump the gun here, guys. Brendo?
Some M&A action late in the day yesterday. This Cano Health just popping up on volume once again this morning. They said in the pre-market here, they are conveniently now exploring the possible sale of the company after receiving that potential bid yesterday. If you remember, this thing goes from 6 to 9.5, but a bit of a flush here to start for Cano.
They are exploring. Yeah, that's going to be that. Remember, we have that Osh, we have Cano, Humana. They're all involved there in that play. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else we could do, man. I mean, I took these trades for you. I averaged into them. We got the position that we wanted for Google, and now it's $1.20 in the money. We just took a piece out. Now we're light, man. Now we have 15% left of this trade. It just went back down into that pre-market level that we called. So we got to stick with some of our stories here, right? That was a good move all the way to the downside. So now we're pretty much flat on Google. So that's, I mean, 1 for 1. How many trades do you need? Like, go to the beach, man, if you have that trade, if you're in a warm spot, or if you're here, you know, grab some hot chocolate or something. But that was, just another banger right there. So really happy with the way that one turned out. But maybe now we start to go back up to the upside. I mean, that was that early flush there in the NASDAQ, and it didn't even go down too far, man. It just, you're down that 1%. Now you're starting to bump up again. Yeah, so Meta was a name that I wanted to look at. It just went right back up to its highs. So I'm looking at a 142.50 maybe break on Meta. But new position alert, AMD. We're going to try to short this one again into the 69.20 area where yesterday's high or yesterday's bottom was. So let's just see. The market's bumping up. Hey, look, man, we can give some money back now, man. We've crushed the Google trade, so it's all good on that. Let's just wait to see now what happens with AMD. Our out 60. I already have the target out, man. 69.25 break. We're out on AMD, but let's just average into this trade as it's a nice little bump up. I really want to get that Meta long, but I don't want to go long Meta if I'm going to go short AMD right now. So let's just see. We'll play the short thesis for now. We are short AMD. We're going to average in one more time here at 10, which we should get. Well, we almost got. And once we do that, then we're going to get out, like I said, where we want to. 69.20 break, we're going to get out of that one. But for right now, we were just in the money on AMD. Wow, these names are crazy. Let's see what AMD wants to do today. We're in the money about 6 cents so far.
Yeah, I just got into Apple there. It looks like it held at 150.50 actually and broke 151 to the upside. Score got very close to that top. It got to 98, 56.98.
Come on, AMD.
2 cents away. But we got a halt on ATXI. They had that reverse split, yada, yada, yada. Went up for some whatever reason, which sometimes happen. Now it's halted downside. Looks like it'll open at about 520. So it's going to open to that downside, guys. Watch out for ATXI. Should be open in a couple of minutes.
Man, like, remember I told you yesterday when you're on one, you're on one? I mean, now AMD is 40 cents in the money, and then there it is, man. We're just cashing out on this move to the downside. Like I said, we don't know where the market's going to go, but, you know, when you've got it, right? I mean, that's what it is. So we short that one, and we're going to go 2 for 2, big time 2 for 2 as well. Look at AMD. Come on, baby. This is even better than we thought here, man. The casino is open. I hear some woos. What's up, Sharif, in the background there, my man? Here we go to the downside. We talked about that. I mean, hopefully some of the guys behind us have some of these trades as well. This is another banger. 2 for 2 on the day today. We short AMD. We short Google. We talked about, what we were looking for today. Couple shorts came in already. There it is, man. We hitting some goals right now to the downside on just 2 trades. So, I mean, we talked about being more patient. We hit these levels. You're here. The party's just getting started. Let's go. This is Trader TV Live. Make sure you hit the like button. Let's see if we can get to 2K real quick.
Yeah, real quick, just looking right over at the futures here. Here's an idea of what's actually going on here. We're still trending, I think, a little bit to the upside. I do like Apple for a little bit of a relief long. If we do break support, like 11.4s, got to watch out. Is Apple going to be able to hold its support? That's at 150.60. For now, 151 looks pretty juicy. We did get a reopen to the downside on that ATXI, but RCL and the cruise lines, at least as far as I can tell, those are the ones I came in thinking that was going to be just, if it can still break 45. I still think it can break 45, and I'm going to short it if it breaks 45. But if you don't break this level, then I think there's a relief rally potential long in there on RCL. So we'll see what happens. It's about to test it right now. Fubo is still going up, by the way, so I think it's in its own bucket today. I think we have a shot on Fubo for a breakout long. If the market wants to go down, this is going to go up. Then I like Fubo. But RCL 45 about to come into play.
Yeah, I have Fubo breaking 420. If it breaks 420, we'll go long on that one. I don't know. Honestly, man, I mean, whatever. I'm just going to slap the WTF on some of these trades right now. Like, you always wish you added a couple zeros to the positions at the... I mean, there's $1 in the money now on AMD. Like, we just put that trade out for you there at 69. I mean, couldn't get any better. And then we were 3 pennies away, 2 pennies away from getting more shares there, which would have been an even bigger banger right now. We're going to go deuces here, 2 for 2, and throw it back over to Brenda. What you got, homie?
It's been consecutive recent lows here for APE over the past few sessions, guys. We gapped down into all-time lows for APE, but we've done nothing but go straight higher since the open. On decent volume, it's worth mentioning. Not seeing anything on this, but APE, very strong.
Strong? Oh, that's a little surprising to me. Look, we'll look for that for potential fade, but Tesla just touched 280. Looks like it wants to try to break down there. I want to go to Rivian because that's the name I usually prefer, and Rivian's starting to roll over. Didn't quite get to my entry point that would have liked, but here's Tesla breaking the bottom. Here's Rivian, not yet through those lows, so I want to short pops or anything in that 33 range off of Rivian as we see that sympathy play over the downside. Tesla 3% down and starting to churn as it looks like it's going to break that support level. I do still have Square. That's the one I preferred pretty much where it was. Apple might break support, in which case I'll be holding on to Square for life and then see what happens there. That's working the money. Rivian I just entered, and Fubo, I think it has a chance to break that 420, but the market coming back in, Fubo just pull back. I'm on the 403 bid. It looks like it didn't fill 403s. Never mind. It's back up to 410, 411. Thought we were getting the dip buy on Fubo at $4, but it looks like it's resisting that for now.
All right. Yeah, we're just gonna go right there and just put out a tweet here because I'm just holding on to these trades, man. I mean, we're gonna wait to see what happens. We just took a nice little bid there on AMD. It's down to 68 flat, man. I mean, I'm at 68.03 right now. I mean, what's really the difference here? I'm gonna cancel that 03 and just see if I can get something here at 07 or 08 or something like that. We're at 07 right now. Let's see if it fills us. There it is. Yes, sir. One more time there for AMD on the banger of the day right there for me, anyways. I mean, Google's the same kind of way for me. In the money $1. Both these trades in the money $1 right now. Let's just see, is there anything at support? Is there anything anywhere right now? Yeah, AMD. So again, a good little out there. We only have 30% of that trade left, but maybe that move is finished. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to bid here, get a little bit more out here if we can. Drop down a little bit more AMD into the teens, and we'll take a bid on that. You know what? Forget about it. Let's just, there we go. We'll just bid that out right there, 25 or whatever. Get that out as maybe it's starting to rally backside a little bit right now. Google did make a move back down, so I think we can get out another piece here on Google. So let's do that at 16 if we can. There it is. Give it to us. There it is. It runs right through us. Another one for Google. So we're just getting lighter on these positions. We've had a big morning so far. So let's just wait to see. Tesla's down to 280 right now and screaming. Down 3% Tesla right here. Some of these names, man, just keep on getting
Tesla's down, but like NIO's down a heck of a lot worse than that. So, well, it's actually only 4%. It just bounced about 20 pennies off those lows. So watch out for NIO. I haven't checked in on Alibaba or any other Chinese names, but this one looking like it's going to be a rough start for NIO once again. Watching 1775. I like those pre-market bottoms to find some support there. I did just take some out of Square. It popped down to 55.70 or so. Looks like that one's going to end up working. And I work into some Rivian, but let's not forget a couple of things. It was that ATXI. It opened to the downside and now halted back to the upside. So if it tries to get higher, reverse split, stock should be going down in my opinion. I think if there's any pop in, I want to try and fade this. I paid for shorts. I'll take a shot if it opens and tries to take out 650. I'll try to short that, and if it tries to take out the pre-market highs, I'll go into that as well. Into some Rivian shorts as Tesla tries to bounce, but I'm not sure how far Tesla's going to be able to bounce. And if Rivian's below 33, then I want to have that short, unless Tesla's screaming through those highs. Rivian's been getting crushed the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Rivian has been really getting crushed the last couple of weeks. I mean, some of these names, I've already said it to you guys before. Tesla's the next shoe to drop. We talked about Amazon dropping at 140. That's at 115, 114 right now. This is the next shoe to drop, in my opinion, is going to be Tesla. I've already sold some of mine, got out of that one, waiting for lower lows here on Tesla as it's right now breaking even lower to the downside right now. So some of these names just keep getting destroyed. Amazon, again, another one there. There's Fubo finally breaking, so we'll sit here and watch to see what Fubo wants to do. So we are now long at $4.20, like we just said that we were going to take this trade. And again, man, if we could just do that and get in and out quickly, I mean, that's not a horrible idea. We're actually long at 21s. We didn't get a great price there, but that's okay. Fubo only goes up to 425 right there. So let's wait to see if it does go back up there. You know, you can get a piece out. It's starting to run. I mean, the volume just spiked up pretty good there. I'm going to get out if we take down this 4. I mean, that's pretty easy for me. 25 cents worth of risk, see if this one can go. We'll take out a piece, pay for fees up there at 425 because that's where it stopped. And a win is a win, but we are going to try to hold this one back down here for a break of 4. So we'll wait to see what Fubo does. But other than that, man, AMC, Google, we did get a piece, or AMD, we did get a piece out of that one. Was looking for some meta plays as well. What is Costco? Did Costco eventually rally back? No, so it did.
Tesla took the low again.
Yeah, Tesla's done, man. You can just short that name forever, I think.
Yeah. Tesla's kind of done. I'm going to add to Rivian if I can. I just tried to grab Tesla, and when it took 280 the second time, I tried to grab that as well to the short side, but instead I'm going to try and add to my Rivian position, which is probably going to let me do so at a more reasonable price. And that's the thing. If it's going to lag, then that gives me a shot at a bit of an entry point. Brendan, was that a call?
Just noting, guys, as Tesla made a day low there, some of the Chinese EV makers just popping up on volume at day highs, including XPeng just taking out that pre-market high to the upside. NIO not so much, though, 3.8% downside, so rejected 18. But XPeng, all kinds of strength again.
Ooh, so you'll see I'm now out of Apple. I tried to have a long in there. I wanted something relatively strong, but the market said it's going to be the other way, man. It's like Marlo said, man, you want it to be one way? Well, it's the other way. And when I saw Tesla break the bottoms, I had the opportunity to be able to get Rivian at a good price. So able to work into this one as Tesla continues to flush that downside. Apple 150 is about to come in now, right? So it got to 149.84. That's the actual low, so I'd look for that as a break. But the cruise lines are still, this is weird, they're still holding up, man. I don't know what's going on here, but they don't seem to want to break any lower than this. And if the market keeps taking lows and we keep holding, then I gotta get into the long on RCL. I said this is the only one out of that group that I wanted the long side if it doesn't break this floor. Here we are at 945, and we're still above that 45 level. So risk to reward here happens to favor the relief rally in the cruise lines, as crazy as that seems.
Yeah, I actually canceled all my. I actually just canceled all my cruise line offers there. Yeah, because I'm kind of the same way there. I don't know what's going on. So we're gonna wait to see if we can get in and out of that one. The cruise line trade there. Yeah, I'm not gonna trade CCL. Now it's just not doing the right thing. If it goes upside, we will be there for that, obviously, on that upside move for a CCL. But AMD, I was just looking at it. It just stopped sort of there at 68 flat. So we're gonna put another bid down there. It did crank lower. I know you were just talking about Apple there a little bit, but there it is at 150.60 right now. So Apple, a nice long, oh man, that long off 150, yikes, darn it. Okay, maybe, I mean, if we do bottom here, Apple's still down 1.3%, so that's not going to be the name that I want, actually. Meta is maybe going to be the name that I want. That's still down 1.05. What else is ripping around here? Netflix 234, that's moving there. PMI numbers are coming out, I guess. We also do have the Fed speak today at 2 p.m. You do get Fed Chair Powell on the mic, so that's going to be a disaster at some point as well. Microsoft, I mean, he's not going to have anything nice to say. He didn't have anything nice to say before. I kind of find it weird that he might have something nice to say now, so I back away from that. But Microsoft is a name that we could look at too, because that's only down 0.45. We know that Microsoft's been pretty strong, and it's looking to take out this 240. So that top is 240.25. I actually don't mind that play there, 240.25 for Mr. Softy.
Yeah, and we'll do this one for Square. It goes right into that cluster from yesterday. It was right at the close, right? It got up to like 56, and then you had this top here at 56, 70 or so. It rejects that breakout, and now you're seeing it start to come back into the downside, so that continues to flush in. Rivian, of course, not as bad as Tesla, but when I tried to get Tesla, I was able to at least add to Rivian. That's some consolation. I'm now in RCL, but if RCL breaks, look, if RCL breaks 45, I don't want any part of it. Fubo's still working, so if you're looking for a long, I suppose, look, there might be something else out there as this loads up. There might be something else out there, but Fubo really is going off that 4. It's through 420. My next offer is in front of 30s here, and I think 440 to 450 looks like a reasonable spot to try to get some price. You better be paying yourself, I think, if you're in any long right now. Like, you want to take some profit. Like, we're definitely headed to the other direction, right? But I just got my first fill in Rivian to the downside, so that continues to flush a little bit. I just meant to hit the home run, but I hit the catapult. That was in honor of Aaron Judge, who's having a tremendous season.
Did he get another one last night? I missed it.
I don't think he got another one, but I think it's inevitable. I think he's going to be the new record holder for the American League, and I hope Albert Pujols gets his 700th as well. No one even talks about that, but the guy's a legend, man.
Yeah, there's only, 3 people with 700 right now.
Yeah.
So
because A-Rod, steroid A-Rod didn't get there.
Yeah, no, but steroid Barry Bonds,
wow.
So that's another one
Fair
there.
enough.
So, yeah, exactly. So we'll see the steroid era, an interesting one for Major League Baseball, but those of you that know that know that. Okay, so Fubo, yeah, there it is, man, breaking upside now. So this is what we're doing, man. We're doing it again here. We have a long, not only am I trading major cap names, but we're also trading these little guys as well. Fubo through, now 10 cents in the money. I mean, again, how many thousands of shares do you guys have, right? I mean, you might want to start taking profits at some point when these names start to do this, but that's Fubo right now, starting to go back to the upside. I'm waiting. Actually, I just got another out. So I got another out at 30. I'm just going to keep ticking these to the upside right now. So there goes Fubo. I mean, again, this could easily pull back, so just watch out for that name. Just a quick look before we go to Brandon. I just want to see what FedEx is doing. FedEx ripped all the way back up to the upside. I'm canceling my idea here on FedEx. So I don't want that name anymore. We're doing really great today. I'm already up a third of what I was up yesterday. So it's been a great day. AMD is now down $1. Like, we're crushing AMD today. That's $1 plus in the money and still making that move down. What's up, Brendo?
Here's that PMI you were mentioning there just out, guys. A little bit higher than expected, but market not really reacting to this. 51.8 versus 51 on the September number for the manufacturing. The services, 49.2 versus 45, so much higher on that side. But as we said, not really a reaction to that.
I don't think it was a low blow. We'll hit that one. I don't think it's a low blow to just tell it like it is. It's the truth when it comes to those leaders. I'm a big baseball guy. But Rivian just broke the low of the day. I'll take some out as it gets through that 32 quarter. I'll have another bid in front of 32 even because that's what I like to do. And one of the things is, this happened yesterday as well. Like when Tesla was absolutely crushing itself to the downside, I sort of said, okay, well, if I'm not, and I tried getting this curl, I missed it, but the first thing I was able to do was just go right over and punch short Rivian. It hadn't gone yet, and you knew it was probably going to do so. So you jump over, you grab a related name. Block just went, now it's like $1.70 in the money. Block, as that works back into the downside. It's not even at the lows of the day at 54. Coinbase, which, I mean, Coinbase went to the upside as well, so that 60 is still in play for a breakdown in Coinbase, and I'm probably going to kick myself over this one because CRM, Salesforce went right to 150, 149.85, and is now back down at the low of the day. So there's always something that you miss out on. Today, for me, it's going to have been CRM.
Yeah, there's like you said, there's
always something.
There's always going to be something that both of us miss, of course, and I mean that's part of trading, right?
Well,
you're not going to get it one way and not the other. All right, so we did take Microsoft down here. I mean, it's absolutely. I just wanted the long here in Microsoft. We talked about that it was relatively strong for it, but now it doesn't look like it wants to be too strong. A breakthrough 239, we can get out of this name, no problem. So if it breaks down through 239, we'll give it a little bit of love down there. But we are now long 239.22. So you know, this one can rip faces off as well. So we'll see if this one can get back up to the upside. There it is. We'll take a 28 out just to relieve some pressure there. We'll sit in the 40s in case it wants to get back to the upside. But there it is. There it's, yeah, it's going to break us out right now. As it takes out 90, we'll get out of Microsoft if that does happen. There it goes as well. So boom, to the downside goes Microsoft. We got a little bit out there for like 10 cents, but that's our first losing trade. So we'll flush that down the toilet as we go, man. I mean, but we still have the AMD. We still have the Google. Wow, you are starting to get low.
Someone just asked a good question. They go, if we see the June lows on the SPY, would you look for some longs? Yes. I mean, it's not just long anything, but if I find a strong stock, it's on support, when the market hits support, yeah, sure, I would absolutely do that. And I want to shout out Joseph Morgan here because he said you got in 04s and out 30 on Fubo. Well, it had a bit of a wick here. So Fubo got right into 35s. I should be on my 15-minute chart. There we go. I just got right into this level where it rolled over yesterday and then rejected it. So that's a good out. I was taking shares out there on the way up, but when you get these crazy wicks, those are decent places to get out. But guess what it just did? It just bounced off of 420, right? So I'm not sure the move is necessarily done. If it wants to be strong into a weak market, then I'm all for it at this particular point. RCL, which is the other long I have, it's still in the pocket. The reason I like this is if it doesn't break that bottom and the market finds a bit of a bid, these have been so badly beaten up that I just figured the risk to reward does favor the long. I'm going to add in front of those lows, but I still like the 45 short as Tesla. My goodness, Tesla.
This is just,
yeah, it's getting ugly. Well, it's already ugly in Tesla.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
Tesla,
already ugly. What am I talking about?
I feel like Tesla we all should have been shorting that one anyways. I've been talking about how I'd like to short in Tesla for a long time. there. Darn it. I did sell some. So I sold some. I think I'll have to go back to see what it was pre-split pricing there. But we sold some at 9.12. It was 1 to 3, right? So we sold some at 9.28. We sold some, I think it was 8.98 or something like that. We talked about when we did it on the show. So yeah, that was another play there for me. A new trade though, Neil was just talking about the same thing that I'm thinking about as well. Find a name that could be pretty strong here off of some kind of support. So again, I don't know if Apple's going to be strong here or not today, but it is down there at this 149.80 level. So, you know, for me to think about that, I like it. I like this long down here against that level. If it takes it down, then we're easy, man. We're easy on this. Like if it goes to the downside, we get out and we say thank you very much, and we tried it. But if it does go back up to the upside, we have a strong name that we could definitely take advantage of right now. I mean, you want to talk about taking advantage of something? I'm just going to get out of Google. I mean, this has just been such a move to the downside right now that I don't really see any reason to hold on to this. We don't have a huge position left, so let's just get out right now. As soon as I say that, it starts to rally up a little bit, which is great because look at what's going on with Apple right here as it's going back up to the upside. But we're going to try to get out a piece of Google. Give me those 63s, man. Well, there we go. So that's a nice play. Apple did it go to 40 there? Jeez, what was I doing? Just watching that Google trade when I had way more shares on Apple. So let's take a piece out on Apple here in the 20s if we can do that. And then we'll see. I don't even know if it went to 40 there, but it did. Yeah, it did go to 40, darn it. So that went all the way up. So we just had a 35-cent win on Apple that I ignored. So that's a big mistake. But yeah, still lots of fun to happen here. I want to take some more out on Apple and I want to average in. AMD, Google's out now. I mean, I can't do it any better than that. It's on the sticky note to short 100. That's exactly what we got. What's up to Weaver Welder there? Thank you for the $10. SQQ, baby. Yeah, that's that triple short on the NASDAQ. Triple short, triple the fun, triple the money.
And one of the reasons why, like it's all about just sort of finding the entry points. But, you know, if you're overall thinking we're bear, that's the other way you can play. Yeah. You can always just play like the indexes, or obviously you can play the futures as well, which Arun talks about. But we did just have a decent bounce, right? So 32 just held on Rivian. I'm going to take some out in front of a level like that every single time. It's an even dollar. The market's trying to make some levels. Still holding up. I haven't looked at CCL, but still holding up above 45 is going to be that RCL. And CCL, yeah, it's holding $9 it got to. We did talk about Ford in the pre-market, not quite at $12, but it's getting pretty darn close. I mean, Ford at 12, if the market's not breaking lower, it's going to be hard not to be on that bid. I'll be honest with you guys. I'll probably be on the bid of Ford if we get down there. Coinbase, Square's now, it's still about $1.70 in the money. I've scalped what I want to out of this. I want to see if I can't hold through a break of the low, but both Square or Block and Coinbase holding some of these bottoms for now. So there are some names that look like they want to hold up. I am looking for a couple of longs here to see if we can get. And I know Meta had been relatively strong, but it just broke the lows, 140, very close to being on the bid for Meta here. So I think that's a pretty big psychological level for Meta. Be a lot of people looking for that break. I think it's not a bad scalp trade just to get in that 99s or whatever you happen to get on that 99 print and then see if you can't work it lower. Could be the next shoe to drop is CCL. So RCL at 45. About to break that to the downside. We'll see if this can hold up. It's one of the few names that hadn't broken the low yet. Now it's about to, Brendo.
Back to a key level here for Cassava Sciences as well from yesterday. This 44 held at one point as resistance and support, but we're tagging that right now on a big bounce here for Sava.
Sava, the other name there would be Fubo. I mean, Cassava is different than Fubo, but Fubo just went up to 428 again and 427 again and stopped. So you might want to watch out for that kind of a name. We're already out. We're at 21s. We're out a couple times at 25. Then we're out once at 30 there as well. So we're going to watch out for that Fubo trade. But you know what, man? We're doing it on both ends right now. Let's just go again. Whether or not it's a short or it's a long, I'm here for you. There's Apple with the long, now 30 cents in the money. We take this market both ways, baby. Apple, Amazon, AMD, all these names really traded well here again today. We only have one losing trade. That was that Microsoft long that is now huge. But again, we get stopped out, so kind of no surprise on that one. But that's another stop out area for me there on Amazon. But we didn't, what can we do? Sorry, on Microsoft there, a stop out on Microsoft. So we'll wait to see there. But yeah, not great here. Let's wait to see where the market wants to go. I still like the names here today that we're looking at. So I still have hope that we can get a little bit of a rally market here. This is Apple's in the money. I still want to try to maybe short AMD. The chips have been really, really weak. So if there's going to be one name that I'm short on, it would be that. What's up now?
No, and it's just, remember I told you that keystroke that I always make on the EJ stop orders?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I just did it again.
Oh, no.
At some point, I'll explain to you guys what I'm talking about, but like right now, Meta just broke that 140. I was able to get it at 96 ultimately there, but there's a very specific type of keystroke that I'll make, and I'll explain it a little bit later when things slow down. Probably not worth going over as we speak. I just want to get my stop in place in case this does fail the breakdown here. So there we go. Stop in place on Meta. This is just that 140 break. That's what we like. I like these sort of levels when they go, and then you try to scalp a little bit out on the way downside. We're in only shorts now because what do you think happened to RCL, right? Like the market took out the lows. It could not hold that 45. So I got out, reversed it into the short, and I want to see if we can't hold on to that short. RCL heading downside. Meta just took a little bit of profit to make sure that we're scalping some. It's all short. Square now, block now, $2 in the money. But you know what's holding up pretty well? Hey, that Fubo is still going to the upside. Well, at least holding 420, I should say. No longer screaming to the upside. Cassava Sciences. Look, I said if it got back up toward those pre-market levels, I would be fading it. It's on my radar, but you can see the freight train that it is right now. I want to make sure that we're being patient with this. Let this one come to me. Rivian is now. Oh, never mind. It broke 32. It got down to 31.96. I wanted to say it was now below that 32 level, continuing to flush. The shorts are in, man. The only thing I got long is going to be that Fubo. And I feel like if this continues to hold 420 with the market screaming down, it's going to be the long to have. But I don't want to ignore what's going on. FedEx showing some signs of life here, down 1.7%, but at least trending back into the upside. That's another one that not too bad here. If the market catches the bottom, there's a bit of a relief rally happening in FedEx.
You know, one thing that I can't believe right now was Coinbase. Coinbase went all the way to $63, man, today. Like, what was up with that? Okay, a nice little average in price down here for Apple. I mean, it doesn't matter until you get it out, right? So we're going to have to watch out for that trade. We were trying to play it off the bottom. Neil's right. I mean, these shorts are in. There's been some great short holds today. But I like.
Should have only been short.
Yeah, you should. I mean, yeah, that's. Yesterday, today the only one I've lost on. I mean, we're going to be long Apple right now too, but the only name that we've lost on today was Microsoft, and that long eventually worked. It didn't work because we lost on it, but and now Microsoft's pulling back in. But right there, it's right back at that level again. If you did like the long, I've sort of dug into Apple a little bit here. I can get away from it. I'm getting out 7s, 8s, 9s there as it's ripped back up. We're long 93. I mean, look, we're taking if I could take 15 cents on some of these longs, we'll do that. Do I want to hold for more? Of course. I think we can get a big rally up today. We could. I mean, that's the whole point, right? Neil and I, you'll continue to see a good hold there on AMD for me, a good hold on Square there. This is $1.25 now in the money. We had a great hold on Google that's now $2 in the money from the sticky note. So thanks everyone for the support and the likes on that at TraderTV, Sean. But yeah, oil's down 6%
okay,
right
that
now.
is right then.
Yeah, down 6%. I think you got to pick up some oil. We got to look at some Oxy maybe.
Well, I mean, I double checked because sometimes I know it's like, am I on the right contract? Am I looking at it right? Because 6% and screaming to the downside is oil. So I am looking over to see what's going on in an Oxy here because at this point, I've got the shorts on that I want. I don't really have a long that I'm looking for off these lows. I just want to see if we can follow through. So I look at where Oxy is and okay, it's a couple of dollars away from that support. I mean, 55, 56 is more the level on Oxy. I'm not sure we get there today, but I wanted to make sure I checked it out when I saw oil was down 6%. It is 10 o'clock. That means don't make Brennan wait. Let's go to Brennan. Let's go to Brennan for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock brought to you by scans.com, the all-in-one stock scanning news and alerts platform built for day traders effortlessly identify the best stocks to trade every single day. Scans.com, shout out to them. Check them out, QR code at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, Wall Street downside once again. Here comes the 5th negative week out of the last 6. So we are continuing to slide currently. Here's a look at the board right now. 1.8 for the S&P, 1.4 for the Dow. 2% already for the Russell 2000. Did note there was some strength initially in that group. Here we go. Almost 2% for the NASDAQ Composite 100, 1.8 as well. To the downside, no bid yet. For Boeing, just tagged 4% on the way through 133, looks like now for Boeing. We had QCOM on the note this morning as well on a positive deal that they had come up with this morning as well. Check out the watch list, guys. 120, though, is what I was trying to say there. Was support in the pre-market. No longer. That gets taken out as well for Qualcomm, guys. Back to you.
Nastiness happening in the market now.
This is happening, man.
Yeah, I had the wrong
City.
price for Apple, which is all good. There goes Coinbase. So yeah, for the Apple price, I put 148 instead of 149. So I did have to take about a 10-cent hit more than we thought. But Apple, again, you know, downside movement, man. I think you just stay short this market. All the shorts are really cashing in. We do have a new position to learn. I don't know. I mean, we got this one right in the chaos of the market, so I don't know if it's going to work. But it's Coinbase. I'm going to give this up to 60-40. It's not a big trade. It would have been bigger if the movement happened earlier, but because we're sort of taking out the bottoms right now in the market, I don't know if we want to necessarily be holding on to this Coinbase if it does get above the 60-50. So we'll average in here a little bit, and then we'll take it 60-25 or so for an average, and then get this out at 60-40, 60-50 there. So that's what I'm looking at here for Coinbase.
I saw the note from Brendan that was like pins. You know, there are more M&A rumors likely to explore a sale, and they're down 4%. So, yeah, well, you're getting a discount. Anybody that's interested in Pinterest, well, I mean, buying the company is going to get a discount today. But it's bounced off the 50 period at least a few times here. So I'm watching 22 here. If the market can find a bottom, sometimes deal interest gives you a bit of a floor, right? Because there's always somebody that's looking to say, okay, well, it's a worthy bet. Just on the chance they can strike a deal. So 22 would be that level. But we just keep heading into the downside here. We just got that meta breakdown. Still on the daily, sorry guys. We just got that meta break at 140. It got to 139.25. I took a second leg out there. Now I want to hold on. If we reclaim 140, I'll give it back to 140.40 and then see where we can go here. RCL, which it's like defending on longs is where it's gone wrong, right? Like I didn't reverse in Apple, but I did take the hit in Apple on that long. But we reversed. We said if we're below 45, I like that level for RCL. It's now trending back into 44. I want to give this room to go and try to find some places to reload because on the daily, it gets really juicy beneath here. Like if we end up with one of those like 2, 3, 4% down days, I could see RCL, you know, absolutely heading down to 41, 42. Like it would not be crazy for it to get there just based on where it is in the chart. And even if we're still below here, I'd look at that same trade again tomorrow, on Monday, I should say.
Oh yeah, that's right. Monday. Yeah, weekend.
Tomorrow.
That's
what
nice.
am I
Nice to
talking
see
about?
the weekend coming out right now. Okay, I mean 238.50. What's that bottom? These bottom wicks right here. 238, 238.25 here. Let's try to average into softy. I mean, I'm waiting for a little bit of a move down here for Microsoft to see if we can pick up a few more shares onto the downside here. But I do want to test out that 50 level to see if there is going to be some support there for Microsoft at 50. So we're going to test that. And then honestly, man, if we break below 238, then we can get the hell out of this name for sure. So let's just start to average in a little bit here to Microsoft. Look, if we don't get the very bottom, that's fine, but 238.25, I feel like there is some sort of need here to trade this name today. I just, it's not as red as the rest. So that's, you know, that's sort of my logic there. We'll take a little bit of this bump and take it out on the upside right now, but let's see, maybe we can make a home run trade here or a hero trade with Microsoft and see if it can get back up to that 240 level right there. If the market rallies, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a good name, but we will take a piece out. We're long at 80 right now, and we're out right there on VWAP at 07s or so. So let's see, maybe Microsoft has the chance to go. If there's going to be one long, I think it might be this one. So we're going to hold on to this and see how high we can get here on Microsoft. Coinbase just came in for us as well.
And I was talking about some of the Chinese names. BABA still on its lows. It actually just put a big wick bottom here through the low. And when I see a wick bottom, if you hold the previous low, then I kind of like it for a little bit of a long setup. I looked over at NEO, and that's just stronger. NEO is all the way back to $18 here. So, wow. So NEO might be one that if we get a bounce in the market, I might look to this for a little bit of strength. I'm a little bit shocked to see NEO doing what it's doing, especially when I looked at BABA, and BABA's still kind of down at those lows. So NEO looking pretty strong here. I don't want to take a breakout on the stock, but if it starts holding the pre-market lows down at VWAP, yeah, that can be a long entry, at least something we can dig our teeth into. I go back over to Roku, and it's now holding, come on, man. I'd hit enter like, there we go. Not Roku. Oh, yeah, I got them mixed up. I want Roku. I want Fubo. Fubo TV. It's bouncing right back toward that 410 area. Hit enter a second time. Just got down to 404. I was on the bid at 03, so I did just miss that. That's splitting hairs. If it comes down there, I'll take like 05s or 06s next time because I want to get back into this one of the long side as it looks like it's trying to make a secondary run here. But NEO is super strong. Got to watch this.
We are just absolutely on fire one more time here today. Hit the sirens. There's Microsoft. Look at this trade all the way back up to the upside. Let's see if we can hold that. And by the way, look at Coinbase. Thank you for that, Coinbase. Big time trade for me on Coinbase as well there, as we're short at 60.25 right now. And we just got some out in the 80s and 70s there, waiting for 50s on Coinbase. What's up, B?
Another one of these ones that reverse split recently to get back above $1 and back above the min bid requirements, making moves here 35% for ATHX once again. Huge volume coming in at day highs here.
Okay.
Here comes the turn, I think, in NEO as well. NEO just got to the high, making a bit of a turn, so you got a bit of a double top. This is the dip that I'm going to be looking for to try to catch a bid on NIO. Just relative strength, it's all it's about. I'm looking for something in the 1785 range. So somewhere around here at the previous pre-market low in front of VWAP is what I look to be able to grab. Back over to Rivian because you got to monitor your shorts when you start getting these like little pushbacks. It's putting in a lower high, so I did scalp in front of 32. I'm looking for a re-entry point here. If we can hold the line here, maybe head back down, I wouldn't mind that. But when I see the market bouncing, I want to be very hesitant or at least cautious about where we take more shares in. This is still bouncing back up towards some highs, and look at what's happening in Tesla. Tesla's right on those lows. So I have to understand that, yeah, Rivian's worked, but it's not nearly as weak as the reason I got in, which is Tesla. If we're going to head lower, it feels like Tesla's definitely the weaker name. I see NEO showing some relative strength. Meta's right back up to that 140. So if I re-enter this trade, it's got to be right around this failure at 140, but not on the way up. Got to be on the way down.
And this has just been another banger of a day here trading, man. I mean, we basically exercised our demons on Microsoft, and now we're trying to go perfect today. Let's just see. I mean, it's came up to VWAP here a bunch of times, man, and we have a bunch of outs. So we're out of 40% of this name. So, just be careful if you are shorting it with me, long here. I have been getting out. So just giving you guys that update here. We've been getting out of some of this Microsoft as it's popped back up. My next offer, though, is in the 40s. So let's see, man. If the market wants to rally, I told you, I think we got the best name here for a long. There's going to be better ones out there for sure. But Microsoft right now, I like it. It's trying to get back to the upside. So that's a name that we could definitely look at. AMD, close your eyes on this one, man. Like, I cannot believe that we had this short at 69, and now you're down to 67 right now on AMD as that continues just to crank lower. All right, Microsoft. You know what? I'm not going to wait for the 40s. I see the profit too much again here, and I got to take some of this out. So let's just hit that out. If we can get a mid-30s, we'll just change it. Oh, that just went up there and came right back. Give me those mid-30s again here for Softy. Another 50-cent win for you guys on the board here for Microsoft. We're trying to get it up a little bit higher than that. I don't know why I'm waiting for a couple different pennies here, but let's go to Microsoft if we can get that. Go, push. There it is. Yes, sir. We'll do it again, man. Pigs get slaughtered, but we're here to slaughter the market. And there it is, another one for Microsoft, putting us back into the Greensville here for Mr. Softy. So good trading on that one. Coinbase, it just made that move to 40s. We were waiting in the 30s. Let's put another bid out, get something out on Coinbase in case we fall one more time. The market definitely rally city here, back up to the upside. But hey, man, we couldn't be happier with the performance so far.
Yeah, and looking at some of these names that might be at support levels that are good for us to I think we're bouncing back up. I took out Meta. That's heading back into the upside. Rivian's about flat, so I think that's still pretty good. RCL, it's beneath 45, so I think we're good there. But I don't mean to hedge it. It's not an idea about hedging, but $9 on CCL, it might be a little bit too juicy to ignore. all the way down at 9. Hasn't broken. RCL broke its bottom. I think it'll have more trouble breaking the lows in CCL than we did on RCL. So I'm going to see if we can't get this one to the long side. I wanted NEO. I'm going to show you here NIO, not much of a pullback just yet. So no need to be getting away from this and getting impatient. Because Tesla has now broke into the upside. Tesla broke that channel to the upside. I'll show you here in the black charts. Don't have to go away from NEO. It's broken this channel into the upside. So I think now is the time where you want to be thinking about, okay, if we're coming back in, where do you want to which shorts do you want to reload? I don't look short in NEO. I look for that long. I look over to Rivian and say, if we're going to get back up to these highs, then this is the price I want to re-enter. We're able to play this from 32.75 into 32 even. This is the price we want to go short because 33 is going to be our out. And then Cassava Sciences got to 45. Now it's making a higher low. So this could still run back into that 47, 48 range where I think there could be a bit of a short. But that's what I'm looking out for. Fubo didn't give a re-entry, unfortunately. Looks like it ran out of steam a little bit there. And ATXI, hopefully somebody had it. I was like, yeah, when we reopen, just short the pop. Well, I didn't short the pop. And this stock is now at $4. It shouldn't have been up in the first place. It's a reverse split. In this market, sometimes it goes up on those, but it had no business being where it was.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's the thing with these markets, though. The price discovery is all what it's about. So you got to watch out. I just want to update my Fubo trade. We got out right there for 22s. Just took 1 penny on the last. Took a little bit out on the upside when it did go up there. So that was my plan there for Fubo. We're out of that. If you guys are wondering where that trade has gone for me, and then now we're only 40% in on our Microsoft trade because we took another piece out there at 30 when it ripped up to 30 again. We will average back down in on this trade, if we get the opportunity. But for right now, Microsoft's coming to the downside, and we've got another note from Brendo.
Lithium name moving around here. Snow Lake Resources up big time. I'll show you in a second here, but they are teaming up with Korea's LG Energy on a new deal for this one. LITM up big time, guys, just taking out the highs.
Lithium again.
Ooh, yeah, we'll get to those in a quick second. Just for those watching, CCL, $9, but it doesn't have a huge bid on it, right? Like if we go over to, why is this not on CCL? If we go over to level 2 here, you're going to see like 901, not much, not a ton at 9 even, so it's more about the even dollar than anything else. I'll add one more time in front of ones because I like to get a price as tight to it as possible, but the second it breaks, I'm out. Like I'm not trying to hold through or anything like that. I know sometimes like you'll have an area stop at a key support area or resistance area. That's not the case when I'm just going long in something which is dying and I'm trying to catch a little bit of a bounce off an even number, right? That's a psychological trade there. If it bounces, I'm looking for like 910 to 915 and no more than that because it is a dog of a name. As it tries to bounce now, well, I can't actually get those prices if I don't throw offers at them. So I'll go ahead and do that as we speak, get my offers all the way up into VWAP if it can get there. I'm still short and will be net short RCL as long as it's below 45. Today I am short RCL. That's a bit of a different story. It'll have to break back above there to get me out. Like I said, I'm not really trying to hedge this by any stretch of the imagination. I just like that $9 level. NEO is still not dipping and doesn't want to give me an entry on a dip. It is now double topped again and reversing to that downside. I see that happen. I'm going to look over to Rivian for shorts. And Square still holding those lows. I think that's still valid to the short side.
I mean, AMD is down to $67 right now and still going to the downside. So, these names are absolutely dead right now. So I don't know, like, what we think about this for AMD. I mean, I don't even have areas right now. We've broken below. I feel like you can hold this one. We obviously been rinsing and repeating Microsoft for those longs there. We didn't get a long dip, but then it just ripped back up into the 40s again for Microsoft. I do want to take another dip buy here in Microsoft if it does come back down. But wow, that AMD, I don't even really have any targets, man. I mean, maybe if we take down, let's just get out if it takes down 67.50. I mean, this is already monster. We're already $2 in the money on this. So I just, you could put in trailing stops. It's just, if this market does somehow try to find its footing and get back up to the upside there, AMD will be one of the ones that will probably lead the charge a little bit, just because it's down again so much. Like down 7% yesterday, down another 3% today. I mean, that looks like 10 to me. So yeah, it's a big time movements, and yeah, I can't be happy here if you are a AMD shareholder. It's pretty much been a disaster. So yeah, down to the downside, just bouncing off 67 there. We're going to put an offer. I mean, why not just right here, get it over with, man? 67. Actually, let's just do it at, yeah, let's do 67.50. We break 67.50. We'll get out of this AMD. We might look back and regret it, but I think we'll be okay on that. That's going to be that play. But we are long Microsoft, so let's see if one can work and not the other one. Long 80s right now on Microsoft. So again, not a big position. I want to average in just to see if this name's going to be strong. We talked about that. It just ticked down to 50. I'm surprised I didn't have a bid there. Let's get a bid at 50. I'm surprised I didn't have one. But Microsoft tipping down in, just averaging in, man. I'm not, like, I don't want to put a huge trade on right now. I want to see what we could do at 238 for Softy.
Yeah, and I was about to say there was a shot, I think, to a faded AMC there, because remember Ape was making some moves. AMC got through $8 and then faded. Now you're getting a bit of a head and shoulders look. I mean, as I'm looking for things that are breaking down, it's like, why wasn't I looking at AMC breaking an $8 floor yesterday and now holding beneath that? Like, that's as good as anything else. And you know, wick top like this could be worth a bit of an entry point. I think we have to pay for locates. I'm almost sure about that. So if we hold this consolidation, I'll look for a tight stop short on AMC here. I know everyone's like, yeah, Apes. Don't short it, but it's a day trade, it's a setup. I mean, I'd get stopped out anyways and run over if it takes 785, but first things first, I do have to go and pay for some locates on it. And yes, the answer, Super SPAC Man said, am I reversing on CCL if it breaks 9? Yes, I am. I'll go short if it breaks 9, but for now, I'm playing that 9 bounce, which it looks like it's at least attempting to do.
Man, we miss that trade on Microsoft, but we're still good, man. We're still in the money now, 20 cents on the upside here for Mr. Softy as it continues to make a move back up. But we just took a piece out at O's there. Like, again, you know, every single time we get a move up, if we can get these names out, we might have even got better than O's there. What did we get? No, we got worse. We got 99s there. So we got 99s on the way up. I just hit offer enter. It must have just, you know, punch not a great price, but that's okay. 99s there for us on Mr. Softy. So let's wait to see, again, back down here near 50. All we're trying to do is take a little bit. I want to be long this name in case we run, right? We've talked about that. If it's going to run, then we want to be definitely into that name. Coinbase it sucks now because Coinbase is right back down, but we already took our money out on Coinbase. It did rip up. I was going to get out at 50. 50 was right there. I put the order in and I didn't realize that we had this 50 period right there, but it doesn't really matter. I might have held it for another dime, which apparently I should have, because Coinbase continuing its move down as well right now. So yeah, this name not looking great here for the downside move. So Coinbase, again, still ticking lower. We have to little worried about our AMD because we did bounce off 67 there, looking at 67.50 as a possible area, and then just watching this as Microsoft goes right back up to the upside. I just want this name to get going here, Microsoft. We can try to hold this until we get to like 239.30 or so.
So I've just paid for them, and now a little bit slower than I wanted there. I'm reversed in CCL. Oh, I have to hit accept, confirm. There we go. You have to confirm your pay for shorts just to make sure that you actually do want them, or if you made a mistake and you paid for too many, or you misread the price of how much the locates might be. So you always have to confirm that. I'm going to see if we can't get into AMC now. It did just fail VWAP, so that would have been the ideal entry point there at about 80s or so. But I'll try working into it if we can. Tesla rolling back into the downside. As I see that, that's my cue to get some more Rivian shares. So I wait for Tesla. I'll show you the black chart. There you go. Wait for Tesla to do that so that I can just go over to Rivian and try and get some more shares into it. Like, we already see Tesla going, and this is what worked before at pretty much the same price, right? Like, we're shorting at the same price when Tesla was rolling over and then getting to Rivian near the high. And it's about a timing thing, right? Like, sometimes you can use something as a leading indicator. It's not to say Rivian has to follow Tesla. It's just, if I like that price on Rivian before, then why wouldn't I like it when Tesla's rolling over? Let's go to Brendan right now. We've got our small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, points of reversal, and so much more. Check them out today. On screen right now, Chart Prime, guys. Not a heck of a lot to do, really, in small cap world today. As far as new movers in the pre-market, there were a few. This was one of them. SONX, still up decently anyways, where it was yesterday, below $1. This is $1. I just bought in front of it just to test that out. I hate shorting these things when they're so close to $1. Not a huge move to the downside there, but it was available to you on the fade as well. This one we mentioned just before the open. Spro, 240s, the gap level on the daily chart came up, tagged that to the number. I started that down there and then just added in front of 240. So looks like we're going to be stuck in a range, though, for this SPRO. Not a lot happening with small caps today, guys. Back to you.
I forgot about
apparently
Spro.
not.
I really did.
Yeah. Oh, man. Don't forget about Dre. But right now, Microsoft. Darn it, man. We missed that long again on Microsoft. I was waiting for those 50s again, and it just dipped to 59. Like, I was at 55. I mean, whatever. It's a 200 periods at 50. You know, you guys know I like to trade around even dollars and things like that, and even pennies. So 50s, 75s, O's, things like that. So, you know, I was waiting a little lower. We'll wait in the 60s now, see if we can pick something up. And it's going to be a smaller piece, right? So what I'm trying to do here, I understand, obviously, that the market is to the downside. We've absolutely destroyed shorts today, including the one that we're in right now, AMD. I mean, look at Google, 98. Wow, that went to 98. Google might flash up here. What is Google trying to do? Google's trying to make a move to the ups. Well, that was not real. Google, 99s. Yeah, you still need to take 99s before we do anything. So right there, that's 99 right there. You could try to do that. But again, we're down pretty good on Google today. I don't know if I want to punch the long. We can wait for the shorts back up here. If it comes back up to 100, obviously that's the area that I want to wait for. So I think that that's the best thing to do right now is just be patient. I don't have any longs. The long that we had, I mean, the only long we've been Microsoft long. That's the one name that we've been long. We were long Fubo. You've seen that. We made money on that long. But the other long that we had was Apple. Now, Apple went down to 149.50 there. Not a horrible spot to have gone long, obviously, in hindsight. But I still feel like it's down that 2%. You're still down below all these numbers here. And until we break above 150, I feel like this is just one of those shorts again, right? Like, you got to stick with your guns at some point. And I think for right now, Apple on the short is probably the right play until we get above some of those levels. So I'm even nervous about Softy here. I mean, that keeps on bouncing and failing as well. So at some point, the goods are going to be gone on these names, and you just want to make sure you're not holding the bag. So make sure you have all of your outs. New 52-week lows, guys. Roku. I mean, I can just go over the names.
It's a long
I'm not
list.
even going to bother to do it. Square, Google, Roku, Meta, AMC 52-week low. Man, this has been quite a wild ride here today as we're going to try to pick up some Softy. Please hit the like button if you haven't done that yet today as well. What a good show we've had.
Yeah, and of course, as you say, AMC, like I paid for the shorts, a little bit too slow to get them, but I didn't miss out on them. Now it's rolling back into the downside, but it's more about the idea, right? Like it was a head and shoulders, a wick top, I like to call it, preferably, and now you're working back into that downside as we speak. NEO still, I do have another long, and it's actually NEO. NEO going to try to hold these pre-market lows. Relative strength. I know it's down 2%, but man, if I talk about a wick top, I can also talk about a wick bottom here. When it broke 1780, this is where I want to hold in front of. If that long is going to start to work in NIO, it might mean bad things for Rivian, but one of these is not like the other. Certainly, I think Rivian, if you look at the last couple of days anyways, you're breaking that 50 period to the downside, beneath that 35. The trend has been pretty solid. If you're beneath that cap at 33, then I'm short Rivian. If it breaks this, then I'm out. It's that simple. Also pretty simple to get the juice from Berendo.
Strength in consumer discretionary, or some of them anyways, at this point, guys. Just saw this note. Warning, though, this is very light volume. Domino's up decently so far today in a weak market. There you go. Up decently on an upgrade today. 3.25% here for DPZ.
That's pretty strong.
I'm trying to find some decent plays here. AMD has been a great short, man. AMD all day. Look at this short, 69 up there. That's the short that we have on. We did get it out as it came back down to 68. That's a dollar winner, so we'll hit the sirens for that. We're still in this short. So we're still in the short as it tries to bounce off 67 right now for AMD. So this is a level that we're looking at. I'm just staring at it because it's not doing much, but we could break above 67.50. If we do that, we're gone. We did get, okay, here comes my favorite sound clip. I want to get some more of these. Okay, we reloaded on Softy down there. You guys saw that position we wanted, so let's get a piece out. We're now long at 76. If this goes to 90, we should be able to take that. Let's go upside right there on a nice little reload, see if we can bust it out. AMD also, end the trade. That's a banger there on AMD as that comes out of the account right now. So now we are only long. AMD just came out. They're at the top. We got a quick shout out back here to Brendo.
I was just noticing some of the oil names coming up on volume, guys. 5.8% right now for crude oil over here. Just made a new day low. Oxy, however, holding below or above its prior low, but huge move down today for oil.
Yeah, look, I always sort of look like, where's that relative strength? Like someone's asking, why do I like NEO right now? Because it's relatively strong. When I look at Tesla on the lows down 4%, I look at NEO making a wick bottom and trying to break higher. So if it's reestablishing this support level at 75, then I want to go long in something, right? Like I'm short pretty much everything across the board, with the exception of Fubo, which I think that's in a bit of a different bucket here today. Then we have a chance to break
Softy.
out. So we're heading to the upside. If we break these tops, this is one that I think can run. Relative strength means market goes up. That's what I want long.
Yeah, buddy, and there it is again, man. We'll do the bangers for you one more time. There goes Microsoft all the way back up to the upside. Now we're in the money, 50 cents on Softy as that continues to go, man. We talked about holding the longs, and there it is. A nice, wow, okay, Microsoft. Now 50 cents in the money for Softy and continuing to go to the upside. We'll take another piece out. A piece out at O's, a piece out there at 30 for Microsoft, and we continue to watch this name go higher and higher and higher. So, yeah, Microsoft, we talked about identifying that name as a name that we wanted. A good out also on AMD. AMD, look at that out, 67.50. It just ran to 67.90 right there, which of course was that VWAP. So that could have been an area to short as well. Too busy watching Microsoft blow up to the upside as we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. Short Apple. Like, look, I mean, short AMD early, short Coinbase that unfortunately we got out of our last 20% there. What wasn't a great out, but we're still net positive on Coinbase today. We're net positive on Fubo today. We're definitely net positive on Google. Look at this Google trade, short 100. Look where we got out, 98.60 right there. Let's wait to see what Google wants to do. The market trying to give it up a little bit now. I'm going to take one more piece out of Microsoft here, because, hey, Microsoft, 70 cents now in the money on this name.
Yeah, as I said, we have some things still alongside. NEO working, but we're pulling back in Fubo. I'm trying to get 405s again, so I want to go back over this. We're on the bid. We still like this as a bit of a trend to the upside. It has that wick top, and then right back over. We talked about NIO. This is about to break out this high. I think this is worthy of a potential breakout as long as we're holding higher lows on the futures, right? So look for that bit of a break to that top side. Tesla is also on the verge as well. So if we get through 33 on Rivian, I want out of that short. That's already worked. Now I'm going to get out of it. No need to hold it through. If Tesla breaks out, then I think I can favor long in some of these EV names. We have a big consolidation happening, and this is good relief, I think. You're down 4%. We just bounced off 3,700 on the ES. I'll zoom in so you can see it a little bit better. It's a round number. I don't know how significant the level is, but 3,700 is bouncing. I think you want to look for some opportunities for some longs. That's where we're looking at NEO over there, and that's why even Rivian can go. You look at Lucid. That is a chance to go as well. So we have a decent bounce in the futures. Find yourself into a couple of longs, and if you haven't taken profit on your shorts, then now you want to consider doing it.
There we go, a little stretch it out right now because, yeah, we're just sitting back and relaxing now. We have the longs. We have all these trades in. We only have Microsoft right now to the long side. It just went to 238.60 right there. But that's, you know, let's just, you know what? All right, forget it. I'm going to put an offer out at that 239.60. Let's just put an offer out there. If it ticks up one more time, we'll get out, and then we'll watch out for that 240 to break higher. Look at that out on AMD. Look, part of it is going short and then making sure that you have the right outs, right? I mean, that's what it's about. We try to hold down for those, miracle fills, which we got. We got a great bump down on AMD. We got a little bit too, and we only had 10% left. So when it broke out that was good. But look at that breakout to the long side. It's too bad I was already so long on Microsoft, or else I probably would have hit that as well. But we're at the highest spot we've been at all day, and that's with this Microsoft trade still on board right now. So we just got that out, by the way, at 60 right there. So yeah, man, it's kind of one of those oh my god type of days here that seems like we can't do anything wrong right now. Beyond Meat down to 15. That name keeps on moving around. Amazon could be the one, another one that if we want to get some bottoms here, you could pick bottoms of Amazon. I mean, 113 was such a destruction level for that. that. FedEx coin. Meta was another name that we wanted to look at. I know Neil's been covering CCL. I'm just going to go for it for my own self here a little bit. Yeah, 909, so bouncing off that 9. Again, it's too bad because I was waiting at 940. That never happened. It only went as high as 933. So we actually canceled that trade and moved on from it. But that was a good little pickup down there. And then Ford at that bottom of 12 was also a nice little pickup. But again, you know, we're still long softy. We're looking to get some more longs. We just got to find the right names. And we might have found one. I mean, it might be Ford down here near this 12 bucks if we fall one more time. I like that trade. But you are bouncing up, man. The NASDAQ 11,400 can't seem to break and hold. But right now, that's where we're at. The NASDAQ still down that 1.5. I still think you got to find shorts, man. Tesla's down 4%.
I think I'm looking over at NEO. I'm going to take another leg out of NEO because XPeng is green on the day. I should have looked at XPeng first. I forgot how bad that was the other day. But it just got close to this 14 area. I tried this same short yesterday at 1380 and then stopped out at 14 even. And it just was chop fest once it got to that price. I think it's chop fest again in and around here. And if you're looking for something to short a pop in, you can probably look at something like an XPeng here. That's why I'm on the offer right now to try and get some more shares out of NIO, which has been lagging. I thought NEO was leading to the upside of the Chinese EVs. That is incorrect. It is clearly XPeng, and if that turns off this parabolic move up, then I think we have a chance to reverse here on NIO. So I'm going to see if I can't jump into this. Give it to 14 even, obviously, but XPeng, which has not had a good week, is up $1 from its lows. Pretty strong move for them. I'm fading that move. Time for a crypto update with Brendan.
It's been an ugly week, guys, for stocks. Been an ugly week for cryptocurrencies as well. We've been talking about June lows for a lot of individual equities, individual exchanges. Now, some of the cryptocurrencies as well creeping back towards these June levels that we saw come into play going back into the summer. But all the focus back to inflation once again, coming off of what happened with the Fed this week. Here's Bitcoin on a daily chart. So we are back below. That's the wrong direction. We are back below. I'm not sure why that's happening. Back below 19,000. This is it over here, 17,800. That's the June low everyone focused on. But creeping back towards 18,000 is BTC as of right now. Here's the big board from Binance. Shout out to them once again, down 2%, 18,657. ETH, 1,280. Just went red. It was actually green for a period of time. Jumped down to Ripple 2 days in a row, having a nice day. 8.5% back to the upside once again today. 2.5% for Doge, back higher as well. 2% for Polkadot, Polygon, 1% downside. The red goes on, but June lows for equities, June lows now for crypto is possible as well, guys.
And you're still, like, I'm going to hold on to Square, hopefully for dear life here. But Coinbase back below 60, even with that little bounce that we just saw in coin and in the market as well. I mean, coin is still below that 60, still sort of breaking down on the higher time frame. Remember yesterday, Coinbase was, I mean, the market bounced at the end of the day, and Coinbase just decided, I was saying, that's not going to play, man. The market was trying to bounce, and Coinbase was just still saying, no, we're not going anywhere. We're hanging on those lows. Incredibly weak name. I know Square was very similar. I wish I had seen XPeng a little bit sooner. That's going to be pie in my face. I didn't quite get through my entire list on my quote board there. I don't know, maybe I took it off my quote board. Who knows? Either way, XPeng super strong. I was looking at NEO and thinking that was good, but XPeng here just got to 1385. It's starting to work back in, and this is why I dipped out of some NEO at that high. Like previously, I thought, okay, well, NEO can break and it can go parabolic, but if it's trying to break the high, when XPeng just went 70 cents away from its high, then it's following the move. It ain't leading anything. That's why I'm going to take more shares out. I think I'll try to hold VWAP here. If it wants to do that, fair enough. That can still work. But we're starting to come back and get some bids out there on XPeng. But NEO no longer the leader that I thought it was going to be there. Cassava Sciences, I haven't gotten into it just yet. It's starting to go to sleep at this 42. If there's no push up into 45 to 47 to be shorted, it could turn into a bit of a breakdown trade at 42 even. My lucky number, by the way. In the current bid, 42.42. That's a coincidence.
All right, we're chewing up this market here one more time. I mean, we just shorted AMD. I mean, I don't know what else to do except for have a sip of coffee. We just reloaded our coffee. We're so confident we come back, and now this is 40 cents in the money. We didn't get that O's. We got 90s. I thought when I got up that we were going to get O's. I'm sitting at O's there. We missed it, but there goes AMD right back down to the downside. So yeah, this is definitely a cash money position right now as it just continues to go down. Look at that, short again, right there. Now we're coming back into these teeth. So I think we can get a piece out at 50 and then just hold the rest and see if we can make that move down. We're kind of in scalp mode right now. So if it does come back down, we'll take that trade. There it is, man. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, guys, I don't, like, you guys can sort of see the results that we're having here. We're not trying to base our show on net, but why don't just base it on winning trades? I mean, this is just, today has been an absolute, like, monster day. I mean, we had that Google short that was just a beast up there. We've had AMD twice now, once, twice, 3 times sold down there to the downside. Apple, this was the one that we lost on the long, man. I mean, this is one trade that we don't have in our pocket today. But just so you know, I'm down right now on Apple, 20% of what I'm up on AMD. So just to give you an idea about risk management and how that all works. And then, of course, a long that we've been fighting all morning, we fought the law, and the law won early, but then we've got it back here on Microsoft as now a very positive name for us, on the show here today. So, and I say sorry that because, obviously Neil and I will trade different names and we make independent decisions. So that's the one thing that you have to understand. This is not like, we often will be on the same names because they're moving around. But I think I've been long one time AMD's been short NVIDIA or vice versa. It's just all about your style of trading and what you're looking for. So trade with us, trade the ideas that we have, but at the same time, do I have what, sir?
Amazon?
I do not have Amazon.
Not to interrupt, but
yeah, go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
Amazon looks really juicy. I haven't watched this stock at all today. I know maybe you have, but the previous low at 114.80, it just checked up right there. I always like when that happens. A trending stock to the downside rejects the previous pre-market low because that gives you a chance for like a decent structured trade, like pretty much short here to that 80 or I'd prefer like 50s if I'd seen it a little bit sooner to that 114.80 price. Maybe you give it to the evens as well. XPeng, it's still strong, by the way. Like, I know I'm short XPeng, but if there's a stronger stock in the market, show it to me. That's a pretty strong move off of that open. It just got to a level that I thought it could pull back in. That's why I exited some NEO. That's why I jumped into this short. But I'm going to scalp it. I don't think we're even seeing VWAP. Well, if we do see VWAP, I don't know if I want to hold it to VWAP. It's too strong for that. RCL continues to work, but I want to go to CCL in a second. It's just going to be easier to do it. Oh, goodness. Come on, let me bring the back chart down. Now I've where is it? There we go. CCL still trending into that downside. I'm not bidding till it breaks the low of the day here. This and RCL, once you broke support, I just feel like these are the last names that should find their way back to the upside today. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. The EVs, the Chinese EVs, I think they have a chance if you're going to look for something to that long side. However, after what I saw with XPeng, I'm less optimistic about what this dip buy in NEO is going to be able to do for me because I don't see NEO taking the high unless XPeng gets through that 14 level, and that was resistance from yesterday's trade. So just that quick little look. I want to check back in on Amazon. I'm not going to chase the move down. If I want to short to 114.80, then I want to wait for 114.80 or at least close to it to get a good risk to reward on the Amazon short. But I may have noticed that a little bit too late.
Yeah, that's part of what we do here, guys. I mean, we're not going to be able to hit all the trades all the time. That's why we have, Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. We have Brendan coming through with some of the scanners and some of the movers. And then, with segments like what we're about to throw to you, this is kind of the names that we're looking at, what we're looking for. Microsoft, we just got out a little bit there as well for Softy as it's just ripping to the upside. We're going to be at the highest spot we're at all day, no matter what right now. AMD, we've already taken some out. We only have 20% left. 20% left on our AMD trade as well. But I think it's social sentiment time. So let's go over to the desk with Brendan.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we'll get a look at the overall market here, guys. Pretty ugly, as we've been saying. Here is the S&P 500 currently I just saw somebody tweet a bloodbath today. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. 1.75% to the downside. There are a few areas of strength, as I mentioned. That's Domino's, talked about earlier on an upgrade. DLTR on here, Dollar Tree as well in the retail space. But it's all about energy stocks right now. This is the energy group over here. Yeah, pushing 6% now to the downside for crude oil. So all the producers getting crushed here. Apache's down 9.5%, MRO 9%, Halliburton 8.5%, SLB. They changed their name. I should actually start saying that correctly. It's APA. It's not Apache anymore. It's APA. Energy down 9.5%, leading. Devon off 8.5% as well. FANG as well. Tech stocks top of the board here, also among the leaders to the downside. There are individual names in the software group that are higher, but the rest of the entire sector getting crushed. Same story for banks, industrials. It's widespread once again. Some of the REITs down here showing a little bit of strength as well, but otherwise pretty ugly board to wrap up an ugly week. Guys, wish I had better news. Back to you.
Boo, Brendan.
I wish I had good news on Tellurian, which I feel like it's about to get to some prices that I might be interested in.
Someone was asking about Tellurian.
It's halted downside. It looks like it might be. They received a notice of termination from Shell with respect to an LNG sale and purchase agreement that they have. That's the ES, but this is, it halted at $2.60. But because it's a news-based halt, if you're unfamiliar with that, that means, the news is, I think it looks like the news is disseminated, but the actual resumption time for quotes is not 5 or 10 minutes, it's whenever. You will see, if you do go to that halt page I'm always talking about, trade halts, there it goes. You will see a resumption time. Like, it'll let you know ahead of time when it's going to open up, but there's nothing just yet. So you get a quote resumption, then they'll say like it's 10:42, so maybe like 11:30 might pop in there, and you know exactly when Tellurian is going to open up there. I think it's a good company, but this is obviously bad news. So good luck. If you're in this one, obviously you can sort of keep your ear to the ground there. If there's anything different in terms of that news or any kind of an update, we'll try to give that to you as best we can. I'm still looking at XPeng. It's back toward that high. I'm going to hesitate to reload this one unless we fail again off that top, and maybe on the way back down, it'll be worth it. I scalped out some, but I'm still holding most of it here. So I think it can take out these tops. It is green on the day. Not much is green, obviously. So we have to be very, very careful shorting this. I was not able to get that reload on Fubo. And at this point in the session, if it gets back down there again, I'm not sure I want it. That will have meant a failure, lower high, wick top. I don't want these fours again. I think I had to get this in the pre-market or be a little bit more aggressive at 10 o'clock, which I was not, obviously. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be in that one. CCL's at 9. It hasn't been able to really break that VWAP at 9.10. RCL still dancing a little bit here off of its lows. But as long as, like I said, if it's below 45, I want to hold on to that one. And likewise, CCL kind of holding out at its pre-market lows as well. So Tesla could be the next, I don't want to say the next shoe to drop, because I think right now it's holding a higher low, and if it breaks up, it can drag the market with it. So if this breaks back out at 278, then I think we've made an informative bottom here, and you want to consider covering some of your shorts. For me, that'll be XPeng probably out already, unfortunately. Square, I'm still holding on to this one. I think as long as I want to be net short this stock, as long as it's respecting these levels. I said if we're below this area here, then I want to be net short and trying to add. It hasn't given me any re-entry points into Square at any point that makes some sense to me. But unless we're breaking 57s, I want to stay in this one to the south side. So I want to be very patient before I rush out of this trade.
Yeah, just so you guys know, like, we shorted there. We got those 68s when they came up, and then it broke 68.10, and we wound up getting out of AMD. So if you're noticing here that I'm out of AMD, it's because it did break higher. And part of the game, as we talk about it over and over again, is going to be risk management. So that broke higher. We had to get out of the way. Whether or not it goes down now. Oh, man, we have all the trades. We have Microsoft's $1.25 now in the money, as Microsoft's trying to take out this 240 area. So this was an area that is, we were looking at for it to come back in. So now there it is right now, Microsoft. I don't think there's any reason to get out of this name, especially if the market wants to go for a jog. But there it is. We are now $1.40 in the money on that one as we hit the home runs, and we hope good luck to the Jays as they got 10-5 loss yesterday. That's okay. Tampa Bay's a tough team. We'll get that back. And there it is, the market ripping up. Oh, I did short Google there as well. through 99. That broke 99 and we got out of that one. So now we're holding a very, very small piece short at 99.03. I'm really trying to target up here, man, like 99.50, 99.70, somewhere up here in order to get a bigger short on for Google. So we'll wait to see. If it does go into the 30s, though, we'll short that because that's the top right there. But again, probably started too early here, sub 99. The market is breaking above the 50 period, and that's something that I always look at on the charts, of course, for the NASDAQ. Those of you that have followed know that. Please hit the like button. I don't even know what the like count is at right now. Let's just do a quick little look. I mean, I think it should be, yeah, that's good. 1.6K. Okay, we have 15 minutes to get that to 2K. Over 7,600 people watching. Guys, please, if you haven't hit the like button, do it. You know, that would be the kindest move you could do for us here at Trader TV Live. We're about to go all day with you here, coming up with Trader Pratt and Sharif and then Ian coming up today. So it's going to be a big day for our traders here.
Big little day.
Little big day. Pretty Little Lies. We had Joshua Jackson on not too long ago as well. Oh, by the way, here's an extra microphone right here. I don't know what that's doing here exactly, but there's an extra microphone right there if we're looking for that.
I have a long that you might not. I'm in Ford now. Ford got to $12. Instead of sitting on the bid, it broke 12, got to 11.95, so it made a bit of a wick bottom there through that key level and is now holding above. So what I would like to do is sort of go long off of this level, give it to that new low of the day, and if it plays back into VWAP, then that can definitely work out for him. But I know it's downward trending, but I'm getting some relief in some of the EV names, and that was a level I was kind of looking for anyways, and I just didn't take it initially. But now that the market's, or at least the market's trying to go, Tesla's trying to go, NIO's trying to go, some of these related names are trying to go forward off of this new low at 11.95. I'm going to take a shot at here. I understand the trend is down, so I'm not looking to hold this through. If it breaks at a fresh low, I will be all out of Ford. Brendo?
All right, the trade desk just popping up on this, it would appear. An article in Streamable suggesting maybe an ad-supported Prime video on its way as well. So there was a volume spike there and a move on TTD.
Yeah, they're all doing that same method, it looks like, again, there for the ads. I mean, I like it. I think it can work for everybody. And, you know, well, we should have got out at 240 there. 240.20 for Microsoft. Again, like, it might look bad if we look back and say, like, you know, we got some of this out on the high side. But at the same time, we've already targeted 240. And no matter what we think about this market, although it is turning around, and I think it could be along the rest of the day, I do want to just get out because we can always buy Microsoft back in. And if we get out and we dump our shares a little bit too early, a little bit too late, that's part of the market. Ooh, Sharif brings it again. The chai tea, this time no sweetener. Thanks. I'm going to try that one out. You're killing Neil because the smell probably.
It smells great.
It does.
I usually do, like, I do tea like later in the afternoon though. So, but I appreciate it, man. Sharif is like the most thoughtful. He's such a thoughtful guy, man. Seriously.
Yeah. Besides me, he's the second most thoughtful guy around here. Good job there, Sharif. No, we're just playing around. Nice shorts, buddy. Okay, so here we go. He's got the jorts on, so I don't know if he's.
I can't. From where I'm sitting, it looks like he's just wearing jeans, so I can't actually tell.
No, he's got the jorts.
Yeah, apparently so.
You don't care about weather. You think Sharif cares about weather?
It's free. Outside, it's cold. It's actually getting.
There we go. Yeah, the upper body.
It's getting warm in here.
It's getting warm in here. I'm getting warm in here.
It's getting warm.
But I don't know if it's I'm getting warm and just these. You know, my net is heating up here. So I think that's all part of it today. That's why we trade these games here every single day for you and put on the trades and then just sit back, relax, and see if we right. And this week we've been right a hell of a lot. I think we're going to go 5 for 5 this week. I got to find out what I did on Monday, but it's been a really successful end of the week, man. You guys saw us crush Fed. That was so much fun crushing Fed there on Wednesday. Yesterday was a fun day to trade. Obviously, I made more money yesterday than I did Wednesday, and then today we're already on track to do that. I'm up half of what I was yesterday at the end of the day. So far, so good. I think we're about on pace for what we're doing here. I'm just trying to hold this Google trade. We tried to get 30s there. It only went as high as 99.20. So we'll hold this for the move back down. I am bidding nothing right now for, I'm bidding 98.86 right there. So that's right where the 50 period is. We're trying to like respect some of these levels again. So if it comes back down, that's where we'll start to take a piece out here for Google. I think that was a call for Brendo.
A look at currency markets here, guys, as we head towards 11 o'clock. More strength, if you can believe it, for the dollar. Here we are, new highs once again, up here at 112.5. sound like it's a 5-minute chart, so that's just a consolidation from today. This was the high going back to earlier in the week, but we took that out early on this morning. 112.5 now for the dollar index, 1.11 to the upside on the percentage. Everything else getting crushed as a result. The euro downside 1.3 down to 97. Multi-year lows once again for the euro versus the USD. Same story for the CAD, 73.6 this morning for the Canadian dollar. 109. I saw a note this morning suggesting parity for the pound could be coming by the end of the year. 3% downside move today for the sterling. Huge moves right across the board, all to the downside because of this. Huge strength on the US dollar, including some of the cryptocurrencies as well getting hit here. 2.8 for Bitcoin, 2.9 now for Ethereum, also in the red. The dollar keeps marching, guys.
Yeah, like that was...
Like you said, 73.6 or 8 or whatever that was for the CAD. Wow, man. I remember looking and was like, it's great for us here in Canada, or if you're anywhere but the U.S. It's horrible, obviously, for your longer term. I mean, you want the U.S. dollar to not be this strong. It's definitely hurting some of these names, and you guys know about that and how that all works. But I'm really surprised at that U.S. dollar strength, man, and it's just really hitting us here in Canada. But again, we trade on the U.S. markets, get paid in U.S. dollars. So when I hit that conversion button, I like it.
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
I remember back in the day, like, well, when we started, obviously, we were even better levels than this.
Oh yeah, 1.5 in the U.S. dollar.
Yeah,
now,
like the Canadian dollar was like
1.35.
60-something cents.
Yep. So that could be on board, especially if oil continues its move to the downside. I mean, that's part of what's definitely affecting us here in Canada, as we are obviously a mineral-rich and commodity-rich nation, apparently. So
like when you hold, if you hold like ETFs or whatever like funds in Canada, it's all Canadian. Like you're basically all in on like energy and materials and banks. Pretty much, it's like those are the things. Because tech, it's like who, right?
Shopify.
Hey man, if you get anointed the tech company in Canada, look at the awesome track record that you get to have, right? Like you get to be the next Nortel, you get to be the next RIM, BlackBerry, and now Shopify. So that's just like a laundry list of like the greatest companies of all time. I say that tongue in cheek. But I saw in the chat someone was mentioning how great Walmart has been to the downside. And what I love about this is that I usually love this, breaking the 50 period to the downside, breaking recent support after flushing through those levels, and then you take that and you hold on to it. It's beneath that level, and you hang on to that short. I love seeing it. I wish I had looked at Walmart a little bit more closely, but it is what it is, right? So I can look at that and say to myself, like that was giving me some of the same entry points that I was looking for with RCL, let's just say. XPeng is continuing. It's now red XPeng, but man, always go through everything on that list. When I was looking at those EV names, I kind of ignored XPeng to my chagrin, but it did get down. It got right to that afternoon top. Turn around here at the 1385, pulling back, and it took another leg out. If that's going up, it is going to mean that NEO, which at least I didn't reload NEO. I was like, I don't want to be buying this one anymore if it was following XPeng more than anything else. I thought NEO was doing this on its own. That ended up being wrong, so no reloads for me. That's why I took some out there at 1820. But it's trying to take out that support. If it takes out 1780, I will be gone with NIO. But at least we got a little bit of a reverse there in XPeng, so that'll work out. Ford is right at that $12 level, so I'm in that 1202 into the long side. And if you're still following what's going on in Tesla, which sometimes is the leader of the pack, that's starting to roll back over to the downside. So no breakout for Tesla. Looks like it wants to test lower. That does also validate maybe XPeng rolling and holding on to some of that short trade. I tried to grab Amazon there, but I kind of feel like I was a little bit too slow to it. Now it's trying to bounce back up. Could get this fill now as the market comes higher. But if it takes out that 114, we just got it. If it takes out that 114.80, I don't really want any part of this. It's breaking the channel to the upside. I don't want to get caught in that relief rally. Always have yourself an out. Mine is that recent high.
Yeah, I like that one for sure. And we'll spin it, but it's not going to look good right now because the problem is that it just went right back to the upside there, Microsoft. So we got out at 240 right there, and it just continued its march higher. So unfortunately, not unfortunately, I mean, it was a great trade for Microsoft. I'm loving that trade, but we did get out of it. There it is, nicely done to the upside, man. We should still have this, but either way, that was $1.40 in the money. It would now be $2 in the money, as there goes Mr. Softy right up to the upside. downside. I know you shorted Amazon. I like that play up to 115. Hopefully that can come into play at some point as well. AMD, looking for a short in AMD. The market's ripping, AMD's not. So that could be, again, a name we've obviously identified as it's been relatively weak, but it's got to get to near 69 again. Like, if it can come up to here, then that's a possibility. 68.50 for a possible short. I don't want to get in this name too early, so that's going to be what I'm looking at here for AMD a little bit early for a take on that name. What else? I mean, Amazon, you're in Amazon, so we want to talk about that. Shopify, 29 bucks. That's not really there. A name that's been pretty strong recently, especially if we get this market to bump up a little bit. Why not have a talk about Netflix? That's on support down here at 229. It's hit that support today, bounced off of it, and then ripped to 231. So, you could get a little break here of 231.20 for Netflix again, but that's weak, right? I mean, that name was at 250 not too long ago. Now it's back down to 230, so you did get 10% off of that name real quick, including another 3% today. So I feel like this is a name to watch out for as well. But yeah, Netflix breaking that level, I don't mind, and I want to wait for AMD to get going a little bit more.
So I was just asked, can we discuss Roku? Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, it's actually not doing too poorly when I contrast it to some other names. It's only down 0.5%. The first thing I notice, always when in doubt, zoom out. That's the first thing I want to see. What's the recent bottom? It's that 60.50. That's the July low. It's got a wick bottom through that 60.50. However, that occurred in the pre-market, so all the selling beneath support was pre-market. To me, that kind of means it didn't really get tested. So yes, it's bouncing off of that support right now. I don't know how much volume really occurred sort of below that low, but if the market gets back to the upside, I like names that rejected a significant breakdown at a big level. So that would put Roku into that bucket. I think you don't want to give it past the lows or even that 59.50, something a little bit tighter to those lows. But that looks pretty strong if the market wants to head back into the upside. It's now trying to break the channel. Just looking at the NASDAQ here, it's trying to break the channel as is, so you want some exposure, I think, if you're day trading aggressively to that long. And Roku, not holding up poorly. You're getting higher lows as well, so the trend does hold up. Just remember, everything I'm talking about here is for a potential day trade where your stop would be at the bottom. I'm not talking positively necessarily about the company. I'm not a big long-term believer in Roku. It was kind of my pick as a stock that would never get back to its highs, all-time highs. It's just not a model that I don't get it. That's just me. So I'm not really endorsing it long-term. I just think if it can break out of this little channel here, the risk reward is solid on the long. I didn't realize it was rejecting this break on the daily. I just got into that Amazon. Off that little curl. It's coming back in down to VWAP, so that little break of the channel I was talking about, the NASDAQ, can't be sustained, which means the shorts are still good. So I'm going to start getting this one out inside of this range. If we can get all the way down to 114, that's been the temporary bottom. It's now close to lunchtime. This is where expecting a break of this range, I think you're asking a heck of a lot, so I want to pay myself within this range. And that way, I can rinse and repeat. And if we hold this and go sideways all throughout lunchtime, then I'm just getting short in front of 114.80, and I'm covering at least half, if not a little bit more, in front of 114. I can hold some for a bigger move down, but if we go sideways, then at least you can pay yourself off during lunchtime.
I mean, we're just firing off cannons here, man. I mean, we have that Amazon short. Look where this is now. I mean, cannons coming through again on Amazon. We're now 30 cents in the money on this short as well, short that same price. We got some out at 40. It's coming back in. It's right at the 50 period right now. So for me, that's probably a good little indicator there to get some more out of Amazon. So let's do that. Let's put a bid in the 30s there. See if it wants to dip down a little bit. There it is again, man. Mamma mia. What kind of a day is this today? And then there goes Google as well down to the downside. That's right, Sharif, dance it off, baby, because this market is definitely, we're moving in the right direction for us here, guys. There goes Google. We averaged into that short. We talked about that. Give me that 96 if we can get it right now. So that's right there at that 50 period. Maybe we're waiting a little too. Let's see. There it is. Okay, good. So nice little out there at 96 again for Google. So I mean, 17 cents in the 19 cents in the money on Google, 40 cents in the money on Amazon. As there it comes, right back in, man. That's too bad. It almost really ticked me in to a fantastic short there. We only have 60s, but that was the starting of a position. We really wanted to see if it. I mean, I was waiting right here at the 200 period. Unfortunately, we didn't get that price, but still a big time trade for Amazon, and even a big. I mean, for me, even a bigger one for Google because we have some decent shares here. We didn't get our full position again on Amazon, so let's punch out a little bit more on Google there. We'll take out some of those 98s, 97s, but there it is, man, in and out on Google. It's awesome because we're going to finish the show at our highest spot, despite taking a couple lumps, right? That AMD out, I love the out, but when we noticed that it was right back into these levels, we should have shorted again against those. We didn't. Instead, we pick on Amazon and Google. Still, man, big time success rates today. We're only going to be red on one name, and it is literally a couple chai teas, and that's Apple. We went long on Apple, we lost, and we're down a couple drinks on that one. So that sucks, but hey, man, we're going to be back later on today, and we're about to get ready to throw it over. I'll see if Neil wants to say anything, but we're going to get ready to throw it over to the midday show.
Just that Ford's back at that 12 even. So look, Ford went in the money a couple of cents, but it's still off of those lows. It is the only longs that are on board right now because I took out NEO, XPeng. That was just an obvious short, I think, at that high, so I can't hold on to that NEO long. So Ford will be the only thing there, and Fubo's still in the money. So if you got that 4, it's still holding around 420. So I don't think Fubo's done, man. As the longer it holds that level, the more I think it can make a move this afternoon. So I want to see if I can find my way back into it at some point. But you guys are going to find your way over to Trader Prad and Sharif. Locked and loaded. Let's go midday, boys.
Let's go, baby. You know what day it is. It's Free Fall Friday. Market has been down, and markets are looking to break that 3,700 number at the moment. If you see me glancing off to the left side and not looking at the camera, it's because I'm waiting for the 3,700 level to break, which would put me into a future short, and I'm in short in a bunch of positions already. We're going to have a lot of fun time today, ladies and gentlemen, so let's get the ball started. I'm your boy, Trader Prad. This is your boy, Trader Sharif, and let's get it.
Yes, sir. What a great day on the markets. I hope I'm not offending anybody who's long in their long-term portfolio, but, as day traders, we thrive on volatility, and there is ample volatility in the markets today. I'm loving it. That 3,700 is holding, though, on the futures. So let's see. I think we actually hit 37,000. So, yeah, we're right on that level.
Apparently, I got to take over because your mic needs to be fixed. So in the meantime, I'll show you a couple of trades that I'm in. I am in a Li Auto short off of the 25 level, which has been a pretty good trade and allowing me to take more profits right now as the market pulls back. I'm going to actually start off with how my day started off with. My day started off horrible on the futures on the MES side. I just kept trying to short the market, and I wouldn't have to move. Like I would watch the move play out after I get stopped out. That would make me FOMO into more entries, and then I would get more of my positions get stopped out, and I get back in, I get stopped out, I get back in, I get stopped out. It was a constant cycle of me just battling my short thesis over here. Eventually, I realized, hey, you're over trading this position. You clearly don't have the read. You don't know what levels to enter. Just stop trading it. Stop taking the damage that you're doing right now, and maybe we can take this 3,700 break if it really ends up being, and that'll probably be my last trade of the day after this. I don't even want to touch futures for the day. It's just not working. Like I just tweeted earlier before the show started, ain't nothing free about this fall today. I am paying taxes on this Friday because these futures trades have been pretty hard to catch on to. But thankfully, we have some damage on the equity side. So Li Auto, Dash, the position board did not update, so maybe we can take another exit on Li Auto here so the position board can update for you guys. There we go. Now it's updated, so now you'll see all of our positions. Li Auto 26 cents, Dash 43 cents, Meta 48 cents, Target 83 cents, Coinbase 40 cents, and Apple 40 cents in the money.
Sorry, guys, about the mic being low. I'm wearing a hoodie today, so it's kind of hard to mount the mic. But I just want to shout out True Trading Group gifting 50 live trading by Trader TV memberships. Constantly doing that, so shout out to True Trader Group there and all the members are lighting up here in the chat that got the free membership. So yes, back to what we were saying now. So 3,700 really held on the ES. I went and did my homework and I looked at the June lows. Really easy number to remember. 36.36. That's the low back in June on the ES. So keep that number tattooed in your mind. You're also obviously gonna need 3,700 today, as that's a key psychological level as well. So now, what am I trading? So I've got my eye on a couple of low float gappers today. I got LITM on watch. Let's pull that one
Oh,
up
yeah,
here.
buddy. I had that too.
You had that one. Prad's on that one too. My buddy Max back there was on that as well. LITM. We're loading that one up for
His
you
name
guys
is
here.
the Demon.
Yeah, okay.
50 memberships? All right.
Yeah.
Did you mention that? You
Yeah, I
mentioned that,
did.
right? Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I did right now, yeah. Sorry, LITM here. Looks like high of day was 338 on this one. Yes, 338, currently trading at 312, holding that 50-period moving average. I'm definitely interested in this one. Looks like it's pulling back a little bit. I'm looking for that $3 touch. If we can get it near that $3 or VWAP, I'm definitely interested in this. But as I say that, ATHX making its move. I was about to talk about this one next. It's only $1.70, so it's one of those smaller, small cappers that I'm not really too crazy about. But ATHX made a move right there. Looks like the high of day is $1.78. We're currently trading at $1.70, so this one's definitely in play, holding above VWAP, breaking the resistance level here at that 166. So I'm looking for longs on this one, Prad.
Trader Mark says we're gonna let rally, boys. I just went long, or sorry, I just went short. Yeah, that's basically how I felt like when I was trading futures today. But yeah, LITM, I took that trade too. I had that $3 breakout, kind of $3 breakout. Not exactly $3 breakout, but I was adding after I saw some strength come in past $3, and I just kept on adding until I saw the tape slow down. As soon as I saw the tape slow down, I just took my profits and ran out. LITM, my fourth best stock on the day. It was a pretty clean move to the north side, especially when the markets were going down too. So 34% on LITM, and if a bigger move can come out of it, that would be good. Part of the reason also why I jumped out in the areas where I did is because you can see on the dailies right here on my lower chart, around $3.20, $3.30. You can see the stock really has a little bit of a resistance areas coming into play. So because of that, I just said, all right, we're just gonna take our stop right around here and just get out for profit. I think I just got stopped out on Amazon. Let me just quickly go verify that. What just triggered? Is that by time? That's by time. Okay, that's by time. No, nothing triggered. Maybe I just jumped out of Amazon. I'm not even sure what happened, but couple of my positions are sadly going in the opposite direction as the market bounces from the 3,700 area. We're now a good 10 points away from the 3,700 level on the market, putting the S&P 500 down now 1.61% and NASDAQ market down 1.3%.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to glean any levels to the upside here to try to take a short off a bounce. I mean, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart here on the MES, and maybe we have a bit of a level at that 37.16. It looks like there was a bit of a consolidation area here in the pre-market, but that is on really low volume. So look at that with a little bit of suspicion. But I do see a nice little level here around 36.16. 37.16, 37.17, in and around that area. The next obvious level above that would be the high of this peak here, which is 37.39. So kind of hard to glean any major levels for a bounce. So I'll stay on the sideline with respect to that. Maybe I'll play the mega cap stocks instead of the actual ES. Guys, we're in Sava though. We got long at 43.65. We're definitely out of money. It's currently trading at 43.25, 43.20, in and around that area. I was looking for a nice bounce. I averaged down into this, by the way. My first entry is a little bit higher. I averaged down because it did hold the 50 period quite nicely, and that is a level, that is an indicator that I do like using with these more volatile stocks. If it breaks the 50 period decisively, I'm out of this one. So my out will be in the 42.90s, in and around that area. I'm leaving it a little bit of room because this is a quite spready. So currently on the bid, we have 43.14, and then on the ask, 43.29. And there we go. Looks like we're going to break 43 We're going to go into the 42.90. So if that happens, I'm out of this one. But I've got a profit taker here. I should have actually had a fill on this one, but I was slow on the gun at the 44.02. We'll continue to watch that one. Let me put in my stop here. So 42, and I'm going to put 90, and then we'll put 42.80. We'll have to give this one 10 cents. Otherwise, it'll just it'll blow through my stop on this one. Saba is down 15, almost 16% on the day, and there you go. I'm out. So that's a bit of an L for me. Too bad. I did size in a little bit with this one, so that's a bigger loss for me, sadly. Down 16% on the day now. And VWAP is around that $42 area, and we have about an hour and 20 minutes left. So we're going to get revenge on this one. If it comes back to VWAP, we're going to go long. I also see a nice support level. So you have VWAP at 42, and then you also have a numerical support around that 42.10, 42 area. So if it comes anywhere near there, I'll be back in on this one. But I also want to shout out Li Auto and XPEV today. They are really standouts in terms of upward strength. Look at Li Auto here, guys, on the watch list here, up 2.06% on the day, but up 3.5% since open. XPEV technically is down 0.5% on the day, but up 4% since the open. They've done a whole bunch of shares, both of them. XPEV 12.7 million, Li almost 5. So I had a couple of good trades on those at my desk. I wanted to mention that in case anybody is long-minded and they're looking to go long on anything, Pratt.
Well, I'm short-minded, Li Auto, just at a different price. I'm short-minded 25. I actually got a decent scalp out of it, but the bigger move was obviously the long side. Yeah. If you got the long move off the open, you got much more pennies risk to reward sense-wise anyways, much more pennies to the long side than you did for the short. But that 25 level has been a barrier in the past. It's been a barrier today. Once it did not break the 25 area and just started pushing to the downside, that's when I started scaling into my trade. I added my first tier, then I added to my winner, and I just started taking profits. I think I just took my next tier of profit. I still have some size left on Li Auto, and I took out my stop and I threw out an order to take more size short in case the stock does manage to push back up to $24.95 or even closer to $25 in case I could look for that short opportunity right back to the downside. I do believe that the stock might not be able to go higher than the number I was talking about, which is 25. If it does go higher than 25, maybe up to 20, 30 cents, then it'll probably pull back after that too. But I'm not going to give it that much of risk above 25. Probably only going to give it 10 cents at best, honestly. A couple other positions that I just now punched back into. It's going to be Apple, it's going to be Coinbase, and also Amazon on this move that the market just gave us. The market moved back to the north side after the 3,700 bounce. The NASDAQ tickled VWAP and is exactly at VWAP right now, 11,400, and most likely going to reject VWAP. So with this move that the market's presenting with nice little pops in some of the stocks that have already paid us money to the short side, I'm just going to look to get back into said positions.
I like that. Okay, I'm just trying to organize myself. What's going on here? Okay, 1 second. AMPX is lighting up in the chat. Looks like it's a New York stock. There we go, AMPX. Let's load. Come on now. Come on. There we go. AMPX making a really aggressive move up from that $11.50 level, topping out here at 14. Currently pulling back a little bit, though, to 13.66. Let's see if we can initiate a long on a 5-minute pullback here. Up 18, almost 19% on the day, 18 3/4. Let's look at the 5-minute chart on this one. Zoom in. Yeah, so we're a bit extended off the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart, so I wanted to come back into around that 13, that 1280 area before I initiate a long. If it doesn't make it all the way back, I'm looking for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on this one. Definitely very strong. What's the volume on this one? 14 million, and it just showed. AMPX, we have 3.6 million. Average for this, guys, is 8.15 million. So, we're not even at half our vol yet. So a bit more to go, but it just did show up on my scanner, so it hasn't been doing too much volume. Let's look at this. Since this is the open here, the 9:30 area, low volume, and then right at that 10:50, 11 o'clock time slot, when the move up starts, all the volume starts coming in. So give this one time. I think this one's definitely got some legs. Let's see if we can, if it breaks above. Yeah, the spread's a little tricky though. Here we go. Looks like it's going to go without me. Let's take half the shares that we typically do on this one. Did we get filled? Yeah, we got filled. We'll give this one to around 1340 or so, and we'll scalp a little bit out. There we go for the break of 14. Boom! Big boy trade on this one. Can we get more? Can we get more? Let's go. Now, there we go. Coming back down to 14 into our entry, but we scalped out half the position at this 14.10 area. I'll give it back to Prad. I'm waiting for that 14.20 break.
Yeah, well, while Sean's here, Sean, I just want to ask you real quick, is there any way we could get our Discord moderator a merchandise or two? Because this guy's been putting in crazy amounts of work, man. Has been doing it for absolutely free. Today morning, early morning, he messages me and he goes, I had to ban more people off the server. We got raided again. So guys, if you have any messages from the Discord messaging you, hey, you just got a crypto giveaway, you got selected for an NFT drop, this is so-and-so, and we're selling you courses. These are all fake. And Blind Jedi just came through clutch with that, with absolutely kicking everybody. And also, go check out the Discord server, man. Go check out the Discord server. Blind Jedi's always in there hanging out, just posting levels, posting futures levels that he thinks are valuable to look at, and also helping people in the chat all the time in terms of you know, what to look out for and what not to look out for. So you know, good friend in the server over there, and has helped me out, and also that server is hopefully helping a bunch of new traders who are looking to get help after 4 o'clock. You know, it might be hard to really talk stocks if you don't have a community to talk to after 4 o'clock, because the chat ends at 4 o'clock. So it's good to have that community on Discord where you guys can talk to each other, learn off of each other, share each other's trades, and grow together, become the best traders we are. Along with that, we might as well just dive right into the YouTube spiel here. You know, go hit that like button, go hit that subscribe button. Last time I saw that number was at, I believe, what was it at? 2.1K. Now we're at 2.2K. So we can get to at least 3K today. And you guys know what happens when we get to 3K. Your boy Neil most likely rapping another song today. And I can't wait to check out which one that is. Real quick before we send it to you, Sharif again, I want to showcase some of my trades here. Lee Auto pulling back to that high a day almost, but not really breaking 25. Obviously, like I said, I'm going to reload onto my position. So, okay, I'm reloaded. Is on Lee Auto, and currently Apple 20 cents in the money, 30 cents in the money actually. AMZN 15 cents in the money. Coinbase 20 cents in the money after that reload. Target has been doing nothing but literally stay $1 in the money for me all day. I might just get out of this position and just call it a day on the Target. And Dash over here, baby, just now got back into it, I believe, or no, did not get back into it. I've been in this trade for a little while, and it has been paying me. So every time it drops down, I take profits. But now pulling back with the rest of the market. Market does not want to break the 3,700.
We got in a little bit of a dip trade here on ATHX. We got long at 168. We're looking at this support area for justification for our long. We're looking for the high of daybreak, but I'll definitely take out most, if not all, of the long here at that 182 level, because this one has a bit of a tendency to sell off once it makes a new high. So we're currently a penny out of the money here at long at 168, currently trading at 167. But the spread on this one is actually quite acceptable. It is a penny. So I'm going to be wrong. My opinion is I'm going to be wrong if we break that 160 level. So let's go ahead and put in the stop here at 159. And then we'll give it to 158 because the spread doesn't really open up too much on this one. So long. The long there is the idea. Obviously, I'm going against the short market, but you know how these small cappers do. They march to their beat of their own drum. They typically go, you know, they move irrespective of the market movement. Not a lot of these ones are connected to anything ES-based or NASDAQ-based. So let's keep an eye on that. I'm also long here on Sava at that 42.11 level. Sorry, that's AMPX. Excuse me. AMPX, sorry, I'm long at that 40, yeah. not 42, sorry, 1322 level. I'm getting a bit of a brain freeze here. Sorry. So 1322, we're a little bit in the money on this one. We're looking for that support to come in at that 20 period moving average. If we break 13, I'm out of this one. So let's put in our stop at 12.99 and then take it out at 12.89. So that'll be my out on AMPX. Sava, yeah, so let's see what we're doing on Sava here because we've got to figure that one out. Sava's NQ. Yeah, still, we're holding. I just dip trade on Sava off VWAP. That's the idea on Sava. So I got that 42.11 dip trade on Sava. It's currently trading at 42, so we're 11 pennies out of the money on that one. My intention here is for it to bounce back up, perhaps into that 200 period moving average, but let's see how it acts around VWAP. It's going to make or break this trade here. If it decisively closes below VWAP, I'm definitely out of this one. I'm going to give it to 41.75. I got to give it a bit of room because Sava is a $40 stock, so it tends to move a bit aggressively. So 41.74, and then we're going to be out at 41.61. Give it because on this one. So there's my stop on that. And yeah, so we're in 3 positions: AMPX, ATHX, and Sava, guys. We're going to send it up to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, an update for you on what's being discussed on social media so far this morning. A little more red creeping back into this board, if that's even possible at this point. ABCT still very positive. The little penny stock that could. Up again today, big day yesterday, big day again today. This thing's already done 153 million shares on the day. Mullen on here again to the upside. There's UVXY. Neil was discussing, if you joined us in the pre-market this morning, yeah, volatility spiking definitely today. APE, Sava, Tesla, Qs, then AMC, SPY, all the biggest to the downside. Basically, the size of the box on this board, if you're seeing it for the first time, just represents the amount of mentions the individual symbol is receiving or on social media today. Amazon tops some of the shipping names on the board today. NVIDIA, there's Spro as well downside. Rumble on here again. HKD, Tel, just to name a few, but a little bit more red even versus what we saw this morning, guys. Back over to you.
Go for it.
All right. Yeah, I'm just looking at my positions here, which are pulling back into the north side. Li Auto pretty much a couple pennies away from the high day, which is $25 or at high day right now, and trying to maybe test for a $25 break on LI.NQ. Market S&P 500, though, not really able to get past the 37.15 areas, which looks like were the bottoms earlier on the future. So if you pull it up over here, 37.15 was the previous bottom, the overnight bottom, which we can't get over for some reason. We can't even pull back to VWAP on the S&P 500 futures, whereas the NASDAQ futures, which is your tech basket, has been a little bit stronger on that case. It can pull back to VWAP, but it sadly rejects VWAP, so the strength in the overall market is still lacking. I mean, I woke up to notifications on my phone saying Dow down 200 points, and I was like, okay, if Free Fall Friday is here, I gotta wake up early, I gotta get ready quicker, I gotta do everything faster. So based off of that, no, the market did end off or start off negative today, but not too much of a negative move to the downside. I think people were expecting a possible pop, and that's why people are just careful. Not ready to really punch into any position blindly.
Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous about this Sava position here. I've seen this play out before where we come back to VWAP, we create kind of a flat bottom in and around that VWAP. The volume drops off significantly. The spread tightens up. Then all of a sudden the volume comes in, but it comes into the downside. And then you have an aggressive flat bottom break here. And so that's what's making me a little bit nervous about it. I'm going to leave my stop at the same, but I'm going to keep my eye on it really sharply in case my stop gets blown through and I have to punch out using my flatten key. But I just want to mention that for anybody out there, in case you're following my trades, I've kind of got a little bit of a bad feeling about this one. Even though, you know, we're moving up a little bit, there's definitely no volume to support the move up, and I get the feeling that this one's going to be a flat bottom breakdown to the downside. It is down 17.5%, so that wouldn't be unheard of, to be honest with you. I just want to shout out Mohammed Al-Barash sending 20, what is that? Brad? What kind of currency? SEK.
Swedish krona, probably.
Swedish krona. Oh, I didn't know that their thing was called krona. That's cool. Swedish kronas, appreciate that. Mohammed, he says Dow Jones below June low. Thoughts? Will S&P follow? Yeah, when I woke up this morning, I was watching TV and they were saying already how the Dow was below June lows. If it had opened up about that, it opened up below the current futures value in the morning, and it did. And so I think we did break those June lows. But I personally think we're going to touch 36 again on the ES. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think it'll happen today unless we get a really aggressive market sell-off into that afternoon time slot. But, you know, if it's not today, it's Monday. If it's not Monday, it's Tuesday. So that's just my feeling. I think we're going to touch those June lows, and we may even make some new lows. And my thinking is, what kind of economic indicators or economic information do we have between now and, you know, mid-October that will buoy us? I mean, a lot of people were saying this morning, oh, you know, wait till earnings come in, earnings will buoy the market. Well, I don't know. I'm not really that optimistic about earnings. Costco coming in yesterday and had a beat on the EPS. It had a beat on a number of things, but its margins got squeezed. And if you know anything about Costco's business models, they're not in the margin business to begin with. So if their margins are getting squeezed, how do you feel about everybody else? So that's my logic around that. I know not all the industries are retail, and retail has its own problems, but I'm not too optimistic about earnings. So I'm thinking we're going to make new lows. We're probably going to break 36 probably by sometime next week, Brad. What do you think?
Yeah, I just added to a bunch of my positions, but I just have to manage over here. If they do squeeze against me, I have a key ready to bunch out all of the positions at the same time in case this market really manages to break VWAP for the NASDAQ and break that 37.15 area for the S&P 500. Thankfully, neither of those have yet to happen, and now I get to sit back and really get scared and shake in my boots a little bit, but to also focus on the market environments and market variables. I'm not going to add into my positions anymore. Now it's just wait for the drop, and if the drop doesn't happen, then it rips off my P&L and just rips my face off, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And there we go. Now my unrealized is flat again. It looked a little scary for a second. Now my unrealized is flat again. So time to start making money if this market can pull back, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, you tell that market,
off
Bradley.
Of that 37.15 area. You have no right belonging above 37.15 today. I'm going to tell you what it is, baby. Now pull back below 11,400 on the market here. NASDAQ, that's right. There you go. You're doing what I need you to do. I love you.
All right, guys. Huge trade here on ATHX. It's one of the only, well, we've only taken 3. This is the only one that's worked out so far. Basically here we got in at that dip trade because of this support level right there. The dip trade was that 168 level. We took out a first piece here at 175, second piece at 180, and then the third piece we actually did get top wick here at 190. So awesome trade on ATHX. I'm still holding 38% of the position, but you know what's going against me? Sava. And it's doing that flat bottom breakdown that I was worried about. I knew that it was going to do this. I should have punched out. It's holding a little bit below 42 now. Let's see if it comes to my stop. I'm just going to let it, I'm not going to change my stop on this one. I'm going to let it stop itself out. You know, if it does, it does. That's just the way this one works. But ATHX definitely working out for me. I'm looking for that $2 break if we can get it. I'll probably take it out at $1.99. I won't wait till 2. In fact, let's do that now. Let's take out a little bit of shares at that 198 spot. So we got a profit taker on that, and we got to deal with.
Was Wayne right?
What happened?
Wayne was probably right.
About?
Wayne said, we're just waiting for you to go live, Prad. And here's 11:30, and now the market might just be ready to break the low a day after tickling VWAP. So Wayne probably has a crystal ball. Mateo, I don't know if it's you anymore, brother.
Mateo, did you loan him your crystal ball, man?
You shine your crystal ball and you give it to Bruce over here, or what? Because this guy was mentioning that, Prad, just wait till you go live. This market will tickle VWAP and fall off, and that's exactly what this market's doing.
Absolutely. No, you can go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah, I cut you off. That's my bad. I was just puzzled that this market actually did what Vayner was talking about. Bruce Vayner over there.
Bruce Vayner.
But baby, let's go. If this break can, or this rejection off VWAP in the market can actually push to the downside, we could possibly turn our day around here, which would be amazing. Like I said, I incurred some damages on the futures today, so I'm a little hesitant to even touch the futures side, but I'm still very much alive on the equity side. I mean, I'm not shut down on the future side either. I have still a bunch of room to play around in there, but I'm mentally shut down. Mentally, I took too much damage and I realized that I was over trading it, so I don't want to trade futures anymore. So I'm gonna just try to put some damage on this side, which is Meta shorts, baby. Look at that new ad on Meta right above the 50-period EMA. So that was a little scary. You got to be honest, that was a little scary. But now the positions are moving into our favor. Amazon 30 cents in the money, Meta 30 cents in the money, Apple 30 cents in the money. The only one that's flat right now is Coinbase. So let's see if Coinbase can get under VWAP and push the downside. Is the free fall rate really getting in here? Is it about time to start printing some cash now is the question. Let's go, baby. Let's push the market back to the lower days. No, please don't bounce from 37.05s. Please, just go down. I got to take some profits before it goes back up. I'll give it to you.
All right, guys. We just took out another piece here on ATHX at that 198 level. It broke two quite nicely up at that 204 level is top wick. I'm holding the last 18% of my trade on this one. I'm not going to take it out. I'm well on the money on this one, so very unlikely I'll go red. But just in case, I'll put in my stop right at that break even. In fact, I'll put it above break even. I'll put it at that 170 level. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we're going to put it at $1.70, and we're going to take out the remaining piece at, and I'll give it 1 penny, 169. Why not, right? So currently breaking below that 2 level. Sava's still going against me here. Kind of annoying, but I put my stop in on Sava at that 41.70 and I gave it to 41.60 because the spread right now is actually 15 pennies. So, you know, if it could blow through like a 5 or 6 cent spread between your limit and your stop. So make sure, and I've talked about that before on the show, where you have to have, with these more spready stocks, you're going to have a bit of a distance between your stop order, the price of your stop order, and your limit order. There's going to have to be some correspondence between the spread on the stock and the spread between those two prices. Otherwise, it'll just blow through your stop. So yeah, profitable on ATHX, but not profitable on Sava, sadly. So let's see what else is going on in the market here. Bradley already talked about the bounce off VWAP on the MES. I was also looking at Fubo this morning because it was making Fubo. Sorry, I said Fubo. Fubo this morning. Let me bring in my chart. Actually, let me switch charts here. Yeah, I'll switch charts here real quick. I think Fubo is New York, right? Yes, it is, yeah. Okay, so Fubo up, you know, not bad, 7.2% on the day. Not doing much at the moment, sadly, kind of consolidating sideways, holding, well, not really holding, but flirting with that 50-period EMA. Looks like we topped out today at that $4.34 area, currently trading at $4.20. Not much range on this one lately, so you're going to have to take ample, actually, let me zoom in here. Let me zoom out. Yeah, you're going to have to take ample size to make a decent amount on this one because it's not giving you all that much range. Like look at this. The low on Fubo, I don't want to use the pre-market low, but the after the market low, I mean, we didn't even hit $4 and the high day is 34 cents. So, you know, it's giving you all of 34-cent range. You're going to have to make of that what you will. And obviously size in according to your risk parameters. Sava continuing to break down, and this is not looking good for me at all. I'm not going to change my stop. I'm going to wait till I get stopped out because I know I will.
Our chat's hilarious. As soon as it said Fubo, Fobo, they're like Hobo, Bobo, and they just kept going with the different variations of the names they
all
could
like
come up with.
Sounding names,
yeah,
like the
Hobo,
rhyming.
Bobo,
yeah.
and it kept
Jokers.
going. It's like chat's hilarious. I love the chat.
Of course.
Market did not do what I wanted to do, which is go all the way down to the lower days. So we're watching the market now hold the trend on the NASDAQ market at least towards the VWAP area, and the S&P 500 forming a pretty good base in front of 3,700. 3,700 does not want to break. We went to 3,715. We rejected that. We pulled back to 3,705, 3,706. 36, and we're looking to hold those areas now. So obviously, if you're shorts or if you have shorts on the board, you're currently scared again one more time, especially if you over leverage on your trades a little bit, and you were previously scared for that same reason, right? So be a little careful if you're short. Market might just hold off at 3,700 for the rest of the day. We've had I think let me just read it again, just so I'm making sure I'm not wrong. In our watch list, it says how many days, or was it weeks? Fear futures are sharply lower. Last 6 weeks, yeah. So it's gonna be the 5th decline in the last 6 weeks. So 5 weeks of red and 1 week of green in the market. So maybe the market has been overplayed to the downside a little bit. You know, the Fed's rate hike move wasn't even that bad, because we broke the lows and we broke the highs, and then we came back into a range where it looked good, and obviously at the end of the day it did break the bottom. But overall, the selling might just be priced in around 3,700. If we do go to 3,600 though, that will be back to COVID lows, right?
3,600? No, that would be June lows.
June lows, sorry.
I think COVID lows were 32. I'm not 100% sure. Let me do this. I got the SPX open here so I can take a quick look for you. Where are we at? 19. Okay, so 20. Wow, Bradley, you're not going to believe this, man. March 2020, we went down to 2189. We're not going to get down to 2189. I really doubt that. Let me bring my chart in for you guys to have a look. This is the SPX index, not the ES. Here is March 2020. This low here is at 2190 or so. This is where we are now. This is June right over here. This is where we're at. So we're not far away from June at all. But let me move this back up, because Sava just made a big boy move here, reclaiming VWAP. Look at that top wick at 4240. Let's put an order in here to get out of some. We're going to put it at 4235. My ACB, adjusted cost basis, on this one is 4213. If we can get filled a little bit above our ACB, that'd be great, because I thought this was going to be like a for sure loser. But you know what? It hasn't really reclaimed VWAP. It's above VWAP, and I need it to stay above VWAP, and ideally move above that 50 period, which is also at 4240. So if it gets up to that level, we're going to take profits above a little bit below 4240. So at least now we're break even on the trade so far. So, you know, whatever. Let's go flip back to ATHX. Is continuing to make new highs. There we go. We're going to take a piece out of ATHX here. Can we? No, we're going to have to get out completely. Come on. There we go. So we're out of ATHX completely. Look at this move up, guys. This is one of my better trades on the day, definitely. 5 pieces out here. Yeah, 5 pieces out. Got in at the exact level that I wanted, that support level. It really did hold that support level quite well. Like, look at this, corresponding between this support level here and this resistance level right here. I mean, they're bang on. So that's where we took the dip trade, and so far we've got top wick, but let's see how long that lasts. I'm probably going to continue to go up and make me feel bad for selling it. But my main paranoia right now is around Sava. I really need this to hold VWAP. Otherwise, you know, I'm not moving my stop. It's below 4170, and I'm going to leave it at that, Brad.
Yeah, I'm currently tracking what Bitcoin is doing just for my Coinbase position, which has been absolutely choking me to death at the moment. It is absolutely, doing the I don't want to get any WWE references wrong, so I'll just shut up over here. But
no, tell me. I'll tell you if it's right or wrong.
It's putting me in a sweet chin music, baby. It's absolutely. Who's the sweet chin music?
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels, yeah. It's Shawn Michaeling me to sleep at the moment. But we're good. We're good. It's pulling back down. The market's trying to go back to 3,700. We're watching the market over here, slightly above the 50 period. Sorry, no, that's not the 50. The white line is it is the 50. So slightly above the 50 period EMA for the Bitcoin market, but pulling back to the downside will help me on my Coinbase. Bitcoin. Coinbase follows Bitcoin a lot more than it does the overall market. So always a good thing to have the barometer for a certain stock that you're trading. For example, if you're trading your Oxys or your energy stocks, it's always a good idea to watch XLE. I remember Brendo mentioned that the energy sector has been extremely weak today, and the energy sector currently now at the $71 area, which is slightly under VWAP. But look at the percentage that the market's down today, down 6 full percent, extremely weak, and Papa Buffett probably not enjoying his Oxy portfolio at the moment.
No, definitely not. Let's bring in my watch list here. You guys can have a look at the energy stocks. They are really taking it on the chin today, big time. I mean, FANG down 8.5%, CVX 5.2%, MPC 5%. What's it called? ExxonMobil 5%, MMP almost 6%. Everything. Oxy's down 4.75%. Devon Energy 8.35%. You know, it's just been really bad, and Nat Gas hasn't been any better either. Like EQT down 9.75%, LNG down 7%. SWN 8.33%. So it's just been really bad for energy. This morning I woke up and I saw WTI hovering around that $80 mark, with Brent, you know, not that far behind it, to be honest, not that far ahead of it, excuse me, at like 85 or 87. I'm not sure what it is. Let's pull up Trading View here, because I know I have a bit of a trick on Trading View that I can just type in US oil, and it'll show us tradingview.com. There we go. And then right in the search engine, I just type in US oil. If it starts typing anytime now, go ahead. Let's go. That's super slow today. Jeez. US oil. Let's see where WTI is at the moment.
I was just gonna say that's because you're using dog water edge, but then I looked
I'm
over.
not. It's Chrome.
I looked over. I saw Chrome. I was like keep quiet, Brad, keep quiet.
Yeah, Pride always gets on me about using Edge instead of Chrome. Yeah, WTI breaking the lows that I saw this morning. This is a daily chart. Let's switch to the 1 minute. Actually, here we go. So currently trading at 78.95. This morning I was. What is this? How come it's showing me weird times? Oh, because it's not in Toronto time. There we go. Now we switch it to Toronto time, and we see the appropriate time. So this morning I was looking at it. Yeah, wow, it was up at 81. It was really sold off. But my thinking here is I don't think oil is going to stay at these depressed levels for very long. There's a lot of coincidental things that are happening. China's still locked down, and they're not. Their demand is not pulling the prices back up. So I don't know. And this Iran deal that's supposed to be going down now is complicated with all the stuff that's going on in Iran right now. We don't talk about politics here, but there's obviously stuff going on there, and I don't know if the U.S. is going to want to sign that deal with all the uprisings that are happening right now. So what a great geopolitical story to write about this right now. To be honest with you, super interesting. This kind of this is definitely the stuff that I'm more interested in. Now, let's switch back to Sava. Yes! It shot up to the upside, but I missed here the top wick at 42.29. But I'm well in the money now on Sava. Patience pays. I knew I didn't want to punch out of my short there. Thank the Lord. Okay, where are we going to take the rest of it? Now, I'm thinking here, maybe I should have a 42 stop on this one so that I don't lose any more money. I've still got a lot of shares on, guys, and it's pulling back a little bit. That teaches me to look and talk about something else. I really should have been looking at Sava on this one, especially with how much money I've got on this one. Let's go ahead and punch some more out here. I got to get some out to lighten up my position. So now I'm holding 50% of my position. And my ACB on this one, don't forget, is 42.16. It's currently trading at between 42.27 and 37 because the spread is 10 cents, Bradley.
Yeah, I started singing the Skepta ASAP Rocky song. I don't know if you know that one.
ASAP Rocky.
Yeah, buddy. When is he dropping another album? Anyways, the S&P 500 is currently at the day's low. Well, only a point away from day's low. Does it actually break the 3,700? We didn't come this far not to break it, right, Luca? If he was here, he'd say right now. But let's get that 3,700 break and push us to the downside market. Our Apple shorts, Meta shorts, and Amazon shorts all are again 40 cents in the money. So not as scary as it was before, but still, we want Coinbase to push to the downside. We need the market to break 3,700. If this market bounces off of 3,700, then I'm not sure if I want to be short anymore for the rest of the day. Obviously, shorting the pops have been a good strategy for the most part of the day so far. Come on, let's get that 3,700 break. Let's go, market. Go down there. 3, 2. We got a lot of size on 3,700. We got about 460 contracts on the MES alone, and they're churning through that. They are
Churn,
churning.
baby, churn.
They're filling the size on that bad boy. They might just be able to break it if the volume is able to show up. Keep in mind, we're only 20 minutes away from lunchtime, so that means volume should be slowly going away from the market, not increasing. But if the selling pressure is coming out the way it is, we are going to break 3,700 in the next few seconds here. I mean, we already went through 400 contracts, so that's not easy to go to 400 contracts. And how many more contracts are they going to keep on refreshing? Look at the selling pressure.
Yeah, man.
This is insane. The tape is going bonkers. We are through. We are now breaking the low of day.
yeah.
3,700 has broken a level that Blind Jedi gave out to me in the morning. I believe it was, where'd you say? Keep in mind, blah, 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 blah. What level did you give me, Blind? Where are you? I don't want to read like private messages, right?
True,
and
of
knowing
course.
me, I just read the whole thing like Anchorman level. So I need to like be very careful. There you go. 36.39 is what Blind Jedi pointed out to me. He mentioned that that was the last bottom in June. So 36.39, we could be able, the market just might be able to head towards the 3,600, 36.39 level, maybe even 36.50 level, which is another 50 point from here. We're down 75 points on the day. This market's going timber.
Wow.
If you have shorts, I know I was getting scared for my shorts earlier, but if you have shorts, baby, hold on to it right now because Meta Platforms, sorry, I typed in our private message with Blind Jedi over there. But yeah, if you have shorts right now, if you might as well start looking to take some profits. For example, Meta give me some profits. Amazon getting ready to take some profits on that bad boy also. 50 cents in the money on that one. Apple. There's not that many A's. Pratty, there's only 2 A's.
Pratty
Apple,
Daddy.
40 cents in the money. Let's take some profits on that bad boy also. And XLE now 35 cents in the money on XLE. Let's go. We're just taking positions all across the board. XLE low a day. We're gonna take profits on that. Now Coinbase, which is where most of our size is, and one of our biggest trades most likely will end up being Coinbase. If this can pull back all the way to the downside, this market's going timber now. Hey baby. Free Fall Friday!
You know he's excited once he smashes his keyboard, guys. That's kind of the telltale sign there. What a move down on the futures. I might have to eat my words. I said earlier that I didn't think that we break that 36.36 June low today, but hey, I guess it's on the table now. 36.93 is where we're at now. Geez. You know, I know we keep talking about this, and I know if you have long-term portfolios, you're probably sick of hearing about it, but you know, there's a difference between day trading and long-term, so excuse us for that. But one thing that I'm really impressed about lately, and I knew that was going to happen based on the market movement to the downside, is the US dollar. Jeez, have you seen the US dollar? We're at 2-year highs on the US dollar. So, you know, we talk about 52-week highs. We're talking about 2-year highs on this one.
Look, I don't check my bank account, okay?
No?
I just swipe.
Jeez, my
right?
man,
I
he's
just
got
swipe,
so
swipe,
much
swipe.
money,
Right.
he doesn't even need to look at the balance,
I don't look at
guys.
the bank account. I just swipe. I don't look at the price tag either. I just swipe.
And Sava making me feel like an absolute fool for punching out at that 42.50 level now, just top wicked here at 42.90. Yeah, of course, that's going to happen. Of course, when I punch out, it's going to make a move. But hey, I exercised a little bit of patience on this one. I definitely wanted to punch out once it broke VWAP, but it reclaimed it within about 5 minutes. So that gave me a bit more confidence. Bounced back off it, then it made the move up. Then we got out here, here, and here. So first out was 42.27, second out was at 42.35, and then the last out here was at 42.45. So yeah, you know, profitable trade, not as profitable as it could have been, especially now we're going to test that $43 level, coming all the way down from that 42.50, or I think we made it here at 42.30, sorry. So, hey, you know, count your blessings and, you know, be grateful for whatever profits you've made, but it's never a good feeling to leave money on the table. Now, let's have a look at the big caps because we haven't really talked about that. Let me bring my chart down from the top here. Oh, I actually got to switch it before I bring it down. There we go. Big tech, and then I'll bring it down. There we go. So big tech, you know what? Big tech doesn't even look that bad. I mean, I don't even think it looks that bad. Save and except for Microsoft. Microsoft has made an aggressive move below VWAP. Maybe to some extent Google as well, but Google's not at day's low. The market is at day's low, but Google is not at day's low. And Meta is not at day's low. Neither is Amazon. Neither is Apple. And I think Tesla, neither is Tesla. It's close, but I'm seeing here that only Microsoft of the 6 is at day's low. So it's the only one really corresponding with the market at the moment, because the market definitely is at day's low. So interesting how the big caps here are actually weathering the storm a bit better than the actual overall market is, Brad. Have you noticed that?
What's that? Sorry, I was too busy rapping Fetty Wap with Neil over there. What's
no, look at this. So none of the big 6 except for Microsoft is at day's low, but the market is at days low.
Microsoft's been pretty good. I actually did notice that earlier in the day when I was trying to short the tech market. I was like, I jump onto Microsoft. I was like, oh, okay, this chart just looks weird. I'm not even gonna bother. I'm gonna go to Apple, which has been a little more volatile for the last few days, especially with the market moves and so on. Coinbase still out of the money, but most of my other positions are in the money, so I am looking good at the moment. So I feel good. I look good. That's part of the equation.
Love it.
That's part of the equation, man. What's that? Liar, says
Fahad's not liking that line.
Fahad's just jealous.
He didn't like that line.
Fahad's just jealous that I'm better in every single aspect. Better at making beats, just better looking, better at trading.
Oh my God.
Better at bowling, even better at basketball probably. I don't even have to test it, But that's just facts, Fahad. I'm sorry. Even better at Valorant. But getting back into the market over here, the market did break 3,700. Coinbase trying to squeeze me one more time. So let's go take a look at what the Bitcoin sector is doing real quick. Bitcoin did drop off to the downside, but not too much to the downside. We created a higher low. So hence Coinbase not looking to push too far down there. I think I just got stopped out of Coinbase. What? Did I? Stopped out of Coinbase. I did get stopped out of Coinbase, so now we're gonna hang out and just not worry about Coinbase anymore. So let's send it to Brendo at the big screen for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, we'll give you an update on the S&P here. Getting real, we just passed 2% to the downside. Pretty ugly board. Not much in the way of positivity right now. 2.08 currently for the market. This is the energy group. The guys are talking there. Sharif just mentioning, oil basically day lows as well. 6+% at the bottom there. 10, and 10 for SLB, Halliburton, MRO, and APA. So pretty ugly for some of the oil producers. This is the banking group down in the left-hand corner here, still getting crushed as well among the leaders. Industrials also downside in a big way. All the airlines, 4+%. 4+% for the airlines today in negative territory. Domino's down here still standing out positive on the day. Nice note on them this morning. Right beside that, though, CCL, not good, 7%. All the cruise lines under pressure with this storm making its way towards the East Coast today. Take Two, I saw a note on this morning as well, downside this morning, 5.3% for TTWO. It's getting pretty grim. 2.04, though, a bit of a bounce, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Racer X9 in the chat wants me to have a look at the banking sector, so we're going to do that. We're going to bring down the watch list here, and it's just like, one big sea of red in the entire watch list. That's to be expected, obviously, given where we are. But Goldman Sachs pulling back more than 4.5. JB Morgan a little bit better, doing 3.25 almost below. It looks like here, this is CIBC. You guys aren't going to be interested in that. Nor BMO. These are American traded stocks, but you probably don't know too much about them. Royal Bank as well. Morgan Stanley here down almost 5% as well. Charles Schwab down 2.5. Charles probably weathering the storm a little bit better. What's this one here? Bank of Nova Scotia, again, that's a Canadian bank. Citigroup, Citigroup also down 4%. Wells Fargo 3.5. Bank of America almost 3.5 as well. So the banking sector definitely taking it on the chin today too. They're not being spared. And what's funny about that is, we've been hearing, like, I guess the better part of the year now, higher interest rates are gonna benefit the banks. The banks make money off the difference between how much they borrow for and how much they lend for. So it's interesting, but we haven't really seen that reflected at all on the charts, and I don't know what that has to do. If there's anything that I don't understand, maybe that's causing that. But I've been hearing that for quite a while now, that the banks are supposed to be kind of the leaders in this type of market. Not so much. I haven't seen it, Brad.
Yeah, I've heard that too. That like you mentioned exactly, they should be making more money in the thing. But I was actually surprisingly enough, pondering about this last night, just sitting in my bed and just thinking about it. I was like, so how does it work? Maybe a part of that reason is that people know if recession comes, they won't be able to pay half of their loans back.
Good point.
Right.
So they're not lending as much.
They might not be lending as much, and also the market bettors are probably betting on a good percentage of people, if recession does happen to hit, not being able to pay their stuff on time.
Yeah.
So that's why they might not be putting the money inside of banks, and that's why the hedging against banks and whatnot.
Yep.
I mean, look at what's going on with the credit cards, right? Credit cards, what's that number? APM, API?
Oh, yeah. The APR.
Whatever that
APR.
number, APR,
Yeah.
apparently has been going crazy recently.
Oh, yeah.
So if that's the case, like who's really willingly going out there giving like 2008, like the Wolf of Wall Street movie, just giving out houses to strippers and whatnot when they can't afford it, right? You can't give them $1 million house if they can't afford it. If they can, go for it.
I agree with
If
you.
they can't afford it, I don't care what your job title is. Go get the house. You deserve it. If you can't afford it, then you can't be going out there and taking those loans.
No,
so
I
I
hear
think
you.
that's the part of the reason why the whole banks have been still taking a hit because of this.
Yep.
But I may be wrong. It's
no,
just
to build on your
that came
point,
off last night.
I agree with everything you said. I think, and to build on your point, I remember we had a figure come out, I think a couple of months ago that savings were down, even though they're still better than average. The amount of savings people have in their account, it's definitely down from pandemic highs. In addition, credit card debt is starting to rack up. People are starting to take on more credit card debt. I mean, that all obviously affects the banks to some extent, but again, this is kind of my first rodeo into this type of volatile environment. So I'm hearing all these things that are supposed to happen, but they really haven't manifested yet. So we'll continue to watch, and I'll read. I think the chat's kind of responding to what we're talking about here. So once I send it back to Brad, I'll have a look at and see what everybody's saying, and I'll respond accordingly. But Sava now pulling back into VWAP. We're all out of Sava, so we're profitable on that one. Very happy. ATHX also pulling back, holding that 50 period quite nicely. This might be an initiation of a new long. I do see a bit of a head and shoulders pattern on this one, albeit it is on the 1 minute chart, so it has to be looked at with more suspicion than if it was on the 5, 10, or 15. But I'm liking the fact that it is holding that 50 period moving average. Perhaps if it reclaims that 195 level will initiate a new long. I do see an interesting support level here at that 180 to 184 area around. So maybe just a little hair below where we're actually trading right now. So interesting support level if you're looking for a long on ATHX. It's up almost 60% on the day, Brad.
This is on the nose. Credit card debt up, delinquency up, DXY
There
up,
you go.
interest rates up. All means borrowing is costlier, and therefore banks get less customers, says Gray Harmonic. So yeah, pretty happy that my theory that I came out.
I agree with you.
Honestly, dude, all it took was, what it took for me to come up with that answer. Just,
What?
We can
Logic?
talk about we could talk about the thing later.
Sounds
but
good.
just went home, got ready to go to bed, and just sat there, just kept asking myself questions, and thankfully, you're not doing that right now, bro. You're not doing that right now,
Fahad
bro.
is absolutely trolling,
You're
Brad.
not doing that right now, bro.
Can the chat hear it?
Yeah.
Can the chat get it?
Yeah.
I love it. I happen to like the beat, I'll tell you the truth. I think it just needs a little bit of bass, but I do like it. But the fact that they're playing it and you're getting upset about it is really funny. So.
Anyways, we're going to go to ARKK.
Good on you, Fahad. Good on you.
We're going to go to ARKK in the meantime. As the market is pulling back to 3,700, the S&P 500 is trying to go back to 3,700. If it breaks 3,700, then I'll be pretty upset because I'm expecting a bigger move to the downside on the market, sadly. NASDAQ didn't really break the low of day, I'll be honest. It might have broken the low of day, air quotes, but it didn't really break the low of day. It's now heading back into the same range that it's been stuck in all day. But let's see if the S&P 500 is actually going to go past 3,700. I see Team PJCT talking about Kathy Wood is no longer with ARK. Really? Man, that's crazy. I actually didn't know that. If that's true, I'm pretty upset. But I want to show you. Where is it? Where'd you guys even share it? Right here, baby. That's I love her. I just love her. I don't care whatever fund she's running. I'm gonna blindly follow that fund. That's it.
Gem, man.
It's on Google. You can find it on Google.
Aunt Kathy she was a looker when she was young. All right, good for Aunt Kathy. Guys, ATHX bouncing off that 50-period moving average like we theorized. Not too bad. I'm still not interested in it until it reclaims that $1.95 area. You know, I could have taken a baby long here at that 185 area, maybe given it to like 180 or something. A baby long, and then I would have added to it at 195. I still can. It's a 4 pennies, 4 pennies away from my preferred entry point, but I'm profitable on this one, and I don't really feel like giving back any money anyway. And the small cappers today have been few and far between, if any. AMPX kind of still holding above view up. Let's flip to AMPX here and have a look. Let's leave it on this one. So AMPX, just before I flip, I just want to make sure it is a NASDAQ stock because no, it's a New York stock. AMPX, let's flip to New York. There we go. Any day now, yeah. AMPX holding that VWAP quite nicely. It's bounced off VWAP a couple of times here. Let's see, once, twice, 3 times. Okay, so this is interesting. So it is respecting the level, and I do like that. It's interesting to point out that it is following VWAP a bit more closely than it is following the 50-period moving average. So it may be interesting to initiate, it may be profitable actually to initiate a long in and around these areas for a possible break of high days. What I'll do is I'll take a baby long at this level. Let's go
baby
in here.
Shark,
there we go. Shark, babe, there we go. So we're long, I believe. Did we get fully filled? No, we got only partially filled. Now we're fully filled at this level. And of course, it tanks down. I'm putting my stop right below VWAP. If it breaks VWAP by even like a couple of pennies, I'm definitely going to be out of this one. I don't want to take any more L's. Let's see here. What's VWAP? So I can adjust my stop. 12.93. So we're going to say 12.89. And then what's the spread on this one? It's only a penny, so we don't need to give it that much room. Give it to 12.85. There we go. So stops in. I'm looking forward to take some. I'm actually going to add on this one, guys. If this one breaks that $13.70 level, I'm going to add to it for that break of the high of day, and then I'm all out at high of day because we know what this one's done. When it creates a new high of day, you don't have to look far. Look, here's high of day right here, 14.18. It comes close to it at 14.10 here, and then completely tanks. Same thing here. It makes a new high of day at 14.19, 14.20, tanks. So, you know, that's been the case with these small cap crappers for the last, like couple of months. And I'm not going to give them any room to take any more money away from me. But on AMPX, I'm long. I'm long at exactly 13.12, and I'm looking to add above 13.70, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Disney because our boy, by the way, this boy,
I see.
The Playmaker, has a gift for you coming in, Sharif.
What?
I don't know if you know that.
No?
What?
Oh, was that supposed to be a surprise? Neil giving.
He told me to tell him.
Neil giving.
Yes, he said make sure that he doesn't read my name on the show, blah, blah, blah. I have like an instruction code. There was like an instruction code to make sure that he doesn't say the name and everything. Oh, okay. Yeah. I had instructions to let Sharif know, don't say my name. My name will be on there. Yeah.
Okay.
So when you do get the box, don't mention his name, but it's from Playmaker88.
He's listening to us. He's in the chat.
Yeah, no, don't say his real name, but it says on the gift.
Got it.
Right, just say Playmaker88.
I appreciate that, Playmaker.
So we're
You're a
waiting
hell of a
for
guy,
that.
man.
You got me scared for a second. You know, I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. I'm never going to Miami now because I know I'll get in trouble for sure enough for ruining the gift. But no, the plan was to let you know to not read his real name out loud.
I got you.
But it's time to go to Brendo at the big screen for happening now.
You gave him the death.
I had like a heart attack with that stare you just gave.
I'm out of stuff.
Oh, back to you. Sorry, bro. I was just talking to your boy Neil over there who's enjoying his salad at the moment, and I can't wait to enjoy my salad. Let me know when you boys are good to go over there. But Disney, baby, Disney on Playmaker wanted to take a look at it. Heading back towards the lower day, I'm guessing that he wants to go long on Disney or short on Disney. I don't know what the plan is, but Disney sadly did get under $100.
Yeah.
This kid behind us actually had the $100 break short today, so congratulations for him to catch the $50 move
Wayne
on
the Brain?
one of these boys
Okay.
had the $100 break short, so congratulations to one of those boys on capitalizing on that move. But let's go, baby. This market did not break above 3,700. We are going back to the downside. We got back into Coinbase so we can revenge trade it, and now Coinbase is 50 cents in the money. Hopefully I can make back the losses I've incurred on that position already. We are $1.50 in the money on Meta platforms. So Meta now pushing way further to the downside. Amazon 67 cents in the money. AMZN 67 cents in the money. Apple also pushing down 25 cents in the money. But let's now go to happening now.
Battery swap completed. Let's go. Let's talk about a pretty ugly board here, top to bottom. We'll start top end. Yeah, Canadian market's not great. 2.8, 2.7 there for the TSX. Wow. S&P 500, 2.08. The Russell, all of them, 1, 2, 3,000. All 2+% to the downside, a 2+% kind of day for the composite NASDAQ, NYSE as well, 2.7. It's getting pretty ugly right across the entire board. A couple of things we were discussing if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. Big tech on watch, Meta included in that 1.8 now just rolled over once again through 140.50. New volume alert off on that 140.50 break, trying to get back to day lows is Meta. Costco off earnings as well, was down anyways, as they said higher freight and higher labor costs going to hurt them going forward. 3% for Costco, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. I got stopped out of my AMPX trade. Surprise, surprise. And then obviously, as is normal, it starts to move back to the upside. That's on me. I should have given it a bit more below VWAP. I didn't because I had been burned on it already, and it had held VWAP pretty strictly until that point. And just as I get out, look at the new highs it's making now, up to 1340. I think my entry there was at 1312, so I would have been nicely in the money on that one. Anyway, I don't want to cry over spilt milk, but somebody in the chat by the name of Mohammed Al-Barash tell me EVTL flying. Well, you know, it's moving. It's up 16% and change on the day, but it's not really flying, and the volume is kind of sparse. Let's pull it in here so you guys can have a look. EVTL, and I believe it is a New York stock. So there we go. Let's flip to that. The volume on it on the day is 772,000 shares, so that doesn't really excite me too much. It's been moving since basically 9:30. Like, look at this. It made a high here at $7.85, and it pulled back quite aggressively, bouncing nicely, very strictly off that 200 moving average, and then moving back up, reclaiming VWAP here, now pulling and making a new high at that 760. Not new high, but recent high. Now pulling back into that $7.29 level. Maybe we'll initiate a long if it does come back down to VWAP around $7.20.
Is that an EV stock?
EVTL, I'll tell you in 1 second. What is it? It's a Vertical Aerospace Limited, is an electric vertical takeoff and landing, eVTOL. I know these airplanes. Manufacturer. The company is focused on designing, manufacturing, and selling zero operating emissions eVTOL aircraft for use in the advanced air mobility. I love it. Have you seen these? It's not maybe a good stock, but have you seen the product? It's like a big drone that you sit in, and it's got those like propeller.
I'm good.
Oh, I would love that, guys. Tell me in the chat, would you guys love to have an eVTOL? I definitely would. It's for those who don't know. Let's pull up a picture so the chat can follow along. Let's take a picture here, EVTOL, and see what comes up. Images. There we go. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Look at this. Proudly, have a look at this. You don't want one of these?
I'm good.
He's lying, guys. He'd have one in a second. Look at this one. Oh, my goodness. This is vertical. Apparently, it takes like half an hour to learn how to fly it. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but... Fahad, you're not showing my screen. Yeah, there we go. So have a look at this one, guys. This is a hell of an airplane here. Can we grow this one a bit bigger? There we go. Okay. Guys, look at this. This is beautiful. It takes like 4 people. It's apparently easier to fly than a helicopter. Let's go back here and look at a couple of more. let's see what eVTOL itself makes. eVTOL, so EVTL aircraft. EVTL company. And then we'll see what kind of things they make. Go to all. So yeah, it's obviously not a great stock, especially with how it's moved.
And Kathy getting booted off of her seats, bro.
There we go. Vertical airspace. Is this it?
Sean?
I think so, yeah.
And Kathy getting booted off of her seats.
Look at this, guys. Prad.
Got booted off of 2 different ETF seats.
Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. As Prad and Sean
upset,
talk
man.
about, and Kathy, I'm showing you guys the actual eVTOL that VTOL makes here. I would love this kind of aircraft. Oh my goodness. Look at this, bro. Wow.
I can't trust that, bro.
Man, this is the new world. You got to
can't.
get with it,
I
or
can't.
like go hide under a rock somewhere. This is
no.
the new world. You know, this is where we're going to be in about 15, 20 years. I want to see flying airplanes all over, Brad.
I can't trust it. I just can't. I just can't trust something like that. If I see that the stats are looking it's safe enough, then yeah, I'll go for it. Look, I got people to take care of. I can't be risking my life in those stupid machines and just watch another idiot in the air come fly into me and then ram me. Okay?
You're
I just can't.
just as likely to get into a car accident. You realize that,
I've
right?
never been in one. Never will get into one.
God forbid.
It's because that requires me to have a license in a car, and I'm not looking forward to ever having one. There's no point in doing it.
Can we make a poll on
what?
eVTOLs? Would you buy an eVTOL?
Yeah,
yes
for
or
sure.
No? Yes,
we
Bradley's
could make
gonna
one.
get on that.
But my main reasoning behind why I'm not gonna trust that is because there was this video of Elon Musk talking about electrical planes and electrical stuff in the sky, and he mentioned a couple good points that I can't think of right now off the top of my brain. I would have to rewatch that video. But in there, he mentioned a couple things that are really scary when it comes to electrical flying units. And he did say that if he wanted to spend some time, he could easily solve that problem.
Okay.
But he's like, I don't want to solve that problem.
Yeah.
It's
Well, he
not
also
worth
said he doesn't want to
solving the
make
problem.
motorcycles either. So I've definitely heard that
Yeah.
kind of sentiment coming from him. I realize that. That's funny from a guy who makes rockets, though. I mean, like, rockets are just like ticking time bombs. You got a whole bunch. What are they making of?
Yeah, but like his idea is his rocket, which is reusable. If he can get it to the same idea of an airplane, which airplanes are technically more safer than a car, basically with the statistics and so on. But the idea with the rocket is you can travel from Canada to China in an hour.
Yeah.
Right? You can't do that with a VTOL or like a plane or something.
No, but I think those are for like actual space travel, for like
Right.
Mars and interplanetary
he's making
exploration.
one for inter-Earth travel.
What?
Yeah, did you not? That was the first
I didn't
idea
know that.
before Mars.
Huh.
The idea before Mars is to, well, Mars was his first goal, but the idea to have that up is so you can travel from Canada to China or from across the globe, basically, in way less time than it would usually would take you.
I did not know that he was trying to bring it from like that perspective, but hey, that's great. EVTL kind of making a little bit of a bounce here off that $7.25 level now, about 735. Not much volume coming into this one, guys. Like, it hasn't even hit a milli yet, and we're like well past the noon hour. So, and it hasn't been like a recent 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock catalyst. No, it's been going since basically 9:30, and it made its high of day right at 10 o'clock. The volume's not there. I'm not that interested, to be honest with you. There you go. The poll is up there. Pratt says, would you buy an EVTL heli? And the first one is yes. I'm a risk taker. Heck no, I love my life. You know what I'm clicking? I'm clicking that first one. Let's go, guys. Light up the chat. Show Prad that he has nothing to worry about, that this is the future, and we're all going to be riding one soon.
Heck yeah, sorry. HE double hockey sticks. I'm just trying not to curse. I have a really bad potty mouth, but the fact that I am able to even keep it calm for the show, and I've only had 2 moments where I cursed by mistake in over a year, hats off to me. I'll pat my own back for that. But let's head over to a super chat realm. I think we might have missed a couple super chats today, so I want to quickly head over to super chats. Where is it? Bang, bang, bang. You actually covered the 2 super chats that we had through our show, so good job on that, Sharif. We only need to look at 2 more from the open. That is Gerson coming in with a $2 super chat. If you had any message, Gerson, that we missed out, maybe you can put it in the chat now, and our boy Bears vs. Bull, or myself, or Sharif, just tag any one of us or all of us, and we'll be able to take a look at that. Thank you for the super chat. We do appreciate it. And Pogba. Pogba is the French soccer player?
Yeah, Paul Pogba, yeah.
Pogba.
Yeah.
But
Why is he coming up?
no, it's just that's his name. Pogba Style is the username, who renewed his membership or her membership and says, great job, guys. So thank you for that. I also want to quickly head to a tweet that one of our viewers sent out, I believe was yesterday. Thank you for that tweet right here. Having the Trader TV guys on while trading has been amazing. You can't watch all the charts at the same time, so having commentary from Trader TV Sean, from Trader TV Neil, from Trader TV Brad, you're missing a couple names here. You know, Trader TV Brendan, who keeps us informative about every single news channel network, and you can't really tag Sharif because there is no Trader TV Sharif account. But you know, also Sharif's name in there. All of us, the Trader TV Live family as a whole, you know, provide such great alerts and trades and markets to look at. So thank you for that good comment over there, Mark. We appreciate those kind words. Obviously, man, you know, we do it all for you guys. We love the community, and all we ask in return is smashing the like button. Please, please, please smash that like button. Help us with the YouTube algorithm. Help us get out there with more people and grow this community that you guys have helped us grow.
Yes, absolutely. Wow. Have you looked at where we're at the market here?
Buddy,
This is
I am rolling in the money. My day has come back. I don't even care about the futures anymore. All the futures damage that I had, who cares?
Yeah, equities, definitely. Pratt's killing it. I love that. Have a look here, guys. We bottomed out at 36.85. Guys, June lows are 36.36. We are not far, especially seeing that we are down on the S&P 84 points on the day. We're minus 2.25. You don't usually see these types of moves on like a random day. I mean, it is Friday. Obviously, there was the FOMC conference on Wednesday, but that was Wednesday. You know, you think that maybe we'd have that move yesterday. No, clearly we're having the move today. It's starting to reflect on the current state of the market and how things are maybe going forward. But 36.36 definitely in my sights. Let's move this bad boy out of here. We're going to check the chat. Yeah, nothing going on here. Let's see what Sava's up to, because we were trading that. Pulling back into VWAP on Sava. Geez, this one's a bit tricky. I'm kind of tempted to pull the trigger again at that 42 level, which is VWAP currently, and then maybe ride it up to 43. It is holding VWAP, which I really do like, but what I don't like is down 17% on the day. So the general trend is to the downside. I don't really like going against the trend. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Maybe I'll get in with a super tight stop around that 41.70. It did me good last time. I didn't get stopped out, even though it dipped below VWAP, albeit by a little bit. I think it bottomed out here at the 41.74, 41.75 area. I believe I had my stop at that 41.70. Doesn't mean it's going to be the same thing every time. So I'm going to continue to watch Sava. Let's flip back here to AMPX, holding VWAP quite nicely, making me feel foolish for getting stopped out here. Bouncing back up. There's money potential in this one. This one's up 15% on the day, contrary and opposite to Sava, which is down 18% on the day. So this is not going against the trend. But what I don't like is the immediate sell-offs when a new high of day or near high of day is created. That kind of entices me and gets me ready to sell near the high of day. I'm definitely not going to be going long high of day here, but I believe that VWAP entry is still valid going into the 12:30 time period here that we're about to get to, mid-lunch hour. Prad's firing off imaginary guns, and I'm assuming that has to do with his profits.
Bang, bang. Like I said, go for a break, come back, and you're making more money, baby.
There you go.
Meta now $2 in the money. Amazon $1 in the money. Coinbase $1 in the money. The only thing that's not $1 in the money is going to be Apple. Apple has not broken 150, even though the market took out 3,700. That's a very, very what is going on type of situation for Apple. Like, why are you so strong when when the market didn't break 3,700, you were at 149.5. But when the market actually breaks 3,700 and the NASDAQ rejects 11,400 VWAP area and breaks the low a day, how are you, the #1 stock in the basket, not pushing down down below 150. So a little bit of a strength coming in for this position. Lots of buying around this level. Also, I don't know if you guys know about the NFL catalyst. Apple apparently paid around $50 million for 5 years. No, $50 million every year for 5 years for the NFL what's that thing called? Super Bowl the halftime show. Thank you.
By Pepsi.
Super Bowl halftime show. I actually have a theory that Super Bowl goes up to, or Apple goes up to Super Bowl or NFL, sorry, and they say let Dre, who's basically owned by Apple now. Dr. Dre's owned by Apple, right? Let Dre and Party have their concert in the halftime show.
Huh.
And if it ends up being good, you fire Pepsi and you take us.
Well, they already fired Pepsi.
That's what the deal was. So Dre, I'm guessing that's what the deal was. So Dre went on, he killed it, brought in X amount of views, and then they were like, "See, we told you. Now get rid of Pepsi because it's a garbage pop drink anyways. It should have been Coca-Cola to begin with, and because Pepsi's garbage, get that garbage out of there, and let's put our logo on."
They've
there.
had it for a while though, this Pepsi, right? They've
Yeah.
had it for a minute. Yeah. Who is performing at the halftime show this year? Do you know? We're about to find out right now. Let's go into the old. They haven't released it yet, eh?
No.
So Super Bowl 2023 halftime show. There we go. Let's see if there's anything here. Taylor Swift. 1 hour ago. Taylor Swift going to the Super Bowl? Question. Fans think the singer will be at halftime, but that's just like propaganda. We don't actually know, right? Yeah, that's probably not it. That'll be interesting. Taylor Swift at the halftime show. Yeah, there's going to be all sorts of rumors between now and then. I'm not surprised. Internet Enforcers is actually a pilot. He's a guy in the chat here, or a girl in chat. I'm not sure. Internet Enforcers kind of hides the gender there, but he says he wouldn't fly an EVTOL unless there's a lot of regulatory oversight on it. And he says that they say that based on the fact that they're a pilot. And I asked how come, and he said, or they said, too many moving parts for a casual pilot driver. Also, with the way that they are designed, you have no glide distance if the Blaze engines fail. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Dude, look at drones.
They add with, and I'm just gonna get 1 second. Let me finish this. They continue to add with a single engine aircraft that can glide up to 5 to 7 miles without power. Yeah, that's obviously the benefit of having lift. But I think that some of them have, what's it called, wings? No. I mean, the one we were looking at like a second ago.
Doesn't do jack, bro.
It does. It allows you to glide.
Dude,
that's what he's
the
talking about.
problem is the propellers on that. There's way too many propellers. There's way too many moving parts. It's just insane, man. The whole idea is awesome. Like, yeah, the roads are packed, so we're gonna fly in the air instead. Who wouldn't dream about being the Jetsons from when you were a child?
Well, that's what Loud is saying. He's like, riddle me this: did Iron Man wait for regulations?
That's Iron Man.
Iron Man can do whatever he wants. Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
He's also saving the world. I can't see you saving the world with the EVTL, right? Like, come on, man.
Hey, man, I could do some rescue. What is that called?
Search and rescue.
Search and rescue. That eVTOL looks like it'd be a hell of an airplane to do it. But anyway, we're digressing here. Let's get back to the market. Market making a little bit of a bounce here off that 36.85 bottom. Now moving back up to 36.90. I don't think we see a reclaim of high of day. What's high of day on the market? Let's bring in the chart here. So if we were to look at the opening print's going to be around that 37.35 area, 37.37. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that. But I guess the odds makers are going to be interested in whether we break June's bottoms today, Brad. What do you think?
If that thing was automated, like self-driving, no human interface, and there was actual highways in the plane in the air, then I would be okay with it.
Got it.
Like I need even now with aviation the way it is, there's like still problems coming in because sometimes there's miscommunication between a plane and the air traffic controller. So if there's highways in the plane in the airways that the planes can use and go self-driving mode in, and then like autopilot basically.
Yeah.
Then I'm okay with it. Like even with cars, man, I'm so for self-driving. I actually tweeted yesterday or a couple of days ago. It's like people are so scared about self-driving cars, but they would get into an autopilot plane and travel across the globe for 10 hours.
Right.
So it doesn't make any sense. So like self-driving in cars would be a good thing. Self-automation and a lot of things would be great. I'm all for automation. I'm all for computer-based lifestyle, man. You know me. It just helps you in many ways. And I'm sorry, but for the whole idea of, it takes away from jobs and everything, I just don't believe in it. If it did take away from jobs, like people back in the day thought it would, there's actually a video about kids in high school complaining about how computers would take over lives in 2022.
Yeah.
But did it? We're still here. We're still using it to aid ourselves and benefit our lives, right? And that's what we're gonna continue doing in the future too. At least that's my idea behind it. But coming back to the market here, S&P 500 still pushing to the downside. NASDAQ still pushing to the downside. Apple finally breaking that 150 area. No longer are we holding at 150. So now Apple gives us a 61-cent profit target to the downside. We're still holding all of our size on Meta, on Amazon, and on Apple for a bigger move all the way to the low side of wherever the market wants to go to. I think the number that we gave out was 36.63, and we're about 20 points away from that on the S&P 500. If we can push down there, I'm already doing good on the equity side today. I should have taken the 3,700 break on the futures, but I pulled my order. I got scared. I did say I would take it, but I got scared. I didn't take it. It would have probably made my day back on the futures too, and I would have been smoking it for the rest of the day.
Yep. The chat asking here why Rivian is making the move that it's making. I mean, yeah, it's not really up. It's flat on the day, technically 0.03%, now 0%, but it's up 1.75% since the bell, and it's above VWAP. So Rivian making some moves here. Now, you could have maybe attributed to the move in Li Auto and XPEV earlier on. I don't know. Let's flip to Rivian. Is Rivian New York or NASDAQ? No, it's NASDAQ, so let's flip here. Rivian. Good old Rivian. There we go. So yeah, it dipped down quite aggressively, especially at the beginning of the morning here. It made a move off the bell to the downside. Looks like the bottom on Rivian this morning was at 31.78 or 31.75 area. Since then, it made a top here at 33.60, currently trading at 33.35. So definitely a nice move off the bottom, and definitely counter market. Having a look here at the Rivian chart versus the ES chart, there's no correspondence whatsoever. I'll talk a little bit about AMPX and Sava when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk for volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, the march down continues. I'll give you a look at how the board looks right now. It's not great. Pretty one-sided kind of a day. 8,800. This is covering 10,855 listings in the U.S., of which 8,865 are lower on the session. 1,000 and change only in positive territory today versus 952 there. Basically unchanged. A lot of volume once again this morning. Or afternoon, I guess I should say at this point. AVCT, we talked about in the pre-market a little bit, little tiny penny stock. 177 million shares once again today, doing all kinds of volume. Pretty good move for that one as well. TQs, number 2 today, 130 million shares traded on the TQs. Mullen is here. Almost 100 million for Mullen today. SQs as well. CSCW, SOXL, another ETF, UVXY, I should say. Ford as well, 55 million shares today traded on Ford. LITM and TEL to the downside. Biggest gainer there, that CO up 41%. Yeah, up. There are a few up today, 41% on 7 million in volume, but pretty ugly. 8,800 versus 1,000 up here, guys.
Yeah, I know I said I'd hold more of my size for the bigger move, but I just couldn't help myself but take some profits and then hold my last few shares that I have left across the board for Meta, Coin, Amazon, and Apple. But because Apple managed to break 150 and then it went back above 150, so that kind of had me shaking in my pants a little bit. So obviously I'm gonna take my profits as soon as it goes back to the downside, and then I can hold whatever shares I have left to see if we can go all the way to a much lower level on the markets today. Let's see what the chat has been talking about. What are you guys trading today? What are you guys looking at? CO, crossed market flush, says Squibby. CO on New York, I'd be guessing. 7 million shares or almost 8 million shares traded on a $3 stock here. Absolutely taken off to the north side today, 42% to the north side, and has been holding VWAP every single time it's been pushing to the downside. So VWAP strength basically means there's big money buying at VWAP every time the stock goes down. The trend is your friend at this point. The next time it pulls back to VWAP, which would be around $3, you go back to going long again. Most of the time, this is an algorithm. An algorithm is programmed in to basically buy every time the stock dips to VWAP, and that's what you're seeing happen. It could also be a manual trader. You know, we actually have a trader on the floor who used to work for companies like hedge funds and so on, where all they had to do was take fills. They got instructions on where to take fills and how to take fills, and all you're doing is sitting there waiting for the stock to come down. As soon as it comes down, you're just taking a fill.
Wow.
So that's their job, right? Like for hedge
hell of a
funds, like
job,
yeah, but you're not trading.
No.
You're just taking fills.
You're just a machine.
Yeah, and in those concepts, that's what you're seeing in this stock right now, which is just either an algorithm or an actual person taking his actions off an algorithm. An algorithm at the end of the day is just the step-by-step process to achieve something, right? As soon as people use the word algorithm, it's always a misconception that it's a computer, it's this, it's that. Algorithms run computers, but algorithms are mathematical.
I agree. Let's shout out to Blue McNeil here in the chat. He says elf driving cars, but I'm pretty sure he says self-driving cars would destroy the transport sector. Trucking, taxis, Ubers, it shatter the gig economy. LOL, profit up, but be real. Yeah, I mean, it's thanks for that super chat, $5 super chat. Yeah, it's definitely a prickly one, no question about that, especially when people's jobs are on the line. But, you know, I think that the economy is quite flexible in how it adapts to new technology coming in and perhaps taking over certain people's jobs. I mean, obviously there's going to have to be retraining in a sense and then shifting to new economies. But, you know, it's one of those things that I don't think we can put the brakes on. It kind of has, it's taking over its got its own personality. It's moving its own direction. So a bit of a tough one there, guys. It looks like my time here has ended, so I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. But I'll be here with Prad on Monday, 11 o'clock sharp, and taking over from Big Kahuna. So see you guys. I'm going to send it back to Prad.
Yes, sir. Market's getting ready to maybe have a tiny bounce in it off of that 36.79 area. Let's go check out what the market's doing. I'm going to close my Coinbase trade here in front of $60. Apple also 88 cents in the money. Most likely not breaking the low a day. I'm going to close my Apple here. Amazon, I think I'm just going to close all my shorts, honestly. I'm happy with where these trades took me to. I know I said I'd hold them. I'm going to break my rules here. I'm just going to take the profits and run away from it before I watch them move right back to the north side and give me a little bit more pain on that level. So I'm not ready for it. I'm just mentally not ready for it. I'd much rather wait for a pop to come into the market and then short the pops again, or go long in about 30 minutes or an hour or so, depending on how much lower can this market go. But I think we're now getting ready to really stop going much further on both of these markets for NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Look at the NASDAQ here around the lows of July 06, and if we go, what date is this? On the lows of 1st of July and the 6th of July, pretty much is where we are. If you want to pull back to 11,000 on the NASDAQ, then yeah, that would be the 17th June low. Could easily pull back to that, and that's where we could look for longs. Oh, you're still logging in? My bad. My apologies. I thought Sharif was here for a second, but yeah, he said he was heading out. Let's see what the chat's looking at. Volatility is ripping. Of course it's ripping. UVXY on an absolute tear today. Here's UVXY 10.72 to the north side, clearing the $12 area just now. Beautiful moves, especially if you're short. Free Fall Friday did manage to come, and it did happen to show up at 11:30 as one of the one of the traders on the floor predicted. So congratulations on that prediction. I don't know if you were able to take any executions off that prediction. He's not here anymore. But at the end of the day, shorts, 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 baby. That's all we can keep on talking about. Lee Auto too. I know I had that short at $25. I took that 1 penny hit and I got out of that trade because it moved to, or at least it was moving above 25. It only moved to 25.09. Sadly, I wasn't watching this position to punch back in when it moved back under $25. That would have been a good short to get back into. But since the stock has been so strong on the day, taking a long at VWAP would not be a bad idea in my opinion. So we're going to try taking a long over here on Lee Auto, a stock and a sector that's been ridiculously strong, especially on a down move market.
It's been an interesting day today. I mean, like, obviously the market's getting slapped, but it's not necessarily like Prad said when the show first started. He was saying how the market has been kind of like trickling downwards. Obviously, you know, clear downtrend, but not necessarily the same sort of free fall Friday that we might have been used to before, where everything just kind of tanks pretty hard. So, you know, we're gonna try and see what we can do here. The market looks like it's getting attracted to that. Those June lows. The June lows were like 36, 39, I believe. I just quickly looked. I call it like 36.50 area, right? So it looks like we're kind of